Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mycella's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the red-haired woman standing by the door, arms crossed leaning against the doorframe. Sunlight streamed in from behind the woman, outlining a bright red circle around her long, fiery red hair. That face, which always carried a wildness, now held an expression of seriousness she had never seen before. "Shoot me in the butt with an arrow." Mycella repeated it unconsciously, her emerald eyes filled with absurdity and incomprehension. This is too barbaric in King's Landing. The most vicious threat among noble ladies is nothing more than spreading rumors about each other at tea parties. Or perhaps it's about stealing someone's favorite night at the ball. Then at night, shoot me in the butt with an arrow. By the 7 gods above. That's the kind of thing a drunkard in a country tavern would say. But for some reason, looking at Igret's deliberately fierce face, Mycella's fear actually dissipated a lot. She even found it a little funny. "If you study well, I can teach you how to shoot arrows." Seeing that her threat seemed to have no effect, Igret added awkwardly, "Then you can go and shoot your asterisk at those southern women you don't like." Mycella was completely stunned. She seems a little off. Above the narrow sea atop the clouds, the biting wind was blocked by an invisible barrier, and Lynn didn't even feel a chill. He sat on the broad back of Winter's neck, looking down at the boundless blue sea below. The continent of Westeros has become a distant horizon. The dragon's 3 heads each had a specific function. The largest head in the middle stared warily ahead, its golden vertical pupils scanning everything on the sea. The one on the left seemed drowsy, occasionally yawning and spewing out a small burst of scorching dragon breath, burning a large hole in a passing cloud. The one on the right is the most active. It twisted its long neck, rubbed its huge nose against Lynn's arm, and made a whimpering sound in its throat. Lynn nodded helplessly, then silently tightened his grip on Winter. Winter also plunged headlong into the sea. In no time, it caught a big fish. Of course, Lynn's clothes got wet again. After leaving the Great Walls, Lynn felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. Commander-in-Chief, King of the Frontier. These titles brought power but also shackles. 100,000 mouths agape. The North riddled with wounds. And the Night King and the Green Prophet hiding in the land of Everwinter, plotting something unknown. He temporarily entrusted these matters to Jon and Mance. He needs greater power and more resources. And all of this takes place on that much larger continent. Essos Pentos, one of the free trade city-states. A city built of red bricks and tiles. The governors there were incredibly wealthy, and the merchants controlled the sea routes to the east. More importantly, there was a governor there named Illyriamapodes, a fat man who likes to invest in impoverished nobles. Lynn's goal was clear: he needed Illyrio's wealth and connections. As for the Targaryen orphan raised by Illyrio, Igret is getting really annoyed. Before Lynn left, he tossed her a heavy leather bag filled with glittering dragon coins. But this was the first time in her life she had ever seen so much money. In the border regions, they only used the most primitive method of bartering. 1 sheep can be exchanged for 2 bags of salt. A fine bear pelt can be exchanged for a fairly sharp iron axe. Money, what is that? Is it edible? Clutching her purse, she stormed into Jon Snow's house. At that time, Jon was having a headache over the mountain of food accounts. "Jon Snow." Igret slammed the money bag heavily on the table, the gold coins clinking together with a crisp sound. "I need a teacher." Jon looked up and stared at her blankly. "Teacher for whom?" "That blonde girl and..." Igret's voice lowered and her cheeks flushed slightly. "And me." Jon was stunned, looking at Igret's awkward expression. He suddenly understood something. He sighed and pulled parchment and ink from a shelf beside him. What kind of teacher are you looking for, the best? The smartest, someone who knows everything. I don't like people who know nothings. Igret said without any politeness, with Jon's help. A strangely worded letter was delivered to White Harbor by ravens. The letter was very simple, from Black Castle. A tutor is needed to instruct the noble lady. The tutor must be the most learned. And the reward will be generous. The Manley family was completely baffled when they received the letter. Black Castle, do you need an etiquette teacher who only knows chicken feathers? However, the words generous reward mentioned in the letter, and the private seal at the end of the letter that proved Commander-in-Chief Lynn's authorization, still led them to send someone 10 days later. A nun named Elena, accompanied by 2 servants, arrived at Black Castle covered in dust when this nun, who had studied etiquette and history in the towering tower of the old town, stepped into the courtyard of the Black Castle. She nearly fainted on the spot. The air was thick with the strange smell of sweat levestock, and cheap ale wildlings clad in filthy animal skins, giants wielding bone axes, and the menacing night's watchmen. 7 gods, this place is like the 7 levels of hell. When she was brought before Igret and told that this seemingly barbaric redhead was her employer, Sister Alina felt her faith crumble. The first lesson took place in a fairly clean room in the command tower. Despite her discomfort, Sister Alina began to explain the heraldic system of Westeros to Princess Miachella. Igret sat in the corner, whittling an arrow shaft with a knife while listening intently. The roaring lion of House Lannister symbolizes wealth and power. The Stark direwolves represent the glory and resilience of the North. Sister Alina's voice was dry and lifeless. Igret scoffed. What's the use of drawing a lion or a wolf? When it comes to fighting, you still need the weapons you have. I can shoot lions and wolves dead 2 arrows at most. Sister Alina's lecture was interrupted. She turned her head and looked at Igret with the kind of look one would give a barbarian. This lady, a coat of arms, is a symbol of family honor, a noble quality flowing in the blood. Can nobility fill your stomach? Igret retorted. We free men are tattooed with the marks of the prey we ourselves have killed. That's what glory is. Sister Alina was so angry that her lips trembled. But she couldn't utter a single word. Micella sat beside her, barely suppressing a laugh, her shoulders trembling. She found that since the savage woman arrived, the tedious lessons seemed to have become much more interesting. Stop talking nonsense. Igret threw down the arrow shaft and stood up. Teach her something useful, for example, how to navigate in the snow, how to identify poisonous ice mushrooms, and how to set a trap using a rope. Sister Alina's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined in her life that she would one day need to teach a princess these wilderness survival skills. That evening, the class ended on a sour note. Miachella returned to her room, only to find Igret standing in front of the dressing mirror. She awkwardly imitated Sister Alina, trying to straighten her back, tuck her chin in, and strike what she thought was a very noble pose. But the movements looked incredibly stiff and comical on her. You're straining your shoulders too much. Micella's voice was very soft. Igret was startled, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. She instantly reverted to her usual aggressive demeanor. None of your business. Micella was not afraid. She walked to Igret's side and spoke softly. Sir Lynn, he really likes southern ladies, doesn't he? Igret's body stiffened. She didn't answer. For the first time, a hint of confusion and vulnerability appeared in those gray eyes that always burned with fire. Micella suddenly understood this wildrude and clueless woman was simply trying her best to get closer to that man in her own way, even if that method seems so clumsy and ridiculous. Pentos. When winter landed on a remote beach outside the city, Lynn smelled air that was completely different from that of Westeros. The air was filled with the spiciness of spices and the saltiness of the sea. He changed into a luxurious silk robe, seemingly transforming into a wealthy Eastern merchant traveling through the region. The streets of Pentos are more crowded and noisy than those of King's Landing. Dark-skinned Dothraki, rhino nobles carried in palanquins by slaves, and shadowbinders from the Shadowlands of Assassin. People from all walks of life gather here. Lynn weaved through the crowd and headed straight for the most magnificent governor's mansion in the city. With its square brick tower, the residence of Illyri Amapades. He didn't even give a notification. He knew that the owner of the mansion would be eager to see him. Just as he was about to reach the large door made of bronze and black iron, it suddenly opened from the inside. The massive doors, cast in bronze and iron, slowly opened inward with a dull creak, a warm smoky aroma. A blend of sweet spices and the fragrance of food wafted towards me inside the gate. 2 rows of slaves dressed in clean white linen stood with their heads bowed. Their bare feet sank into the cold marble floor, and they dared not make a sound at the end of the slave line. A man as large as a mountain of flesh stood beside a bubbling fountain. Illyri Amapades, the governor of Pentos, a man who amassed endless wealth through spice jewels, slaves and even war. He was wearing a purple silk robe that was so large it could be used as 2 tents. Strings of jewels hung from her obese neck. His stubby fingers were covered with sparkling rings. He was laboriously wiping the beads of sweat that kept seeping from his forehead and chin with a silk handkerchief. Those small eyeshadow behind layers of fat gleamed with a shrewdness and sharpness that seemed completely out of place with his bulky physique. "Welcome to Pentos, distinguished guest from afar." Illyrio's voice was smooth and melodious, and his face was plastered with a businessman's characteristic and just right enthusiastic smile. He had clearly received the news long ago. They might even have witnessed the astonishing sight of the giant dragon landing on the beach outside the city. But he didn't point it out instead. He scrutinized the young man who had come alone with a discreet, scrutinizing gaze the luxurious silk robe Lynn wore, which came from the East End. His black hair and black eyes all made him feel somewhat unfathomable. Such strange hair color and skin, like someone from Westeros. "Your Excellency." Lynn nodded slightly and walked in calmly. He walked straight up to Illyrio as if he were back home, ignoring the luxurious exotic furnishings around him. "You probably already know why I've come." Illyrio's smile froze for a moment. He didn't like this feeling. It's a feeling of being completely seen through by the other party, with the initiative entirely in their hands. "Please sit down, my friend." He quickly regained his composure, and with a wave of his fat arm, gestured for Lynn to sit down on the velvet-cushioned chaise lounge. The female slaves filed in, bringing chilled mead and silver platters filled with exotic fruits from the summer sea. Dragon riders from the west. Illyrio sat down opposite Lynn, sinking into the soft cushions and groaning under the weight. "Your image has probably spread throughout the entire free trade city-state by now. I am but a humble merchant. How may I be of service to you? I want your connections, your fleet, and..." Lynn's gaze shifted to a solitary tower deep within the courtyard. "Those 2 real dragons you keep at home." Illyrio's heart skipped a beat, and the fat on his face trembled. He knew that the real negotiations were only just beginning. "I think you need to see them first." Illyrio pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. A servant accepted the order and left. Soon, a soft sound of footsteps came from the depths of the corridor. Viserys Stangrarian walked in. He wore a well-tailored black velvet coat, with the Targaryen 3-headed dragon coat of arms embroidered in silver thread on the collar and cuffs. Her long, smooth silver hair was meticulously styled. On his fairly handsome face hung a noble smile, unique to members of the royal family, conveying a sense of aloofness. Since the failed deal for Khal Drogo, he seems to have toned down his behavior considerably. On Illyrio's advice, he realized that the roar of the sleeping dragon's wrath alone could not bring him an army or a throne. He needs allies, but he also needs more valuable leverage. "Your Excellency," Viserys first bowed to Illyrio, then turned his gaze to Lynn. "I presume this is the distinguished guest from Westeros." He scrutinized Lynn with a critical eye. Deep within those pale purple eyes lurked a barely perceptible hint of wariness and jealousy. I am Viserys king of the Andals the Roynar, and the first men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. He announced his identity in a calm tone. Lynn smiled. One more thing is missing, the owner of the golden crown. Lynn didn't get up. He simply sat in the recliner, picked up his wine glass, and gently swirled the amber liquid inside. This silent arrogance caused Viserys' smile to freeze slightly. Just then, another figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the corridor. The entire luxurious and noisy hall seemed to lose all its color the moment she appeared. Daenerys Targaryen, she wore a pale purple dress, the hem of which glided silently across the polished marble floor like flowing moonlight. Her long, silver-gold hair was braided into several delicate braids, hanging loosely behind her head, with a few unruly strands brushing against her smooth forehead. Her beauty seemed otherworldly. It was a beauty tinged with fragility. Her skin was so white it was almost translucent. Those world-renowned violet eyes were like 2 amethysts washed by morning dew, clear and pure, yet carrying a hint of melancholy and resilience beyond her years. She was no longer that timid girl who could be manipulated by others. That memory tampered with by Lynn's, that prophecy that seemed like a divine oracle, had already planted a seed called hope in her heart. She stood there quietly, like a winter flower blooming silently in the wind and snow. Delicate, yet possessing an awe-inspiring and inviolable purity. Her gaze swept over everyone else and landed directly on Lynn. Their eyes met. Daenerys' heart stopped beating for a moment. It's him. She didn't recognize the face, but she recognized the eyes. That was the look in her eyes that had appeared again and again in her countless midnight dreams, bringing the chill of the north. His gaze surveys all living beings like that of a god. The prince is in the west, the prophecy, etched deep within her soul, exploded with a deafening roar at that moment. Daenerys' body trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Her breathing became rapid, and an unnatural flush rose on her cheeks. Dany. Viserys noticed his sister's unusual behavior and frowned in displeasure. He didn't like Daenerys looking at other men that way. That would make him feel that his valuable goods were being coveted by others. Daenerys ignored him. She walked slowly, step by step, toward Lynn. Everyone present was stunned. Viserys' face was full of astonishment, while Illyrio's small eyes gleamed with keen interest. Daenerys walked up to Lynn and stopped. She didn't speak, but simply stared at him intently with her purple eyes, which were filled with moisture in those eyes. There was shock, confusion, anticipation, and, even more so, the result of countless days and nights of waiting and torment. Lord Lynn, Viserys finally couldn't help but speak. His tone tinged with displeasure. My sister was a little rude. It's all right. Lynn put down his glass and stood up. He was a head taller than Daenerys, his imposing figure completely casting her in shadow. He could feel the stirring deep within her soul. It was a pure emotional fluctuation, a mixture of faith and affection. It seems that the seed I planted back then has taken root, sprouted, and even blossomed into something unexpected. The Targaryen bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Lynn reached out and gently lifted a strand of Daenerys' silver hair with his fingertips. It feels cool yet smooth to the touch. Daenerys' body trembled violently, but she did not flinch. King Viserys, Lynn's gaze shifted to the beggar king, whose face had already turned somewhat pale. You want to reclaim the Iron Throne, don't you? That was always mine. Viserys raised his chin. Very good. Lynn withdrew his hand. I can give you an army, countless golden dragons, and let you cross the narrow sea in glory, taking back everything you desire. Viserys' breathing quickened instantly. Even Illyrio next to him instinctively sat up straight. But why should I believe you? Viserys suppressed his overwhelming joy and asked in as calm a tone as possible. Just for this. Lynn turned around and walked onto the terrace in the courtyard. He raised his head, looked at the clear blue sky of Pentos, and let out a long and penetrating whistle. All was silent. Only the sea breeze rustling through the palm leaves made a soft, whispering sound. Viserys and Illyrio exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. However, the next second, a roar, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, echoed from the distant horizon. The voice was filled with supreme majesty, as if even the sky trembled before it. In the city of Pentos, countless people who were making a ruckus in the streets suddenly looked up. They saw it, a huge, dark shadow is hurtling towards us from the horizon at an incredible speed. The shadowy figure drew closer and grew larger. When it flew over Pentos, everyone saw what it looked like. Wings that blot out the sky, a back covered in hideous bone spurs, and 3 enormous heads. That's a dragon. A 3-headed dragon that doesn't exist in any ancient legends. Its scales are not the black or red of legend, but a clear blue like ice crystals. With each breath, it exhales a visible stream of air from its mouth and nose, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Roar. The dragon hovered above Pentos, letting out a roar announcing its arrival. The entire city fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Immediately following, a deafening roar of screams and panic erupted. Countless people dropped their goods and fled in panic, trying to find any place to hide. On the terrace of the governor's palace in Illyrio, the wine glass in Illyrio's hand clattered to the ground. His fat body jiggled violently like waves as he slumped onto the recliner, his face drained of all color. Viserys' noble and reserved demeanor had vanished completely. He gripped the balcony railing tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He stared blankly at the mythical beast in the sky, his mouth agapunable to utter a sound. His handsome face was a mixture of extreme fear and a near-manic ecstasy. Dragon, they are Targaryen dragons. Their family's glory has returned, however. Only one person present neither screamed nor ecstatically celebrated. Daenerys. She had somehow reached the very edge of the terrace, letting the air currents from the dragon's wings billow her pale purple dress and silver gold hair. She looked up, gazing intently at the 3-headed ice dragon in the sky. Tears, already uncontrollably streaming from her beautiful violet eyes, streamed down her pale-burning cheeks. But rather, he is from the land of eternal winter. The true king who rides a 3-headed ice dragon. A 3-headed dragon, the oracle, it's real. Everything is real. She slowly turned her head. She turned her tear-filled, frighteningly bright eyes to the figure standing amidst the chaos, yet remaining as calm as a mountain. Her prince, her king. He's here. He really did come to find her. The clamor of Pentos' free trading city-state turned to deathly silence under the dragon's roar. On the terrace, Governor Illyrio lay slumped in a recliner. Its obese body was like melted butter, and its shrewd little eyes were filled with nothing but pure fear. Viserys, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by lightning, his body stiffening. Half of it was fear enough to tear the soul apart. The other half is an ecstasy strong enough to burn away reason. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He simply stared blankly at the mythical beast that had vanished from existence in the sky. Only Daenerys stood in the raging wind, letting the fierce sea breeze toss her silver hair and skirt. Tears had already blurred her vision, but the figure in her eyes became clearer and clearer. It was him, her prince, her king, her destined prince. The oracle has been fulfilled. With a soft whistle from Lynn, winter hovering above the citadel let out a low roar, as if bidding farewell. With a flap of its wings, its massive body disappeared into the clouds, flying rapidly towards the sea and soon vanishing from sight. The terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to freeze one's soul, dissipated. On the streets of Pentos, the screams and cries of survivors were the last to rise. An eerie silence fell over the terrace. Now, Lynn turned around and calmly picked up the wine glass on the table. I think we have a foundation of trust. Viserys jolted awake from his petrified state. He stumbled and rushed to Lynn, grabbing Lynn's arms tightly with both hands. A dragon. A 3-headed dragon. His voice was excited, yet filled with a sense of unreality. It's real, it really is a dragon. He raised his head, his pale purple eyes burning with an almost manic flame as he stared intently at Lynn. Will it fight for me? Will it burn the heads of those usurpers to ashes? Lynn's gaze swept over Viserys' hand, which was gripping his arm tightly, but he remained silent. Viserys recoiled as if burned or electrocuted, releasing his grip with a hint of embarrassment on his face. A dragon cannot win a war, King Viserys. Lynn's voice was calm, yet it instantly extinguished half of Viserys' newly kindled hope. You need an armies. Viserys' face fell and he muttered to himself. That damned horse king, he deceived me. Those barbarians, he recalled how, in exchange for the Dothraki army, he had even gone so far as to send his own sister to the barbarians' bed. In the end, all he got was humiliation. Khal Drogo didn't even consider Daenerys a worthy opponent. Dothraki, Lynn's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Just a bunch of wild children playing in the mud on horseback. These words instantly struck a nerve with Viserys, giving him a morbid sense of pleasure. I can give you a real army. Lynn glanced at Daenerys and said this, a real army. Governor Illyrioho was standing to the side. Finally recovered from his extreme shock, he interrupted, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief and panting heavily. The Golden Tour, their prices aren't cheap. Golden Team, Lynn smiled. A bunch of mercenaries who would betray their master at any time for the sake of the Golden Dragon. No, Lynn held up one finger. I will give you an army of 100,000. Viserys and Illyrio both gasped in shock. This number is enough to keep any lord in Westeros up at night. Where are they? Who are they? Viserys' breathing became extremely rapid. They are free men, the fiercest warriors north of the Great Wall. Lynn spoke in a flat tone, as if he were talking about something trivial. They don't fight for money. They fight only for their king beyond the Great Wall. Savage, Viserys frowned, a hint of disgust on his face. A bunch of savages who eat raw meat and drink blood. They're barbarians, Lynn did not deny it. They were a bunch of barbarians charging into battle on mammoths. They're a group of barbarians whose ranks include giants over 4 meters tall, capable of smashing open your castle gates with their fists. Every word Lynn uttered painted a bloody yet powerful picture in Viserys' mind. That scene made his blood boil. Now they have a new king. Lynn looked at him and said, word by word, I am the new king of the frontiers, and I am willing to let them fight for you. Viserys' brain exploded with a bang. He seemed to already see it. Countless giants roared as they tore open the gates of King's Landing, and mountain-like mammoths crushed the Lannister and Baratheon armies into a bloody pulp. The Iron Throne belonging to the Targaryens is within reach. Yes, that's it. A sickly flush rose to Viserys' face as he frantically waved his arms. I need them. I need this army of monsters. I'll rip the guts out of those usurpers. 100,000 mouths. Illyrio's businessman's instincts quickly calmed him down. His fat face was full of calculation. Providing them with sustenance, this expense. This is exactly where you're needed, Your Excellency. Lynn turned her gaze to him, your fleetier connections, and your mountain of golden dragons that are practically rotting. Think about it, what kind of investment is this? The Targaryen restoration was backed by a 3-headed dragon and an army of 100. 000, Lynn's voice had a bewitching magic. This achievement is enough to make you the most trusted friend of the King of 7 Kingdoms. This reward would move even the Iron Bank of Bravos. Illyrio's small Ishadan behind his fat lit up instantly. The risks are enormous, but the reward is the entire continent of Westeros, Illyrio. Give it to him, he gets whatever he wants. Viserys has completely lost his mind. He grabbed Illyrio's silk robe and shook it wildly. Ship. Gold woman, give it all to him, I want my throne. Lynn watched this comical scene unfold without feeling a ripple of emotion. Very good. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. It seems we've reached a consensus. My army, your wealth, the banner of the Targaryens. He paused, savoring the joy of the victory that was about to be in his grasp. Then his gaze slowly fell on Daenerys. That gaze carried a possessive quality under that gaze. Daenerys' body trembled slightly involuntarily, and a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks, certainly. Lynn's voice rang out again. For such a significant alliance, to ensure that our interests are forever bound together, we need an even stronger bond. That's right, A-Link Viserys, still basking in the ecstasy of his impending kingship. Agreed without a second thought, Lynn smiled. I will marry your sister. The moment he finished speaking, Viserys' face lit up with ecstasy. Is it really that simple? I agree. I can let Daenerys marry you. Viserys' face was contorted with a madness mixed with ecstasy. Agreed, of course I agree. He practically screamed it out. The spittle landed on Governor Illyrio's greasy face. It was as if he shouted loud enough, the Iron Throne forged from blood and bones would fall from the sky in the next second. The moment he lifts his buttocks, the entire 7 kingdoms are his. He gripped Lynn's hand, his pale purple eyes burning with a greedy flame. Daenerys is yours, you are my most trusted friend. From this day forward, Daenerys is your wife. When are you going back? Tomorrow, or are you going now? No, we're leaving now. We'll march back to Westeros. Lynn withdrew her hand without making a sound. He didn't even bother to glance at this beggar king, who was blinded by his illusions of power. His gaze fell on Daenerys. The girl's body was trembling slightly, her face, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, was drained of color, turning as pale as the first snow of the north. It's happening again. She was once again treated as a commodity, an item to be exchanged for an army and a throne. She was traded away without hesitation by her only relative. Her brother, those clear violet eyes welled up with tears, filled with humiliation and sorrow, but this time, deep within that sorrow, there lurked a glimmer of hope that even she herself hadn't noticed. Because the person being traded with was him. It was the one who had appeared countless times in her dreams. A prince who came from the land of eternal winter, riding a 3-headed ice dragon. That was her prince. Lynn looked at her tearful face, and his heart softened for no reason. Daenerys had suffered too much, King Viserys. Lynn's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the frenzied Viserys. I think I need to speak with Daenerys alone. Viserys was taken aback for a moment. Then his face was plastered with a fawning smile. Of course, you need to strengthen your relationship. He strode up to Daenerys. He then lowered his voice and spoke in a warning tone. Dany, listen, this is our last chance. Put him in, make him happy, understand? Don't anger the Horse King like you did last time. If you dare to mess this up, I swear, you'll know what the true wrath of a sleeping dragon means. After saying that, he pulled the still-dazed Illyrio along and excitedly headed towards the wine cellar deep inside the mansion. He couldn't wait to celebrate his impending victory with the governor's prized wine. Only Lynn and Daenerys remained on the terrace. The sea breeze carries a salty, damp scent. The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Daenerys lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt with both hands. Avoiding Lynn's eyes, your brother has sold you out again. Lynn's voice rang out calmly. Daenerys' body trembled violently. The tears that had been forcibly suppressed finally slipped down my cheeks. She didn't cry out loud but just bit her lip tightly. He's using you as a bargaining chip to gain access to the army, just like he tried to sell you to Khal Drogo. Lynn walked up to her step by step, his tall figure completely enveloping her. He offered no words of comfort but instead, in a tone of stating facts, brutally exposed the wounds she least wanted to confront. Daenerys' shoulders began to tremble, and the suppressed sob finally broke free. She assumed that Lynn would, like all men, begin to flaunt his army and his wealth. And then there's his dragon, powerful enough to destroy a city-state. Then tell her that it is her greatest honor to be his woman. But what Lynn said next completely stunned her. Are you willing? Lynn asked. Daenerys abruptly raised her head, those violet eyes Wet with tears were filled with disbelief. He asked for my opinion. Daenerys opened her mouth. But he found that his throat felt blocked. And he couldn't make a sound. Her entire life was one of obedience. Obey your brother's orders, obey Illyrio's arrangements. No one had ever asked her that question before. Are you wildlings? Seeing her bewildered and helpless expression, Lynn reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks with her fingertips. His fingertips slightly cool-touched her burning skin, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Look at me, Dany. Daenerys instinctively looked up and gazed into those dark, deep eyes. Those eyes were exactly the same as the ones in my dream, cold, aloof, as if it contained the eternal night of the entire North. Yet, in that deepest cold place, lay a flame she could not comprehend. Tell you the answer. Lynn stared at her this time. You don't need to think about your brothers. You are no longer a Targaryen princess. Nor are you Stormborn. You are simply you, Daenerys herself. Will you marry me? Boom. Daenerys felt her mind go completely blank for a moment. That prophecy buried deep within her soul exploded once again. This is it. This is the real him. This is her prince. He didn't care about the Targaryen name. Nor did he care about any bullshit covenants. All he cared about was her. It was her. An unprecedented surge of courage welled up from her ravaged heart. That courage is enough to melt ice and snow. Enough to stand against the whole world. I do. Her voice even carried a hint of a sob. Yet it was as resolute as Valyrian steel. She stood on tiptoe and closed her eyes with all her might. She pressed her cool soft lips to Lynn's. Lynn was stunned. He could feel that in that awkward kiss there was grievance, expectation, adoration, and faith. The kiss was clumsy and fleeting when Daenerys, blushing and panting, released him. Her violet eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky of Pentos. I do, she repeated it again. A smile she had never seen before blossomed on her face. A smile that could make even the most beautiful flowers pale in comparison. This time, it's not for the Targaryens. It wasn't for the Iron Throne, it was all for him. Lynn looked at the girl in front of him, who seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation in an instant. And a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Lynn reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. The girl was very thin through her long silk dress. He could feel her frail bones. Her body was trembling slightly. Yet it was as if she had found the safest harbor. And she hugged him tightly. I used to dream all the time. Daenerys buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. I dreamt of a gigantic ice dragon and a snowfield that would never melt. I thought it was just a dream. Now I know it wasn't a dream. She looked up, gazing intently at Lynn's face. Those purple eyes were as bright as a night sky washed clean by rain. That's you calling me. Lynn didn't speak, she just listened quietly. He could feel it clearly. The seed that he had casually planted deep in her soul had grown into an unshakable, towering tree in the girl's heart. The effect is almost too good. It seems the three-eyed raven was right. Daenerys pressed her cheek against Lynn's chest, feeling his steady, powerful heartbeat, as if it were the most beautiful music in the world. Will you really marry me? She asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Not because of the Targaryen names, nor because of the alliance with my brother. Lynn looked down at the little guy in her arms who was still seeking confirmation, and found it somewhat amusing. He lifted her chin, making her look into his eyes. I told you I'm marrying Daenerys. He leaned close to her ear and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. As for your brother, a king who would even trade his own sister, do you think he's fit to be my ally? Daenerys' body stiffened. Lynn's words struck her most vulnerable spot, but this time, she didn't feel pain. Instead, she felt an unprecedented pleasure. He just really wanted to go home. She instinctively tried to defend Viserys, but her voice betrayed a lack of conviction. Even from herself, there are many ways to go home. Lynn let go of hers. But this absolutely does not include selling your sister. In the wine cellar, Viserys downed a glass of golden Arl wine in one gulp. His face flushed with a sickly redness. Illyrio. My friend, my best friend. He slapped the governor's large back forcefully. Once I reclaim the Iron Thrones, I will appoint you as Chancellor of the Exchequer. No. I will build you a new ducal castle. Right beneath King's Landing, right next to me. I want you to become the wealthiest duke in all the 7 kingdoms. Illyrio's face was full of smiles, but his eyes held a calm calculation. He had already started making plans. How many ships and provisions should be prepared for this army of 100? 0. How much profit will they extract from this highly profitable investment? But Lynn doesn't seem to be that simple. He was capable and not easily fooled. He felt he should be more careful, to avoid angering Lynn and forcing him to seek other allies. Viserys was a little drunk. He pushed aside the female slave who was trying to pour him wine and staggered out of the wine cellar. He wanted to see how his best ally and his obedient sister were getting along. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw it. Right there on that terrace facing the sea, his sister. Daenerys was being held in the arms of a man named Lynn. The sea breeze ruffled her long silver gold hair, and her face held a serene and blissful expression that Viserys had never seen before. In that instant, an indescribable mix of bitterness and anger surged up from the depths of Viserys' heart. What kind of expression is that, the girl who, since childhood, would only follow behind him, begging for his attention like a little puppy? Why did you make that expression? Everything she has is of her own making, her life, her beauty. Even her identity as a Targaryen princess. Even the mission of every Targaryen woman was to bear children for her brother. What gives her the audacity to do this? Now she was merely bestowing Daenerys upon that man. Why does she seem happier than when she was with me? The feeling of rage that someone had stolen his precious toy instantly overwhelmed his mind. Viserys clenched his fists tightly. Wrong. He quickly shook his head, forcibly suppressing the nameless anger. Daenerys is unimportant, she's just a lowly woman. The important thing is the dragon. If he could get that dragon's, he wouldn't hesitate to fight Daenerys even if the whole world turned against her. Viserys raised his head and looked up at the azure sky. An image uncontrollably flashed through his mind of the 3-headed ice dragon coiled above King's Landing, turning the Red Keep into a sea of fire, and he, Viserion Stanguarian, stood atop the dragon's back, destroying all enemies and breaching the rebellious castle. Receive the worship of all people, that's the real king. A desire even stronger than reclaiming the throne began to fester in his heart like a poisonous vine. Dragon, that dragon should be ridden by a true Targaryen. And he is the final true dragon. Not some barbarian from the north. The smile on Viserys' face gradually faded. Instead, there is a chilling coldness distorted by desire. His gaze changed as he looked at the two embracing on the terrace. Lynn was no longer his ally. Instead, it was a thief who stole his power. The dragon can only be his. Early morning at the governor's residence in Pentos. There were no birdsong, only the distant screeching of seagulls skimming over the rooftops. Sunlight streamed through the carved window lattices, casting dappled shadows on the luxurious carpet. The air was filled with a rich cloying aroma of spices, almost saccharine, as if it were drowning you in this gentle cage. Daenerys was restless. The female slaves dressed her in a moon-white silk gown. The fabric-like flowing moonlight made her already snow-white skin appear almost translucent. Her long, silver-gold hair was meticulously combed and secured with tiny pearls. Until Lynn pushed open the door and walked in. He changed into the black velvet coat that Illyrio had prepared for him. Embroidered on his chest in silver thread was an inconspicuous emblem, a ferocious 3-headed ice dragon. His simple attire, however, gave him an innate sense of oppression. Are you ready? Lynn's voice was calm. Daenerys nodded, then quickly shook her head. She stood up nervously and walked over to Lynn. Those violet eyes were filled with anticipation and unease. I don't know what to do. Do what? To be a wife. Her voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. Lynn looked at her. At the girl who was about to become his wife. Her beauty is enough to drive any man crazy. But beneath that beauty lies a soul shrouded in fear and unease for far too long. You don't need to do anything. Lynn reached out and tucked a stray strand of silver hair from her forehead behind her ear. Just be yourself. His fingertips were cool. But that gave Daenerys a sense of security. Yes, be herself. This was the only expectation her prince had of her. The wedding was so simple it was almost shabby. There were no guests, no choir, and no 7-story wedding party. In Governor Illyrio's courtyard, the fat man who was nearly incontinent yesterday from being terrified by the winter dragon's might is now beaming as the officiant at a wedding. Viserys stood to the side, a reserved yet eager smile on his face. As if he were the star of the day, a priest of the 7. Recruited from the Pentos docks, was reciting ancient oaths. His robes faded from washing. He probably never imagined in his life that he would one day step into the governor's mansion and pray for such a bizarre wedding. As in the name of the fathers, I hereby declare you husband and wife. You may kiss your wife in front of others. As soon as the priest finished speaking, Viserys was the first to clap his hands. The sound so loud it was jarring. That's great. That's great, he shouted loudly. Now we're family. An unbreakable ally. Lynn ignored his chatter. He turned around and looked at Daenerys in front of him. A charming blush graced the girl's cheeks, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. She mustered her courage, raised her eyes, and met Lynn's gaze. Lynn lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was completely different from the one on the terrace yesterday. There was no longer any probing or venting, only a gentle yet firm declaration of sovereignty. Daenerys responded awkwardly, her hands instinctively clutching the fabric of Lynn's dress. She felt like her body was melting into this embrace that made her feel incredibly safe. Illyrio prepared a small banquet. The long table was laden with delicacies from all over the world, served in glittering gold and silver vessels. Viserys was already half drunk. He had a voluptuous female slave in one arm and a wine glass in the other. He spoke loudly about how he would deal with the usurpers once he returned to Westeros. Robert Baratheon's, I'll hang his head on the gates of King's Landing. And that Kingslayer, I'm going to throw him into the dragon's mouths. His voice echoed in the empty banquet hall, sounding particularly comical. Lynn ignored him and slowly cut a piece of grilled fish from the summer sea on her plate. Daenerys sat beside him, quietly pouring him wine like a docile kitten. She was no longer the princess who could be manipulated at will, but Lynn's wife. This new identity gave her a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. Just then, Governor Illyrio clapped his hands. 2 strong slaves carried a heavy wooden box into the banquet hall. The wooden chest, made of weirwood from Westeros and with bronze corner protectors, looks ancient and mysterious, my dear friend. Illyrio had a smile plastered on his face. His large frame seemed to struggle to even stand up from the chair. This is a small gift, nothing more. Viserys stopped shouting and looked over curiously. Illyrio stepped forward and unlocked the wooden crate. The moment the lid was opened, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The box was lined with thick black velvet, and 3 enormous eggs lay quietly on it. One is dark green, covered with bronze spots. One is milky white with pale gold veins. The last one was pure black like the deep sea at midnight. Yet its surface shimmered with a strange blood-red sheen. Their surfaces are covered with fine scales that shimmer like jewels in the candlelight. Dragon egg, Viserys gasped in surprise. Instantly sobering up considerably, he stumbled forward, wanting to reach out and touch it, but was intimidated by the ancient aura it contained and dared not approach. Yes, a real dragon egg, genuine, guaranteed. A smug look appeared on Illyrio's face. They come from the shadowy lands east of Astapor, and are priceless, however. They have long since turned to stone. He added regretfully. The slaves and priests present gasped in astonishment. This is indeed a gift befitting Daenerys' status. Daenerys' gaze was fixed on the dragon egg from the moment she saw it. A stirring deep within her blood made her involuntarily stand up and walk to the wooden box. She reached out her slender hand and gently stroked the black and red dragon egg. It feels cold and hard to the touch, truly like stone. But for some reason she sensed a faint, heart-like pulse within it, just pretty stones. Viserys quickly lost interest, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. I now possess a living dragon. Illyrio, you'd be better off sending me a ship full of gold. Lynn did not speak, he stepped forward, his gaze falling on the 3 dragon eggs. Of course he knew what it was. This is not a stone at all. This is Drogon, this is Rhaego, this is Viserion, of course. This time he won't be called that name anymore. It is the 3-headed dragon that will burn Slaver Bay in the future. Making the whole world tremble, he suppressed his joy and, imitating Daenerys, reached out and touched the green dragon egg, cold hard. There was nothing unusual. But he knew that this was just an illusion. Bloodline and raging fires. Lynn's gaze inadvertently swept across Daenerys' stunningly beautiful face. His lips moved slightly, and a crazy yet audacious plan had already taken shape in his mind. What he wanted was more than just a 3-headed dragon. He wants them all. It's late at night. There was no romantic atmosphere in Lynn and Daenerys' bridal chamber. The 3 dragon eggs were placed in the center of the room. The fireplace roared with flames, casting their shadows on the wall like 3 lurking beasts. Daenerys sat on the soft carpet, clutching the black and red dragon egg. She held the egg tightly in her arms. It was as if it weren't a cold stone but her long-lost child. I can feel it. She looked up at Lynn with her strikingly bright purple eyes. It's talking to me. Lynn walked over to her and sat down. What did it say? It said it was cold. Daenerys' voice carried a hint of heartache. Lynn didn't think she was talking nonsense. The Targaryen bloodline has always had a mysterious connection with dragons. Just like Master Aemon back then. He reached out and placed his hand over Daenerys' hand, which was holding the dragon egg. Her hands were very cold, like a piece of jade. Perhaps we can make it a little warmer, as Lynn spoke. He turned his gaze to the flickering flames in the fireplace. Daenerys seemed to understand something, and her breathing became rapid. She looked at Lynn's, then at the flames in the fireplace, a flicker of hesitation and fear crossing her beautiful eyes. Fire is the Targaryens' destiny and also their curse. Her brother always had the phrase, the wrath of the sleeping dragon, on his lips, threatening to burn her alive. Be afraid. Lynn's voice seemed to possess a magical power, easily soothing the fear in her heart. He took her hand along with the dragon egg. Slowly, little by little, they approached the fireplace. A wave of heat washed over her, causing Daenerys to close her eyes in fear. However, the expected burning pain did not occur. She felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from the dragon egg. It flowed down her arm and spread throughout her entire body. The feeling was like soaking in warm spring water on a cold winter night. She cautiously opened her eyes. The scene before her completely stunned her. The dark red dragon egg, instead of cracking under the scorching flames, began to emit an eerie red glow. The fine scales on the eggshell seemed to come alive, shimmering slightly in the light. What she found most incredible was, her hand was placed in the flames, yet she felt no burning pain whatsoever. I'm not afraid of fire, Daenerys murmured to herself, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Lynn didn't speak, but slowly poured ice magic into the 3 dragon eggs. Just then, thump, a sound, extremely faint yet crystal clear, came from inside the dragon egg. Daenerys froze. Thump. Thump, thump, the sound grew faster and clearer, like a heart that had slumbered for 1,000 years. It began to beat anew at the call of the flames. It's alive. It really came to life. The dragon egg has been activated. The sound of a heartbeat, thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat dormant for 1,000 years awakens amidst the interplay of flame and frost. Daenerys' body stiffened. She held the black and red dragon egg as if she were holding a newborn baby. That clear and powerful pulse traveled through her palms and spread throughout her entire body. It's alive, she murmured to herself. Those violet eyes were filled with shock. Lynn did not speak. His hand remained on top of Daenerys' hand. Cold magic power flowed continuously into the 3 dragon eggs. It creates an eerie balance with the flames in the fireplace. He knew, of course, that the dragon egg was alive. But he knew even more clearly that this was just the beginning. Fire and frost alone are far from enough to get these 3 real dragons to hatch. These 3 dragon eggs require offerings. It needs the blood of a king to nourish its throne. It needs the blood of a true dragon to awaken its bloodline. It also needs the blood of a sage to unlock its wisdom. Lynn's gaze pierced through the flickering flames, as if he were seeing the distant east. That boundless grassland known as the Dothraki Sea. He saw a man riding a magnificent horse, with a burly figure and an imposing presence like a lion. Khal Drogo, a born king. He then saw a witch kneeling in the dust. Her eyes filled with malice-casting blood magic. Miri Mazdal, a sage who knows blood magic. Finally, his gaze fell back on Pentos. It landed on the man who was currently lost in his dream of being a king. Completely drunk Viserys Stangrarian. The final true dragon. The offerings have been chosen, the feast is about to begin. Lynn, Daenerys' voice pulled him back to reality. She looked up, her stunningly beautiful face a mixture of joy and confusion. What should we do, it seems, it figured it out. Don't rush. Lynn withdrew his hand and also withdrew his frost magic. The light and pulse on the dragon egg dimmed instantly. A hint of disappointment appeared on Daenerys' face. It needs more nutrients. Lynn stood up and pulled Daenerys up from the carpet. A grand sacrifice. Daenerys nodded, seemingly understanding. She had no idea what Lynn meant by nourishment and sacrifice. But she trusted him unconditionally. Her prince, her king, can never be wrong. The next day, when Viserys woke up from his hangover, he felt like his head was about to split open. He staggered out of the room, intending to find a female slave to serve him. But his eyes immediately fell upon the 3 dragon eggs placed in the center of the courtyard. In the morning sunlight their surfaces gleamed with a warm, lustrous sheen. It no longer seemed like a cold stone, but rather something imbued with life. Viserys sobered up considerably in an instant. He strode forward, reached out, and tried to touch the black and red dragon egg. But before his hand could even touch it, it was grabbed by another hand. It's Daenerys. Don't touch it. Daenerys' voice was soft, yet carried an invisible threat. Viserys was stunned. He looked at his younger sister, this girl, who had followed him around since childhood, never daring to breathe too loudly. Actually dared to stop him now. What did you say? Viserys' face instantly darkened. Dany, have you forgotten who your king is? Lynn gave them to me. Daenerys did not back down. Those purple eyes met Viserys' fury. Viserys felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Everything you have is thanks to me, your life, your status. Even your current husband are all gifts from me. These dragon eggs, they belong to the Targaryens. They belong to me. Belonging to the last true dragon bloodline. He forcefully shook off Daenerys' hand and reached for the dragon egg. I think you've misunderstood something, King Viserys. A cold voice came from behind him. Viserys froze. He slowly turned around and saw Lynn standing there, seemingly out of nowhere. These dragon eggs were a gift from Governor Illyrio to my wife and me. So they are now my property. Lynn walked up to Viserys, his dark eyes calmly fixed on him. And you are nothing more than a beggar king living under someone else's roof. Are you? Viserys' face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he trembled with humiliation and rage. King of beggars. He hates that title the most. It seems you haven't grasped your situation yet. Lynn ignored his anger. Your throne, your army, your hope for revenge, they are all now in my hands. With just one word from me, you'll revert to being that beggar king, humiliated and ridiculed, begging on the streets of the free trade city. Lynn's words extinguished all of Viserys' anger and pride. He looked at Lynn's calm face and a chill ran through him. He then realized the man before her was not an ally she could easily manipulate. He was a monster more terrifying than a dragon. Viserys' lips moved. He could never utter the words, "I am the true dragon," again. "I just desperately want to revive our family." He racked his brains for a long time before finally coming up with a lame excuse. "Very good." Lynn seemed quite pleased with his pragmatism. "In that case, we should get going. Departure where to?" Viserys was taken aback. "Back to Westeros?" "No." Lynn shook her head. "Your army of 100. 0 savages will be waiting for you in the north. We now need to recruit soldiers and horses. And then conquer a new army." Lynn's gaze turned eastward. Dothraki. The atmosphere in Governor Illyrio's mansion became somewhat strange. Conquering the Dothraki. Illyrio's enormous body sank into the recliner. His expression utterly captivating. He had heard countless crazy plans in his life, but none could compare to Lynn's conquering the Dothraki. Those savages who lived on horseback. Like a swarm of locusts, they have no cities, no kings. There are only cuirasses who follow the strong. They revered force and lived by plunder. Even the mighty Valyrian freehold was helpless against them. "Lord Lynn, perhaps you have some misunderstandings about the Dothraki." Illyrio wiped the sweat from his brow. "They cannot be conquered. They are like the wind. Coming and going without a trace, the wind can be guided." Lynn picked up her glass and took a sip. "Now there is a most powerful Khalasar on the Dothraki Sea. Their leader is called Khal Drogo, a man who has never been defeated in battle. By killing him and annexing his cuirass, we can gain an elite cavalry force of over 80,000 men. Then, with this Khalasar as our core, we can snowball our way into conquering all the smaller tribes and unifying the entire Dothraki Sea." Illyrio was terrified. He had to admit that while the plan was crazy, it wasn't impossible. If the Dothraki Sea can truly be unified, the golden trade route connecting east and west will be completely opened up. That would drive even Braavos's Iron Bank Empire mad. This is too risky." Illyrio was still hesitating. "The warriors of Drogo are the fiercest of the Dothraki. They only follow the strongest call." "That's perfect." Lynn smiled. "I'll show them what true strength really is. I will personally cut off his braid and let him taste the bitterness of defeat." Viserys listened with great excitement. He had already begun to fantasize about riding a giant dragon, leading tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry, and charging into King's Landing. That would be 100 times more glorious than leading a bunch of savages to attack a city. "Illyrio, give him the ship," Viserys shouted excitedly. "Give him the best ship, the fastest ship. I command you to fulfill all his demands." Illyrio sighed helplessly. He knew he had no other choice. "I only need 3 ships, Lynn held up 3 fingers. "And sufficient fresh water and supplies, besides." Lynn's gaze fell on Viserys. "King Viserys, please come with us. Isn't it necessary for the future king of the 7 kingdoms to witness the birth of his first army?" Upon hearing this, Viserys puffed out his chest. His face full of self-righteous pride, that's for sure. He was completely unaware that he was about to embark on a one-way road to hell. He could never have imagined that the blood of the true dragon he had been dreaming of would flow out in the way he least wanted to see. Lynn is keeping him around now only to sacrifice him along with Khal Drogo once he has collected all the dragon eggs. 3 days later, the port of Pentos. 3 merchant ships belonging to Governor Illyrio have already raised their sails. Lynn stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze ruffling his long black robe. Daenerys stood quietly beside him like a dutiful wife, straightening his collar which had been ruffled by the wind. There was no longer any timidity or unease on her face. Instead, there is an anticipation and happiness of embarking on a journey with one's beloved. The 3 dragon eggs were carefully placed in the deepest part of the ship's cabin, wrapped in warm silk. Viserys also changed into a smart riding outfit, with a flashy and practical gilded longsword at his waist. He held his head high, surveying the busy slaves and sailors on the dock with the gaze one would give a survey of one's own territory. He was already imagining how the barbarians would worship him. This true dragon when they arrived at the Dothraki Sea. Perhaps Lynn doesn't even need to intervene. With a single call from him, those barbarian riders would kneel at his feet and kiss his boots. As for Lynn, a cold, sinister glint flashed deep in Viserys' eyes. He was nothing more than a thief who stole the power of the Targaryens. Once he had control of the Dothraki, he reclaimed his dragon eggs and army. He will show this northern barbarian who the true master is. Set sail at the captain's command. The heavy anchor was slowly pulled up, 3 merchant ships, each carrying its own ambition and desire, slowly sailed away from the port of Pentos, heading towards the Vasterland more bloody. Eastern continent cutting through the waves. The sea breeze from the narrow sea, carrying a salty and damp feel, fluttered the sails of the 3 merchant ships. The continent of Westeros had long since disappeared beyond the horizon. All that could be seen was an endless expanse of blue. Lynn stood at the bow of the ship, with Daenerys standing quietly beside him. She changed out of her elaborate silk dress and into a linen dress that was easy to move in. Her long, silver-gold hair was braided into a thick braid that hung down her back. On the deck, Daenerys pulled up Lynn's collar, which had been blown up by the sea breeze. The timidity and unease of their first meeting had long since faded from that stunningly beautiful face. What replaced it was a tenderness belonging to a wife, and boundless anticipation for the future. Her hand was naturally held in Lynn's palm, their fingers intertwined. These past few days have been the most peaceful days of her life. No more having to watch my brother's unpredictable moods. No more worrying about where your next meal will come from. They don't need to be treated like commodities, always ready to be traded away. Her prince is right beside her now. If you cross this sea and head southeast, you'll reach Valantes. Daenerys pointed into the distance, her beautiful violet eyes gleaming with wisdom. That was the oldest and largest of the free trade city-states. They used slaves to build a huge black wall, separating themselves from the outside world. There was a hint of barely perceptible disgust in her voice. My brother always said that when he reclaims the Iron Throne, he will build an even more magnificent wall to keep all the enemies out. In that citadel were tens of thousands of slaves, all with iron chains around their necks and tattoos on their faces indicating their status. Daenerys looked at Lynn's profile. Do you think they would yearn for freedom? Lynn didn't answer, she just listened quietly. He could sense that Daenerys was trying to understand the world in her own way, instead of accepting the distorted perceptions of hatred and prejudice that Viserys instilled in her. As she had done in the past, east of Valantes lies the Sea of Dothraki. When Daenerys mentioned that boundless grassland, a hint of complexity crept into her voice. They say the grass there is so tall it can drown a horse's back, and when the wind blows it looks like a green sea. The Dothraki lived a nomadic life on that grassland, born on horseback and dying on horseback as free as the wind. There was a hint of longing in her tone. Lynn knew that what she longed for was not the savagery of the Dothraki, but rather their unbridled vitality. You seem to know this place very well, Lynn finally spoke. I grew up here. Daenerys landed on his shoulder, her voice somewhat downcast. From Bravos to and then to Pentos we were kicked around like a ball. Every time me brother said, this is our last time wandering, but each time, we had to flee in a panic before dawn, carrying all our belongings, because those people would come to collect debts again. She raised her head, her purple eyes fixed on Lynn. Now do we have a home? Lynn's heartstrings were gently plucked, and he pulled her closer. When we return, the entire north will be your home. The sea breeze ruffled her skirt, making her look like an elf about to ride the wind away. Roar! A deep dragon roar came from the clouds, breaking the tranquility of the sea. Winter's massive form pierced through the clouds, the air currents from its wings carving 2 white streaks across the sea. It circled and descended, its 3 enormous heads curiously surveying the toy-like ship below. The most lively dragon head on the left suddenly stretched its neck and cautiously approached the ship's side, getting close to Daenerys, its vertical golden pupils, as dark as lava held no trace of violence or ferocity, but rather a pure curiosity. It gently sniffed Daenerys' scent, letting out a soft purr like a cat whining. Then it gently nuzzled Daenerys' shoulder with its huge nose. Daenerys was startled at first, and her body tensed up instinctively. But when that warm breath sprayed on her cheeks, the fear in her heart miraculously disappeared. She tentatively reached out and gently patted the dragon, which was larger than her whole body. Winter seemed to enjoy the caress. Comfortably squinting her eyes, Lynn stood to the side, watching the scene expressionlessly. But her eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly. An indescribable feeling of bitterness welled up from the bottom of my heart without warning. This dragon was raised by me by my own hands. What we eat, what we drink, aren't they all provided by ourselves? Now things are really messed up in just a few days. He's already learned to flirt with other women. Lynn suddenly understood Robb Stark's feelings back then. Who wouldn't be angry if they're carefully nurtured? Beautiful cabbage was eaten by a pig of unknown origin. The problem is this pig is still one that I raised myself. This made me even angrier. It seems to like me a lot. Daenerys turned around, a bright smile spreading across her face. Those violet eyes sparkled with a light never before seen. Its eyesight isn't very good, Lynn replied casually. Daenerys was taken aback, then understood what Lynn meant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she couldn't help but smile. She discovered that her husband wasn't as cold as he seemed on the surface. Winter spent a brief moment being affectionate with her, only to be glared at by Lynn with a cold look. The three heads shrank back, flapped their wings with a pitiful expression, and flew back into the sky, that disputed territory. Daenerys was in a good mood as she pointed to the blurry coastline in the distance. He began to introduce the land to Lynn. Countless wars have broken out here. The three free city-states of Mill lies, and Tyros have fought for control of this land for over a century. She raised her slender finger and pointed southeast. To the east lies Milton, a city renowned for its exquisite tapestries and lace. Many of the luxury items in Governor Illyrio's mansion came from there. The people there are skilled in using poison. Their tear-like poison is colorless and odorless, killing without a trace. She spoke fluently and clearly, her beautiful face radiating confidence. She was no longer the girl who would tremble in fear behind her brother. She was trying her best to show Lynn her worth. Not far away in the shadows of the ship's gunwale, Viserys downed the last drop of wine from his flask. The spicy liquid burned his esophagus, but it couldn't extinguish the fire of jealousy in his heart. He looked at the two figures nestled together on the deck. He looked at Daenerys' face with a happiness and trust he had never seen before. A happiness he felt from the bottom of his heart. His fists were clenched tightly. That woman is his. She's his sister, and she's part of his Targaryen family's property. From childhood to adulthood, she was like a docile puppy, always following behind him with pleading eyes. Now, what gives her the right to show that kind of expression to another man? That man was nothing more than a northern barbarian who had stolen the power of the Targaryens. He is the true dragon. He should be the one to ride the dragon. The throne should be inherited by him. Viserys staggered to his feet, alcohol and jealousy mingling and fermenting in his mind into a deadly poison. He stumbled over there. What are you talking about, my dear sister? His voice was tinged with drunkenness and harshness. Is this teaching our great king of the frontier how to distinguish good wine from bad? Daenerys stiffened, instinctively trying to break free from Lynn's embrace. Lynn pressed down on her shoulders, making sure she stayed securely in his arms. We're talking about future territories, Your Majesty. Lynn's tone was calm and even. The Dothraki Sea, Slavers Bay, and even further east to Asshole. Your kingdom is much more than just Westeros. These words acted like a powerful drug, instantly stimulating Viserys' alcohol-numbed brain. Right, his kingdom, his future empire, he is the true king. But the next second, when he saw Daenerys still comfortably nestled in Lynn's arms, not even bothering to glance at him, that nameless fire suddenly flared up again. He felt ignored and humiliated by that despicable couple. Are you? Viserys extended a trembling finger and pointed it at Daenerys. Go back to your cabin, you have no right to speak here. He was trying to regain his authority as an elder brother and as a king in this way. Daenerys finally raised her head and glanced at him. There was no fear, no submission in his eyes. Only a kind of pity, as if looking at a clown. That one glance shattered Viserys' last shred of reason. You be **ch. He roared like an enraged beast and pounced on Daenerys. How dare you defy me? I'll show you what the wrath of a sleeping dragon truly means. His hand was about to grasp Daenerys' smooth, silver hair. However, the next second, his movements were strangely frozen in midair. Viserys lowered his head in horror. He watched in disbelief as a thin, breathtakingly beautiful layer of frost spread visibly from Lynn's feet. It instantly covered the cuffs of his luxurious velvet coat. The frost didn't harm him, but it seemed to freeze even his soul. That was an absolute suppression from a higher level of life. Your Majesty, it seems you are truly drunk. Lynn's voice remained calm. He slowly raised his hand. The frost on Viserys melted away instantly. As if it had never been there. Is it an illusion? Viserys' mind was clouded by alcohol. Have you forgotten who you are? Viserys roared at Daenerys. You are a Targaryen princess. Your blood, your body, everything you have is mine. You should be pleasing me, not this thief who stole our family's power. He turned his head and glared at Lynn with a look of disgust. And you? Don't think that marrying my sister will give you everything a Targaryen has to offer. The dragons, they will only submit to the bloodline of true dragons. I am the final true dragon. He raised his head and, with all his might, let out a roar at the winter solstice circling in the sky. Dracarys, the sea breeze, howled, and the only response he received were the mocking cries of seagulls. Winter simply tilted the largest dragon head in the middle and glanced at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Then he yawned, a visible plume of white. Chilling air shot out from its massive maw, hurtling towards Viserys. Viserys shivered from the cold air, and half of his anger was instantly extinguished. The scene became quite awkward. It seems your dragons have not heeded your commands. King Viserys, Lynn's voice was unreadable. Viserys staggered back 2 steps, his face alternating between red and white. Looking extremely unsightly, he couldn't understand why. Why don't dragons obey my commands? I am the one with Targaryen blood, could it be? Could it be that I am not a true dragon? No, impossible. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he swiftly suppressed it in terror. It must be that northerners. He must have used some kind of witchcraft to bewitch the dragon. Your sister is now my wife, Lynn stepped forward, his tall figure completely shielding Daenerys behind him. And you are merely a guest about to see your own army. I hope you remember this identity and don't do anything foolish again. Lynn's voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down Viserys' spine. Otherwise, Lynn didn't continue. He simply raised his hand and gently placed it on the railing of the ship's side. Click. A thin layer of frost spread rapidly outwards from the center of his palm. The railings, made of hard ironwood, groaned under the weight of the frost. Viserys' pupils contracted sharply, and the color drained from his face instantly. This time he really saw it. That wasn't an illusion. Is this magic? He looked into Lynn's eyes, as dark as night. A fear originating from the depths of his soul caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. He finally realized that he had provoked no ally at all. Instead, he is a capricious devil who can crush him at any moment. Viserys' lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Look. Lynn withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. You should be more sober now. Viserys turned and walked silently toward his cabin, his back view desolate and disheveled. Daenerys watched her brother's departing figure. A person who cannot even control their own emotions is not fit to be a king. Lynn interrupted hers. He watched Viserys' retreating figure with a cold gaze. Just a mad dog eager to die when he reaches Slaver's Bay. He will pay for the crimes he committed against Daenerys with Viserys' blood. Meanwhile, Viserys back in his cabin kicked over a wine glass on the table. He lunged at the wooden box containing the dragon egg, frantically trying to open it. But the box had already been sealed by Lynn using ice magic. He could only pound the box with his fists like a madman until his knuckles bled profusely. "Mine's all mine," he leaned against the wooden crate. Slumped to the ground and let out a frantic growl. Fear and humiliation eventually coalesced in his heart into a murderous intent colder than the narrow sea. He raised his head, and his pale purple eyes no longer held any madness or rage. Only a chilling coldness. "You will die, I will kill you. Dragons and Daenerys and the Iron Throne. Everything will be mine." Merchant ships sailed across the summer sea, and the air grew increasingly hot and humid. The cold winds of Westeros seemed like a memory from a past life. Now the blazing sun beats down on the deck, causing sticky sweat to seep from every pore. Daenerys nestled in Lynn's arms, the sea breeze ruffling her long silver gold hair. She pointed to a name circled in red ink on the nautical chart. A hint of doubt in her voice. "Astapor. The Dothraki are a herd of undisciplined wild horses, Dany." Lynn's voice was calm. He held Daenerys' hand, feeling its delicate warmth. "They can breach a city wall, but they'll also turn on each other in the next second to fight over a woman. They can only be conquered." Lynn's gaze drifted to the distant southeast. There a reddish-brown coastline is slowly emerging. Astapor, the Pearl of Slavers' Bay. A city built with blood and bricks finally came into view. The massive red brick wall gleamed blindingly under the blazing sun, as if it were soaked in blood. At the highest point of the city wall, a colossal bronze harpy statue stands aloft, holding chains and a whip, looking down contemptuously at every ship entering and leaving the harbor. An indescribable stench wafted over with the hot wind. It was the smell of sweat, spice dust, and a mixture of mummies. Daenerys frowned instinctively and buried her face even deeper into Lynn's arms. "This is Astapor," Viserys' voice came from not far away, carrying a morbid excitement. He stood on the ship's railing, gazing greedily at the city that exuded an aura of wealth and crime. "The city of slaves. They say there are more slaves than free people here. Look at those idiots. That fat Illyrio is actually afraid of them. They deserve to be trampled underfoot." The merchant ship slowly entered the port on the docks. Countless bare-chested slaves with iron collars around their necks were being whipped by overseers and were being hauled heavy cargo like animals. Their eyes were empty and numb. It was as if its soul had already been ripped out. As Lynn and his group descended the gangway, several men in toga robes with high-bridged noses immediately surrounded them. They were slave traders. Those shrewd eyes swept back and forth between Daenerys and the several female slaves accompanying her, as if assessing the quality of goods. "Get out of here." Lynn didn't even glance at them, simply uttering 2 words. The slave traders wanted to say something more, but when they met Lynn's eyes as dark as the night, the rest of their words stuck in their throats. They unconsciously took a few steps back, making way for each other. After passing through the dirty and crowded docks, the group entered the city of Astapor. Unlike the chaos at the docks, the city streets were wide and clean-lined with tall, pyramid-shaped red brick buildings. This is the dwelling place of the benevolent, however. Beneath this pristine appearance lies a deeper sin. Along both sides of the street at regular intervals, there was a slave nailed to a wooden stake. Most of them were already dead, their bodies dried up by the scorching sun. Vultures circled overhead, occasionally swooping down to peck at the carrion. This is Astapor's Road of Pride. It was used to intimidate all slaves with malicious intentions. Daenerys' face grew increasingly pale. She gripped Lynn's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Just then, a commotion arose from the square not far ahead. It was a huge square known as Punishment Square. At this moment in the center of the square, a richly dressed benevolent master is pointing with an ivory-inlaid whip at a row of young boys who are shirtless and branded with the mark of a harpy on their chests. Look, a gentleman from Karths. The benevolent man's voice was harsh yet self-satisfied. Check out my latest stock, the purest Unsullied. There is not a trace of fear or weakness in their bodies. They are perfect killing machines. To prove his point, he snapped his fingers. An overseer dragged a ragged female slave out of the crowd. The female slave held an infant in her arms. This is the final step. The smile on the benevolent man's face turned cruel. Sever their last emotional ties with this world. He pointed to one of the boys in the group and gave the order. You come here, the boy, who looked no more than 10 years old, came out. His eyes were as empty as a walking corpse. Kill that B*******D. The benevolent master pointed his whip at the baby in the female slave's arms and said in a nonchalant tone. The female slave's body trembled violently. She looked at the benevolent man in terror, then at the boy approaching hers, making a hoarse sound in her throat, but unable to utter a single word of pleading. The boy walked up to her and drew a short spear from his waist. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but his gaze was quickly replaced by indifference. A soft tearing sound of flesh and blood. The baby's crying stopped abruptly. Blood splattered on the female slave's desperate and numb face. The boy drew his short spear expressionlessly. He wiped the blood from the spear tip with the dirty hem of the female slave's clothes, then turned and returned to the ranks from beginning to end. His facial expression remained completely unchanged. It was as if he had just killed not a living being, but an insignificant insect. A piercing scream shattered the noise in the square. Not that female slave who lost her child, it was Daenerys. She could no longer suppress the horror and anger in her heart. Those violet eyes were filled with tears, quiet. Lynn's arms wrapped around Daenerys' waist like iron clamps, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Lynn's voice was low, ringing in her ear. Look, Dany, look carefully. Remember this face, remember the faces of these people. Remember what their so-called pride is built upon. Daenerys' body trembled violently. She buried her face in Lynn's chest, her suppressed sobs almost suffocating her. Lynn didn't say anything more, she just looked up. He calmly watched the benevolent man who was talking at length about the quality of his goods. That gaze held neither anger nor pity. There was only a bottomless, icy abyss. It's like looking at a dead person. Viserys was briefly stunned by what he saw in the plaza. But soon that awe turned into a distorted yearning. Absolute obedience, absolute control. This is the power a king should possess. He looked at the immaculate ones, who stood motionless like statues, and his eyes were filled with greed that almost overflowed. If he could have such an army led by a slave guide. Lynn and his party arrived at a magnificent mansion located high in the city. This is one of the most luxurious estates in Astapor, belonging to a wealthy businessman who was often away on business. Lynn simply had the guide deliver a badge engraved with a three-headed ice dragon to the manor's butler. Half an hour later, they became the new owners of the mansion. The mansion was filled with slaves dressed in pure white linen garments. They walked cautiously between the corridors and gardens, heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Lynn has Viserys under house arrest. He'll come out and cause trouble sooner or later. When Daenerys can no longer tolerate Viserys, it will be his end. Lynn didn't want Viserys to ruin his relationship with Daenerys. In the room, Daenerys was still reeling from the horror of the day. She sat on the soft silk bed, her hands wrapped around her knees. Her beautiful face devoid of color. Those people, they are no longer human, her voice was bitter. They are monsters created by those demons using the blood of children. Lynn walked over to her and sat down. He didn't say anything to comfort her, but simply brought a glass of warm mead to her lips. Daenerys obediently took a sip, and her trembling subsided slightly. They are the most elite warriors in the world. Lynn's voice was calm, and they will soon belong to us. Please, Daenerys abruptly raised her head. Her tearful purple eyes filled with resistance and disgust. Can we get rid of these monsters? I don't want to be a slave owner. I won't become a monster like them. Lynn looked at her quietly, looking at her pure and kind heart that refused to compromise in the face of evil. Lynn suddenly smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Who said you were going to be a slave owner? He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the lights of Astapor are on. The bronze harpia, symbol of enslavement and oppression, appeared even more ferocious in the night. You think I brought you here to buy a bunch of slaves? Lynn turned around and looked at Daenerys, her dark eyes gleaming with a light she couldn't understand. I told you, Dany, I'm here to break some things. For example, the chains of those slaves. Just then a slave came in to report, my lord. A sergeant claiming to be Jorah Mormont requests an audience. Let him in. A moment later a tall, broad-shouldered man walked into the brightly lit hall. He was in his 40s, and his weathered face bore an inescapable weariness and melancholy. He was wearing a badly worn set of chainmail, covered by a faded smock. Embroidered on the chest is a standing black bear. A knight exiled to a foreign land, the man entered the hall, his gaze first falling on Daenerys. When he saw those iconic silver hair and purple eyes, a complex emotion flickered in his gray eyes. He had already heard about it from Illyrio. Daenerys and Viserys were taken away by a mysterious young man who even had dragons. They followed him and made many inquiries before finally finding this place. He knelt on one knee, greetings to Jorah Mormont, my queen. Daenerys glanced at Lynn instinctively, and seeing that he didn't object, spoke softly. Rise, Sir Mormont. Jorah Mormont stood up, his gaze then turning to Lynn, who was standing next to Daenerys. Is this young man the mysterious figure with a three-headed dragon mentioned in Illyrio's letter? He looks too young, Jorah subtly observed, trying to find some quality in him that matched that of the mythical beast. However, the next second, his gaze froze completely. He stared intently at the longsword at Lynn's waist. The hilt was wrapped in black leather, but the ferocious wolf head at the top was carved from pale weirwood. Two red garnet eyes gleamed faintly in the candlelight. Valyrian sword, long claws, boom. Jorah felt her mind go completely blank. How is that possible, this sword? How did this family sword, passed down through generations of the Mormont family, end up here? It appeared on this strange man's waist. Years ago, he brought great shame upon his family by illegally selling slaves. When he fled the north in haste, he left this sword on Bear Island, feeling ashamed to wear it any longer later. His father sent it to the wall, hoping it would forever guard the north. It should be on the Great Wall in the father's hands. This sword, Jorah extended a slightly trembling finger and pointed at the long claw at Lynn's waist. Where did you get it? Lynn did not answer immediately. He simply looked calmly at the man before him, at the complex expression on his face that was a mixture of shock, shame and pain. A gift, Lynn finally spoke. From the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch. Jorah's body swayed violently, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he staggered back a step. Commander-in-chief. Father actually gave the clan's sword to an outsider. Why? A tremendous sense of panic and bitterness at being abandoned and replaced overwhelmed him instantly. Who exactly are you? Jorah looked up, his gray eyes bloodshot. Jorah Mormont, heir to Bear Island, the only son of old Bear Giorgio Mormont. Lynn did not answer his question, but instead revealed his identity in one sentence. For the sake of a vain woman, they were willing to sell poachers to the Talosi as slaves, breaking the law, a fugitive abandoned by his own father, hunted by Ned Stark and fleeing in panic to Essos. Every word Lynn said pierced Jorah Mormont's deepest wounds. The shame he had deliberately forgotten over the years was now exposed. Bloodily under the lights, Jorah's face turned deathly pale. Instantly his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. He had assumed that he was sent by Illyrio to guide and monitor these people. But now he realized that in front of this young man, he was like a clown stripped naked, with no secrets whatsoever. Daenerys was also stunned. She looked at Lynn in surprise, then at the distraught knight before her. Judging from Jorah's behavior, these words seem to be true. Jorah instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, a warrior's primal reaction. But then he bitterly let go of her hand, rebellion. What can we use to resist? The other party didn't even bother to use the legendary dragon. Those few words alone were enough to completely shatter his dignity and will. He thought he would face humiliation or death. But what Lynn said next completely stunned him. Your father often talks about you to me. There was no emotion in Lynn's voice. He said he missed his time on Bear Island. He thinks about you every single moment. This is a lie. But for an exile tormented by guilt for years, this lie was sweeter than any honey. Jorah's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He hoped that the heir to the Mormont family would once again take up Longclaw and fight for the family's honor. Lynn continued, instead of being a shady spy for a fat businessman, groveling for a hollow pardons, then go and pledge allegiance to a beggar king who even considered selling his own sister. Lynn's words completely shattered Jorah's last pretense. Yessa had been working for Varys, the spider of King's Landing, monitoring the Targaryen siblings' movements in exchange for a chance to return home. This is a dirty deal. There is no place for you in Westeros, Sir Jorah. Lynn walked up to him, his tall figure completely engulfing him. But I can give you a new option, swear allegiance to me. Not to the Targaryen princess, but to me. Lynn's voice echoed in the empty hall. Help me take this city and free all the slaves. After this is done, I will appeal to the Warden of the North, the Warden of the Seven Kingdoms, for forgiveness for your crimes, if they disagree. I will pardon all your crimes in the name of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and the King beyond the wall. You may live in the gifted land, or you may return to Bear Island with your head held high and inherit your father's title. Even as Lynn paused, take back from me the Valyrian sword that belongs to your family. Jorah Mormont's mind was reeling. Go home, pardon. Retrieve the long claws. These were all things he never dared to dream of. He looked at the young man before him. He was neither as mad as Viserys nor as money-grubbing as Illyrio. He was powerful and possessed the strength to destroy the world. Yet he was willing to challenge a city-state for the sake of a complete stranger. A slave, he possessed a quality that Jorah had never seen before. A quality befitting a true leader, perhaps. This is the kind of king I should follow. Jorah Mormont looked at Lynn's, then at the family sword at his waist, a symbol of the family's honor and shame. His last hesitation vanished completely at that moment. He slowly knelt down on one knee once more, this time. It wasn't out of courtesy, but from the bottom of my heart that I surrendered. The metal knee plate struck the cold marble floor with a crisp sound. I Jorah Mormont offer you my sword, me life, and my shattered glory. His voice was unpleasant, yet incredibly solemn. From this day forward I will be your most loyal sword, cutting through all thorns in your paths. Jorah is willing to serve you. Lynn looked at the man kneeling before her, and a smile finally appeared on her face. A guide familiar with Essos fluent in multiple languages, and with extensive combat experience has been acquired. Very well, rise, Sir Jorah. Lynn reached out and helped him up. You won't regret the choice you made today. Your father has stepped down as Commander-in-Chief and gone to retire and enjoy life. I've arranged for some Night's Watch brothers to be specifically responsible for his safety. You have nothing to worry about and can rest assured. If we act quickly enough, you might even make it back to Westeros in time to be with your father during the final moments of his life. Don't leave any regrets after he dies. Lynn patted him on the shoulder. The Xing family members, regardless of gender, are all highly skilled fighters capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. This is not to say about their combat capabilities. Barren land cannot nurture powerful warriors, but it can forge an unparalleled will. This is also the fundamental reason why Jorah works under Lynn. Jorah stood up, feeling as if the invisible shackles on his shoulders had been shattered in that instant. He felt much more relaxed. Now I'm going to give you a task. Lynn turned around and looked out the window at the city that lay dormant in the night like a monster. I want to buy all the Unsullied from Astapor. Jorah was taken aback. But then he understood Lynn's intention. He wanted to use this method to bring all the Unsullied under his control without bloodshed. Can, my lord, the price of an Unsullied is astronomical, Jorah reminded her. Even Governor Illyrio might not be able to come up with that much money all at once. Lynn turned her head to Morrow. Go and tell the benevolent lord of Astapor Krasnamonakraz. Just say I have enough money to buy all his Unsullied. You go and make contact with him first. The nights in Astapor are warm and sticky. Jorah Mormont accepted the order and left. His figure quickly disappeared behind the heavy gates of the mansion. Forged from black iron and red copper. An eerie silence fell over the hall. Viserys' patience had clearly run out. He paced restlessly back and forth on the luxurious carpet, his pale purple eyes gleaming with greed and impatience. What are we waiting for? He stopped abruptly, almost roaring at Lynn. Use your dragons, burn this damned city to the ground. Burn all those good ones to ashes. Then all the immaculate ones will be ours. That's so simple so fast, Lynn didn't even look up at him. But slowly and methodically used a small silver knife to peel a blood orange from the summer sea. Crimson juice dripped down the blade, spreading a small, startling red stain on the golden plate. Daenerys sat to the side, watching Lynn's incredibly steady hand sand miraculously. The fear and unease in her heart subsided considerably. What the king needs is a loyal army, not a pack of beasts enslaved by fear. Lynn's voice was calm, loyalty, ha. Viserys felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Strength is loyalty, as long as my dragon flies in the sky. They will only dare to kneel at my feet and kiss my boots. He pointed to the submissive slaves outside the window. Look at them, Lynn, they were born inferiors. Obedience is ingrained in their very bones. If you show them kindness, they'll only think you're weak and easily bullied. Just then, a young female slave in a long linen dress carefully entered, carrying a pot of chilled mead. She looked younger than Daenerys, and her dark eyes were filled with fear and unease. She walked very slowly and very quietly. She was afraid that the slightest sound of her sandals scraping against the smooth marble floor would disturb these newly arrived dignitaries. She dared not meet anyone's gaze, staring intently at the small patch of ground beneath her feet. As she walked to the long table, preparing to fill Viserys' glass, Viserys suddenly slammed his hand on the table. What are you dawdling about, you idiots? He dared not blame Lynn for his neglect, and could only vent all his anger on this innocent female slave. That roar was like a whip, lashing fiercely at the female slave. The girl's body trembled violently, and the silver wine pot slipped from her hand, clang. The wine jug hit the corner of the table, bounced back heavily, and struck a beautiful Valyrian glass vase on a nearby table. The vase was entirely deep blue, with an ancient dragon totem outlined in gold on its surface, shimmering with a dreamlike glow in the candlelight. According to the manor's steward, this was a treasure unearthed from the ruins of Valyrian freehold, worth enough to buy a small mercenary group of 10, crash. A sound so crisp it was heartbreaking, the vase is broken. Dark blue fragments were scattered all over the ground. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All the slaves present, whether fanning themselves in the corners or standing behind the pillars, stopped what they were doing at that moment. They held their breath, their heartbeats seemed to stop. In Astapor, there is only one outcome for breaking one of its owner's precious vessels. That is to be nailed to the wooden stakes of the Pride Road and left to be devoured by the scorching sun and vultures. The female slave who had caused such a disaster was completely frozen in place. She knelt on the ground, her body trembling violently. Those dark eyes had lost all their light. Leaving only pure despair, she knelt on the ground, not even having the courage to beg for mercy, because she knew that begging for mercy was useless. She would receive the harshest punishment, serving as a stark reminder to the other slaves of the consequences of their transgressions. You damned be ***ch. Viserys' face instantly turned a deep liver color. He wasn't heartbroken over the vase. He felt his authority had been challenged. Before this northern barbarian, before this so-called ally, a lowly slave dared to humiliate him in public, kill her. Viserys pointed at the distraught girl and screamed at Lynn. "I order you kill her immediately. In the cruelest way possible. Let her know the consequences of offending a king." His voice echoed in the empty hall, sounding both shrill and frantic. Daenerys' heart clenched. She instinctively grabbed Lynn's sleeve. Her purple eyes filled with pleading. She didn't want to see anyone else die in front of her. Lynn patted Daenerys' little hand to reassure her. He then ignored Viserys' roar. He simply put down the silver knife in his hand, stood up, and slowly walked to the female slave kneeling on the ground. His tall figure completely enveloped her, like a divine punishment descending. The girl's body trembled even more violently, and a foul odor emanated from beneath her. She was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. Lynn crouched down. Ignoring the mess and filth on the ground, he reached out. But instead of grabbing her neck as everyone expected, he did not. Instead, he picked up the largest blue fragment from the ground and placed it in his palm. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" His voice was very soft. He spoke High Valyrian, the language of the conquerors of the old empire. The female slave raised her head blankly, her face filled with tears and terror-wretched with bewilderment. "Look," Lynn said, handing the shard to her. "It's broken and it can never be put back together." "But you..." Lynn's gaze shifted from the shards to the girl's empty eyes. "You are still alive, a vase, no matter how precious, is still just an inanimate object. And your life is more precious than 10,000 vases like these." After saying that, Lynn took out a gleaming gold dragon coin from the leather pouch at his waist. He gently placed the gold coin, enough for an ordinary free man to squander in King's Landing for a whole year, into the girl's cold, trembling hand. "Take this. Go change into some clean clothes and then have a good meal. I'm giving you a day off. Forget about today's unpleasantness. And come back tomorrow to continue working for me." Boom. The entire hall in the minds of every slave exploded at that moment. They stared blankly at the man squatting on the ground, and at the gold coin in the girl's hand, a coin large enough to blind a person. Looking at the girl's face, which went from utter despair to utter bewilderment, and then to utter ecstasy, they felt that their understanding of things over the years had been completely overturned at this moment. Kindness? No, this is no longer mercy. Only a deity from legend, descending from the heavens to save people from suffering, could perform such an incredible act. Viserys was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lynn, agape, then at the female slave who had narrowly escaped death. He simply couldn't understand it. A slave as lowly as dust. How could her life be more valuable than Valyria's treasures? Has this northerner gone mad? "You." Viserys pointed at Lynn, trembling with rage. "Do you know what you're doing? They are nothing but the lowest of slaves. What am I doing?" Lynn stood up, turned her head, and looked at him calmly. Those dark eyes held no emotion whatsoever. Yet they inexplicably sent a chill down Viserys' spine. "I am telling you, King Viserys, a life is always more worthy of respect than an inanimate object. This is the demeanor and dignity a king should possess. You should learn how to treat others kindly." Lynn's words were like a resounding slap across Viserys' face. His face contorted with rage, flashed red and white in turns. A truly spectacular sight. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the slaves in the hall knelt down almost simultaneously. They pressed their foreheads deeply into the cold marble floor. With this most humble posture, they offered their most silent and sincere respect to the man who gave them dignity and hope they had never imagined. As Daenerys watched this scene unfold, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. But this time it wasn't because of fear or sadness. It was not because of something she was overwhelmed with emotion and pride, but because of something that melted her completely. She watched Lynn's retreating figure violet eyes, wet with tears, shining like the brightest morning star in the sky. This is her true king, a true king as night deepened. This story that unfolded in the mansion's hall, like a pebble thrown into still water, stirred ripples that would never cease in the hearts of all the slaves. Have you heard that lord from Westeros? He gave a slave a dragon coin and even gave her a vacation for breaking a vase. Is this true? Absolutely true. My cousin works in the hall, he saw it with his own eyes. He also said, that person's life is more precious than 10,000 vases. In a dark corner outside the back door of the kitchen, beside the haystacks in the stables, countless whispers carried on the night breeze. The voice was filled with disbelief. A glimmer of hope was passed around among the slaves. Just then, the gates of the mansion were knocked on again. Jorah Mormont is back, he walked into the hall, looking travel-worn with a strange expression on his face. Adults, he walked up to Lynn and bowed. I have already met with Krasnomonokros, what did he say? Lynn asked. Jorah's expression became even stranger. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. He said, he'd sell you all of the Unsullied, including those who are currently training. However, he has a huge appetite. An Unsullied requires 20 golden dragons. If you want to buy them all, you'll need a full 600,000 gold dragons. This is no small sum, sir, Lynn laughed. It seems Krasny has a good appetite. His entire fortune in King's Landing amounted to only 200,000 gold dragons. This Krasny is clearly asking for an exorbitant amount. Something strange was about it. Clearly, his goal wasn't his own gold coins. It's something else entirely. 600,000 gold dragons, even Jorah Mormont, who was used to the extravagant lifestyle of Illyrio, sounded a little hoarse when he said that number. This money is enough to buy the entire city of Rise, and there would still be a considerable amount left over. 600,000. Viserys' scream shattered the silence. He reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. That damned slave trader, why didn't he just rob someone? Who does he think we are, the Iron Bank of Bravos? Daenerys' heart sank. Although she had little concept of money, she knew it was an astronomical figure that was impossible to achieve. Lynn laughed. He slowly and deliberately wiped the blood-orange juice from his fingertips with a clean white silk handkerchief. Sir Jorah, do you think I would use 600,000 gold dragons to buy slaves if I actually had them? Jorah Mormont was taken aback, then immediately understood what Lynn meant. If someone truly possessed such immense wealth, he could easily assemble a massive army of free mercenaries, enough to conquer Astapor twice over. He wasn't selling anything. Lynn threw the handkerchief on the table and stood up. He is humiliating us, or rather, what he wanted to see wasn't my golden dragon at all. Lynn walked to the window, his gaze falling on the night sky of Astapor, which was divided by countless pyramids. He wants my dragons. One sentence sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. No trade, Daenerys blurted out, winter is you. She swallowed her words halfway through. She didn't know how to describe the relationship between Winter and Lynn. Partner, pet, or is it some other kind of relationship? Is he crazy? A ridiculous, mocking smile appeared on Viserys' face. Does he think dragons are livestock that can be bought with gold? In the eyes of a merchant, everything in the world has a price. Lynn turned around, his dark eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the candlelight. Krasny is testing me. He wants to see what price I'm willing to pay to obtain his Unsullied. If I were foolish enough to try and bargain with him, he would assume I'm weak and easily bullied, someone he can manipulate at will. He'll gradually raise the price until I offer what he truly wants. Lynn's analysis sent a chill down Jorah Mormont's spine. He then realized that the confrontation between him and that benevolent master was unequal from the very beginning. After all, they don't have an army, so their voice is pitifully weak. The other party had no intention of making a deal. They were just afraid the children would ride off on the dragon. Sir, what should we do? Are we leaving Astapor? There was a hint of doubt in Jorah's voice. Lynn pulled a small, heavy bag of gold coins from his leather pouch and tossed it to Jorah. "Where are you going? The army hasn't been acquired yet. I need you to go again, but not to see Krasny. I need you to figure everything out about Astapor. How many Immaculate Ones are there? And how many are currently in training? Where are their barracks located? Who commands them? How are they rotated out? How many men are in the city's garrison? What are their weapons and equipment like? What is their combat capability? And what about those benevolent rulers? How many private armies do they have? And what are their weaknesses?" Every word Lynn uttered was a precise command. "I need a map of Astapor, map that clearly marks every street, every barracks, and every sewer. Use this money to bribe the greedy overseers and to buy off the slaves who are dissatisfied with their benevolent master. I need to know all the answers within a single day." Jorah Mormont held the bag of gold coins, feeling as if it weighed a ton. He finally realized that Lynn had never intended to buy it. From the moment he set foot in this city, he was prepared to take it without paying any price. Is it really that simple? Viserys chuckled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Send a spy out to ask around, that's too slow, if you ask me. We should just let Winter bite Krasny's head off. Then tell the rest of the fat men that they either hand over the Unsullied, or they and their city turn to charcoal." He waved his arms, as if he could already see himself reigning supreme over Astapor. "You're right, that is indeed the simplest way." Lynn actually nodded in agreement. Viserys was taken aback. Then a smug look appeared on his face. "But what happens after that?" Lynn countered. "We end up with a bunch of zombies driven by fear. And then what? Take them to the next city and burn it again. It won't be long before the whole of Slavers Bay knows that 2 madmen riding dragons have arrived in Westeros. They're good for nothing but destruction at that time. We will be met with a fleet united by all the free trade city-states, and countless assassins summoned from the Shadowlands and Bravos. Do you want to be a conqueror, or an arsonist hunted by the entire world?" Lynn's words poured over Viserys' fantasies. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Governing a country is far more difficult than fighting a war. Lynn patted Viserys on the shoulder and turned to leave. Viserys was left standing there alone, his face ashen. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Night deepened. Daenerys tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The bloodshed of the day and the scheming of the night once again shrouded her heart, which had just found a sense of belonging in unease. She quietly got up and left the room. On the highest terrace of the mansion, she found the figure that brought her peace of mind. Lynn stood there alone, overlooking the city that slumbered in sin. The night wind billowed his long black robe, making him look like a statue blending into the night. "Can't sleep." Lynn didn't turn around, but it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Daenerys walked over to him and, mimicking him, rested her elbows on the cold stone railing. "I was just thinking, those Unsullied, are they really still salvageable? Their souls have already been killed by those benevolent masters." "No," Lynn shook her head. "The soul cannot be killed, Dany. It can only be imprisoned. Once the cage is shattered, even the faintest spark can reignite a raging fire." Daenerys seemed to understand, but not quite. She looked at Lynn's profile under the moonlight. The sharply defined lines appeared somewhat cold and hard. You really want to liberate them?" she asked in a low voice. "Why? Because I promised you." Lynn turned her head and looked into her clear purple eyes, which remained bright even in the night. "I told you I came to break the chains." Daenerys' heart skipped a beat. A warm current welled up from the depths of my heart, instantly dispelling all the coldness and unease. She stopped talking and simply wrapped her arms around Lynn's waist. On the next day, Jorah Mormont returned covered in dust and reeking of alcohol. He laid out a crude map drawn on sheepskin in front of Lynn. "Sir, everything you requested is here." His voice carried a hint of weariness, but his gray eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. "Astapor's defenses are weaker than I imagined. There are a total of 8,000 Unsullied in the city who have completed their training, and another 5,000 boys who are currently undergoing training. They were all concentrated in the Immaculate Square in the east of the city and the surrounding barracks. Jorah's finger traced across the map. The message came from an Unsullied named Grey Worm. As for city defenses, Jorah's face showed a hint of disdain. There were only 600 city garrison soldiers, poorly equipped, more like thugs kept by benevolent landlords to guard their homes. They're good at bullying civilians on ordinary days, but they're completely useless on the battlefield. All the confidence of the good lords comes from the absolute obedience of the Immaculate. They never worry about betrayal because in their view, the Unsullied don't even have the concept of betrayal. Lynn looked at the map and nodded. Everything was as he had anticipated. A city that relies entirely on a slave army to maintain its rule is like a castle built on a sandy beach. No matter how sturdy it looks on the outside, it has long been hollowed out by termites on the inside. There's one more thing, sir. Jorah's expression turned serious. I heard a message from a drunken philanthropist. Krasnomonokraj never expected you to come up with 600. 0 gold dragons. He boasted to all the benevolent people in Parliament that he would exchange his 8,000 eunuchs for a real dragon. He wants a harsh winter. Viserys, who was standing nearby, looked at him with an expression of "I knew it," and a smug smile crept onto his lips. Daenerys looked nervously at Lynn. Lynn's face showed no surprise. He simply looked up at Jorah and asked a question that caught everyone off guard. Sir Jorah, how many Unsullied do you think you could trade a dragon for? Jorah was stunned, Sir you. He couldn't believe his ears. Lynn was actually considering this deal. If I said I would trade Winter for all his Unsullied, do you think Krasny would agree? He will. Jorah said without hesitation, he'll be ecstatic. He will immediately pack up all the Unsullied, along with their weapons and equipment, and send them to you. He'll even roll out a red carpet for you, trading a group of slaves that can be retrained at any time for a peerless dragon. This is a temptation that no businessman could resist. Very good, Lynn stood up, a meaningful smile on his face. Let's go for a walk together. I'd like to see who's going to get restless first. There is no wind in Astapor tonight. The air was thick and sticky, like syrup that wouldn't dissolve, carrying the sour stench of rotting slave corpses and the cloying sweetness of cheap spices. Lynn and his group walked along the empty streets. The lights in the pyramid palaces of the philanthropists had long been extinguished, with only torches hanging on the walls casting a dim, yellowish glow in the sweltering air. The shadows of Lynn and his group stretched out, sometimes long, sometimes short, a foolish decision. Viserys followed behind, muttering to himself, "We should be staying in that damned manor, drinking chilled wine, waiting for that fat man to send his army of slaves to us, instead of walking in this stinking ditch like this." He glanced with disgust at the slaves huddled in the shadows in the corner of the street, their figures barely discernible. Look at these filthy things, Lynn. You shouldn't have shown kindness to that slave girl yesterday. You gave her a gold coin, and now all the vermin in town will see you as their new prey. Daenerys clung tightly to Lynn's arm, saying nothing. With her other hand, she instinctively grasped a small, obsidian-carved three-headed ice dragon pendant on her chest. It was carved by an artisan and given to her by Lynn. Its warm, smooth texture brought her a sense of peace. The bloody scene in the square during the day still lingered in her mind. This city is vast and ugly. Every red brick is soaked in the blood and cries of the innocent. We're just out to enjoy the night view, don't be nervous. Your Majesty, Lynn's steps did not stop. Before conquering a city, you always need to familiarize yourself with its streets. Don't you take it down, Viserys scoffed. Use your ridiculous spy. Or are you going to use that womanly compassion you show to slaves? Unbeknownst to them, the group had arrived at the punishment square they had passed through during the day. The body of the infant who was killed in public had been dragged away, leaving only a dried, blackened pool of blood on the stone slab. But his mother, that desperate female slave, remained chained in place by the overseer. Her eyes were empty, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. Several drunken slave traders were surrounding her, hurling vulgar and offensive insults. He would occasionally reach out and grope her numb body. Daenerys stiffened turned her head away, unable to bear watching any longer, just Thena small. Thin figure silently emerged from the shadows beside the square. She quickly walked to the front of the group and blocked their way. Jorah Mormont instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, stepped forward and stood in front of Lynn and Daenerys. "Don't be nervous, Sir Jorah." Lynn pressed down on his shoulder. The person who came was a girl. She wore a faded blue linen dress, and her black curly hair was tied back with a simple leather cord. On that handsome face, there was none of the numbness and fear commonly seen in Astapor slaves. Only a pair of black eyes gleaming in the firelight possessed a composure and wisdom beyond their years. Missandei was a slave of Krasny. She ignored Jorah's wary gaze and didn't look at Viserys' disgusted face. Her gaze fell directly on Lynn's. She bowed slightly and spoke in perfect Westeros common. "Greetings to you, distinguished guest from the west." Viserys frowned. The slave's accent was more authentic than any of the Pentos merchants he had ever heard. "The girl who broke the vase yesterday, her name is Myra." Missandei's voice was soft yet clear. "With the gold coins you bestowed upon her, she bought a whole roast chicken, a clean dress, and even ransomed her mother. She said it was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. Now all the slaves in the city know your name." She raised her head, her dark eyes fixed on Lynn. "They all say that you are a god who came with mercy, God." Viserys laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a joke. "A slave who's not even worth as much as a vase dares to talk about God." Lynn ignored him and simply gazed calmly at the girl in front of her. "You stopped me not just to tell me this, right?" Missandei glanced around nervously, making sure no foreman was looking in their direction. She lowered her voice and spoke very quickly. "The benevolent ones are not sincere, sir. Lord Krasny boasted to everyone in the council that he would use a farcical trick to trade a real dragon from a foolish Westeros. The transaction is fake. The moment you hand over the dragons, he will order the Unsullied to kill you all. They never intended for you to leave Astapor alive." His words froze the air instantly. Daenerys gasped instinctively, tightening her grip on Lynn's arms. Jorah Mormont's face turned extremely pale, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out from his back. "Just as I expected. Lord Lynn's judgment was entirely correct. This whole thing was a meticulously prepared slaughterhouse for them. The ramblings of a slave." A hint of impatience flushed across Viserys' face. "That little b*** D must have been sent by those benevolent masters to undermine us. Kill her, she knows too much." He reached out to grab Missandei's neck. "Stop." Viserys froze abruptly. He turned his head and met Lynn's cold eyes. There was no anger in those eyes, a bottomless sissy pool. Viserys felt as if he were being targeted by a White Walker from the land of eternal winter, his blood running cold. Lynn stopped looking at him and turned her gaze back to Missandei. "Why are you telling me all this? You should know better than I what the consequences of betraying a benevolent master are. They will kill everything you care about, then skin you alive, leaving you to die in despair and agony." "Because you gave me hope," Missandei showed no fear, and her answer was without the slightest hesitation. "I was prepared to die when I decided to come to you. In Astapor, a life is worth less than a vaseless than a horse, or even less than a benevolent man's dinner. You've shown me that life itself should be respected. I don't want this hope to be extinguished." Her voice carried a resolute determination that transcended life and death. Daenerys looked at the girl before her, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. She was a slave too, yet for a vague hope. She was willing to risk being nailed to a stake to deliver a warning to a complete stranger in a foreign land. This courage made her feel ashamed, but also filled her with admiration. "You're smart and brave." Lynn looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Dany, give her your pendants." Daenerys took out the obsidian pendant depicting a three-headed ice dragon and placed it in Missandei's hand. Take it if you encounter any danger. Go find the girl named Myris. She will lead you to our safe haven. Missandei held the pendant. Still warm from Daenerys' touch and nodded vigorously. She bowed gratefully to Daenerys again. Without uttering another word, he turned and quickly disappeared into the dark alleyway. A foolish decision, Viserys' voice rang out again, filled with the rage of being ignored. You actually trust a slave. They even gave her Dany's keepsake. Lynn, you're dragging us all into the abyss. Lynn ignored his roars. Daenerys distanced herself further from this madman. This despicable brother made her feel ashamed. Lynn simply turned around and looked back at the punishment square. The slave traders had already dispersed, leaving only the female slave lying lifeless on the ground like a lump of mud. Jorah, Lynn suddenly spoke. Yes, sir. Take this with you. Lynn untied a heavy leather bag from his waist and tossed it to Jorah Mormont. The gold coins clinked together, producing a dull yet alluring sound. Go to the slave den. Jorah was taken aback and looked at Lynn with confusion. Sir, this is money is meant to be spent. Lynn's gaze swept over the dark corners around the square, over the lives that writhed in the shadows, lives that the benevolent masters regarded as livestock. I want you to distribute all this money. Tell them this is a gift from the Dragon Lord of the West. I also need you to tell them one thing. Lynn turned his head and looked into Jorah's gray eyes, which were filled with confusion. Their lives are worth more than the pyramids built by benevolent patrons with their blood and bones. Jorah Mormont's heart skipped a beat. He held the bag of gold coins feeling as if it were not gold, but a bag of fire that could set the entire Astapor ablaze. He didn't ask why, just nodded vigorously, turned and disappeared into the deeper darkness. The slave dens of Astapor were the city's most filthy, festering sore. It is located at the very bottom of the city, right next to the stinking sewage ditch. There are no red brick walls like those of the benevolent lord's mansions here. Only shacks hastily piled up with mud and pebbles. The air was perpetually thick with the stench of sweat, excrement and despair when Jorah Mormont, this well-dressed outsider, appeared with a bag of gold coins. He immediately caused a commotion. Countless numb eyes peeked out from the dark shack, filled with Westerosan familiarity and a barely perceptible fear. Jorah ignored the stares. He walked to a relatively open patch of muddy ground, untied his money bag, and poured the gleaming gold coins onto the ground. In the dim torchlight, the pile of gold coins shone brighter than the moon in the sky. The breathing around them instantly became heavy. Come here, all of you, Jorah said calmly. No one moved. They just watched from afar, like a pack of wild beasts that had spotted the bait but were afraid of the trap. Jorah wasn't in a hurry. He drew his longsword and planted it in the ground in front of him. These gold coins are a gift from the Dragon Lord to you, he said. Your lives are worth more than the pyramids of the benevolent. A slight commotion arose in the crowd, finally. A ragged old slave leaning on a wooden cane walked out of the crowd trembling. He walked up to the pile of gold coins, but instead of picking them up, he looked at Jorah with his cloudy eyes. Sir, are you telling the truth? I never lie. The old man fell silent. He slowly knelt down, stretched out his withered hand, and picked up a gold coin from the ground. He didn't look at the gold coins. He simply clutched it tightly in his palm. Then he pressed his forehead deeply into the dirty mud. Two streams of murky tears slid down from the corners of his wrinkled eyes and seeped into the dust. He wasn't kneeling to money but to the phrase, your life is worth more than the pyramids. Once there's a first one, there's a second, a third. More and more slaves emerged from the darkness. They lined up silently, each picking up a gold coin from the ground. There was no looting, no fighting. The whole process was eerily quiet, holding the gold coin that might be the only one they could ever own. They walked to the side and, without prior arrangement, knelt down in Jorah's direction. They were not kneeling before Jorah, but before the Dragon Lord who had given them dignity and hope. whom they had never even met. Viserys was furious inside the mansion. Idiot, idiot. What an idiot, he was spitting everywhere. They actually gave the money to those bedbugs. You're aiding these enemies. You're using your own money to feed a pack of wild dogs that might turn on you at any moment. Lynn sat calmly in the chair, not even bothering to look up at Viserys, who was about to become a dead man. Daenerys sat quietly to the side. Pouring Lynn a glass of wine, she looked at Viserys' face, contorted with rage, and felt nothing but pure disgust. Her brother, supposedly of true dragon blood, was so narrow-minded that he could only see a few bags of gold coins in front of him. Even as a woman, she could understand the meaning behind Lynn's actions. Even though Lynn now supports his ascension to the Iron Throne, she doesn't believe Viserys is a qualified king. The real king. Daenerys glanced at the figure leisurely sipping the honey wine. A bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Daenerys glanced at the agitated Viserys, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. The next morning, Disciplinary Square. Rows of bare-chested immaculates, like lifeless clay figures, stood in neat formation in the square. They gripped spears and shields tightly in their hands, wore pointed bronze helmets, and only their empty, numb eyes were visible. Before them stood a man so fat he resembled a ball of flesh, reclining on a magnificent chaise long carried by 4 slaves. Krasnimonokros, one of the wealthiest benefactors of Astapor, and also the largest supplier to the Unsullied. He wore a loose toga robe, his oily skin glistening in the sunlight, and a few carefully styled black and red braids hanging down from his bald head. Beside him stood a small, thin figure, Missandei. Lynn and his group, led by Jorah Mormont, slowly walked into the square. Viserys walked at the front, head held high, trying to adopt the airs of a king. But the way his eyes unconsciously darted around in front of the Unsullied army betrayed his inner cowardice beneath his fierce exterior. Daenerys followed closely behind Lynn, her beautiful violet eyes filled with disgust for this sinful land. Krasny lazily raised his eyelids, small eyes, hidden behind layers of fat, sweeping over Lynn and his group. When his gaze fell upon Daenerys, a hint of lewdness and contempt was undisguisedly revealed. He spoke to another benevolent man beside him in a vulgar Giscard language. Look at that silver-haired little bee ***ch. Her skin is quite fair. I wonder if she can withstand any rough treatment in bed. The benevolent man beside him let out a lewd laugh. They assumed these barbarians from the West couldn't understand the noble Gish language at all. However, they were unaware that Daenerys had been in exile in the free cities since childhood. To survive, she learned several languages. She heard every single insulting word clearly. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her hand gripping Lynn's sleeve. Lynn, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He simply patted Daenerys' hand gently, signaling her to calm down. Your Excellency Krasny. Jorah Mormont stepped forward and spoke in fluent Valyrian. My Lord Lynn from Westeros has come to discuss the purchase of the Unsullied. Krasny yawned and waved lazily. Missandei immediately understood, stepped forward, and translated in common language. Lord Krasny welcomes you all and is pleased to show you his most perfect masterpiece. Tell him I have no interest in those eunuchs. Viserys said impatiently from the side. I just want to know when he'll hand over the army and get out of my sight. Krasny, seeing Viserys' arrogant expression, asked Missandei in Giscan, What's that silver-haired pretty boy barking like a dog? Missandei stiffened slightly, but continued translating expressionlessly. This lord is praising the Unsullied's power and discipline. He can't wait to possess them. Daenerys couldn't listen anymore. She stepped forward, about to speak, but was stopped by Lynn. Lynn looked at her and gently shook her head. Then he stepped forward, his gaze passing over the obese good lords and landing directly on the immaculate ones, who stood like statues. I've heard you're Astapor's best slave trader. Lynn finally spoke in pure High Valyrian, with an accent even more standard than any of the good lords present. Krasny's smile froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary northern barbarian would speak the language of the old empire. I heard you want my dragons. Lynn's next words plunged the entire room into a deathly silence. Krasny's fat face twitched, and a hint of annoyance at being seen through flashed in his small eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, and the fake smile of a businessman returned to his face. My lord, you jest, Missandei translated promptly. Dragons are mythical creatures, priceless treasures. How could they be used for trade, really? Lynn smiled. But I heard that you boasted to everyone in Parliament that you would exchange 8,000 eunuchs for a real dragon. Krasny's expression changed completely. He stared intently at Lynn, as if trying to discern something else he knew from his calm face. In that case, we don't need to waste our time. Lynn's gaze swept across the entire plaza, over the 8,000 well-trained Unsullied, and over the boys undergoing training in the distance. All the Unsullied, including those still in training. I'll take them all. Lynn didn't even glance at Krasny. His gaze was fixed solely on the 8,000 immaculate ones. They were shirtless, their bronze skin glistening with sweat under the blazing sun. On their chests was branded a hideous harpy mark. That is the mark of enslavement. Look at them. Krasny saw Lynn examining his goods, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He pointed at the Unsullied with his ivory whip sheath and continued to boast to Missandei in Valyrian. You will be satisfied, I swear. This is the best decision you've ever made in your life. The perfect killing machine, no fear, no pity, no pain. They would kill an infant for their master, and they would not hesitate to eat the corpse of their companion. They don't even have their own names, only numbers. That way we won't develop useless emotions. Missandei lowered her head and translated these words as, the good Lord says, the Immaculate are the most loyal warriors in the world. They will obey all your commands. Lynn's gaze swept across those numb faces. He saw it. Beneath that deathly silence and numbness, clusters of suppressed flames lie hidden. That was hatred, resentment, and longing last night. The gold coins Jorah Mormont scattered, along with his words, your lives are worth more than the pyramids, were like tiny sparks thrown into this wasteland already piled high with tinder. Now all that's needed is a gust of wind, tell him. Lynn finally spoke. I am interested in all of his Unsullied. I agree to this deal. Upon hearing Missandei's translation, Krasny's chubby face scrunched up in a wide grin. Very good, it seems this Westeros has some discerning eye. He tapped his belly with the whip sheaths. Tell him that the 8,000 Unsullied, along with their weapons and equipment, are all his. I only want one thing. Krasny raised his short, stubby finger and pointed it to the sky. The meaning is self-evident. Daenerys looked at Lynn nervously, her palms sweaty. Lynn ignored Viserys, simply looking at Krasny and slowly nodding, can. One word froze the atmosphere in the room. Missandei frowned, Daenerys' face drained of all color. Jorah Mormont was pondering, Krasny in the other hand seemed to have heard the most beautiful music. His small eyes blazed with greedy ecstasy. He succeeded. He actually tricked a dragon out of a group of slaves. A wise decision, very wise. Krasny almost jumped for joy. He eagerly untied a pure gold whip from his waist. Inlaid with a harpy statue, this is the commander's whip. Take it and these Unsullied will be entirely yours. He handed the whip to Lynn, but a cruel killing intent flashed deep in his eyes. As soon as the other side takes the whip and hands over the dragon, he will immediately order the 8,000 Unsullied to tear these foolish Westeros to shreds. Lynn did not take the whips. He stepped forward and stood before the Unsullied whom Jorah Mormont had mentioned, the one known as Grey Worms. He took the cold spear from the Grey Worm's hand, too light. Lynn weighed the spear in his hand and shook his head. Krasny was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. However, it should be enough for slaughtering pigs. After Lynn finished speaking, he turned around. He didn't look at Krasny but at the 8,000 Unsullied, and spoke word by word in a language no one had expected. He spoke higher Valyrian, moreover. It was spoken more authentically and anciently than that of the slave trader Krasny. carrying the majesty and arrogance of a conqueror of an old empire. Gift for the gift, go to the memes, go to the Celts. Untainted ones, cease your patrols, stand at attention. Krasny's smile froze instantly. Missandei suddenly raised her head. Her dark eyes filled with shock. Viserys was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The 8,000 immaculate ones, as still as stone statues, instinctively and in perfect unison, retracted their spears the instant they heard the command, bringing their feet together and slamming the spear shafts heavily onto the ground. Bangs! 8,000 synchronized thuds merged into a single, muffled roar. It was as if the entire ground of Astapor trembled. Their actions were no longer numb obedience. Those faces were filled with suppressed anger. You. How could you? Krasny pointed at Lynn, his fat face trembling violently with fear. He finally realized that what was in front of him was not a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered at all. It is a dragon in sheep's clothing. Lynn ignored him. He simply raised his spear and, in that ancient and majestic language, issued a resounding declaration to the 8,000 warriors. Ixiot in the gear, or in the gear in the baiting. Kessis in the tube, or in the cow, Lord of the Golden Dragon. Husband of the Queen, I hereby promise, today, I will grant you your freedom. Free. This word, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of every immaculate one. They stared blankly at the man standing before them, holding a spear. Gentisi Zixoso Udlissi. Exoso Zentisi, you are warriors, not slaves. Scoriat Gayama, to know the arrow of Zentisi. What will you fight for? For those who treat you like livestock. Lynn's spear was pointed at Krasny, whose face had turned deathly pale. In beats in the room, Kinnear Sagan Zixoso in the tub. Or is it for those who are willing to shed blood for you? Genti Zixoso Zentis Gayama Dayor. Fight for freedom, not slavery. Lynn's voice echoed throughout the entire square. The breathing of the 8,000 immaculate ones gradually became heavy. The brand on their chests seemed to be burning. The veins on their hands gripping the spears bulged. In those empty eyes, the flame that had been suppressed for countless years was finally ignited at this moment. The Grey Worm was the first to make a move. He threw down his shield, stepped forward, and knelt on one knee before Lynn, Daenerys Ixon Zentis. My king, I am a free man's. Once there's a first one, there's a second, a third. Clangs, clangs, clang. Thousands upon thousands of the Unsullied threw away the shields that symbolized enslavement and obedience. They knelt down in unison on one knee, offering their first act of loyalty as free men to the man who had given them new life and hope. That scene was enough to make heaven and earth pale in comparison. As Daenerys watched this scene unfold, tears blurred her vision. Her king did not use dragons, nor did he resort to slaughter. He conquered the city's most powerful army with just a few words. No, this is not conquest, this is liberation, no. It's impossible. Krasny collapsed to the ground, letting out a desperate wail. You damned eunuchs. How dare you betray me? Kill them, I command you. Kill them. However, not one of the Unsullied obeyed his commands. They simply looked at their master, who had once treated them like playthings, with eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Lynn slowly walked up to Krasny and handed him back the spear that belonged to Grey Worm. The transaction is complete, benevolent sir. Lynn took the golden weepa symbol of his dominance from Krasny's hand. The 8,000 immaculate ones now belong to me. As for that dragon, Lynn raised his head and looked up at the sky. A deafening dragon roar echoed from the heavens. Winter's colossal, sky-covering form pierced through the clouds and appeared above Astapor. 3 enormous heads cast a shadow of death. That terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to freeze souls, instantly enveloped the entire plaza. It's here too. Lynn looked at Krasny and a smile appeared on his face. Now, let's talk about the other half of the price you should pay. Krasny collapsed to the ground, his fat body trembling violently like waves. He looked up at the 3 enormous dragon heads, casting a deathly shadow in the sky. And a foul-smelling liquid quickly spread from beneath him. Fear finally overwhelmed his last shred of reason. No. No, he let out a scream that sounded inhuman, and crawled backward on all fours, trying to get away from Lynn, who was like a demon. Guards. City guards. He roared with all his might towards the outside of the square. Kill him, kill him, kill these damned Westeros. This was his last trump card, and also the last reliance of the Astapor righteous men. At his shrill command, a cacophony of footsteps and clanging metal echoed through the streets surrounding the square. 600 Astapor city garrison soldiers emerged from the shadows. They wore chainmail-carried spears and scimitars, and their faces bore the fierceness of those accustomed to oppressing slaves. However, when they saw the three-headed dragon in the sky, a creature that only existed in mythology, their ferocity instantly turned into pure horror. Don't be afraid, there are only a few of them. A man who seemed to be the captain roared in a show of bravado. Trying to calm the troops, kill him. Lord Krasny will reward each of us with 10 slaves. The lure of a hefty reward reignited greed in the eyes of that rabble. They yelled and charged toward Lynn and his group in the center of the square, brandishing their weapons. Viserys trembled with fear and instinctively took 2 steps back. Hiding behind Daenerys' body was tense. She gripped Lynn's sleeve tightly, her beautiful face devoid of color. Lynn didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply looked up at the enormous creature circling in the sky and let out a soft whistle. Roar! His response was 3 roars powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Winter has received Lynn's orders. Its massive body suddenly sank, like an iceberg falling from the sky, carrying boundless destructive power, and crashed down on the charging city guards. Boom. The moment the dragon landed, the solid stone plaza cracked inch by inch. The gusts of wind whipped up by the wings sent dozens of guards in the front row flying, their bones broken and tendons snapped in midair. Chaos began. The largest head in the middle of the winter sky suddenly lunged forward. Its gaping maw snapped open and bit down on 2 terrified guards. Click. That was the sound of bones and armor being crushed together. A sound that made your teeth ache. Blood gushed out from between the dragon's teeth like a waterfall, staining its icy blue jaw a shocking dark red. With a casual flick of its head, it sent the guards, now reduced to minced meat, flying like trash, crashing into distant buildings and leaving trails of blood. The head on the left is raised high, taking a deep breath. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked out at that moment, and the temperature dropped sharply the next second. A white stream of air mixed with countless ice crystals surged out from its gigantic maw. That wasn't fire but an extremely cold dragon's breath. Far more terrifying than any fire. Where the dragon's breath passed, time seemed to freeze. The look of terror on the faces of the dozen or so guards was forever etched in their memories. Their bodies were instantly covered by a thick layer of frost, turning into lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures. With a casual sweep of its enormous wings, the ice sculptures shattered like fragile glass, turning into a shower of ice shards and blood. You killed an Astapor city guard, experience points +3. You killed an Astapor city guard, experience points +2. You killed in Lynn's mind. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen, but the cold numbers seemed like the most beautiful music at that moment. A guard mustered his last bit of courage and hurled his spear with all his might toward the dead of winter. However, the spear, which was powerful enough to pierce through iron armor, only made a crisp clang when it met the blue scales of winter, which were as clear as ice crystals. Before it bounced off and fell to the ground, despair began to spread in the hearts of all the surviving guards. They were not facing an enemy they could defeat, but magical creatures representing the highest level of combat power. The massacre continues. Winter is like a butcher who has entered a sheepfold. It enjoyed this feast of slaughter in the most primitive and brutal way. With each swing of its sharp claws, it could easily tear apart human bodies and armor. With each sweep of its massive tail, a row of guards would be sent flying like trash. In just a few minutes, the square was transformed into a meat grinder. Limbs, severed arms and trails, and bits of flesh covered the entire ground. The pungent smell of blood mingled with the chill of frost, creating a hellish odor. Daenerys trembled as she watched, her stomach churning. Although she loathed this city of sin, the bloody and cruel scene almost made her heart stop beating. She buried her face in Lynn's arms. Not daring to look at him again, Viserys stared in disbelief. His handsome face a mixture of extreme fear and a morbid ecstasy. "Burn them, yes, that's it, burn them all to ashes." He growled excitedly. It was as if he himself was controlling the giant dragon that was wreaking havoc. But when he saw Lynn's terrifyingly calm profile, his ecstasy instantly turned into a chilling jealousy. This should have been his power. This dragon should have obeyed his commands. Lynn ignored the fool beside him. His gaze fell upon the Unsullied, who remained kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. He raised the golden whip in his hand, and once again issued a new command in that ancient and majestic High Valyrian language. "Daviagides the Immaculate, Gelti Eoth Curidonin. And take up your spears." 8,000 Immaculate Ones rose in unison and gripped their weapons once more. "Skoroso gemel sit zentisi, skoroso sit gayama." Do you want to be free, or do you want to continue fighting? Zentisi, a free spirit. The roar of 8,000 people merged into a deafening sound wave, even drowning out the dragon's roar. Veoris nuni gemel gaida in gayama in zentisi. Then prove it with your actions, fight for freedom. Lynn's spear was pointed at the philanthropists who were already terrified and trying to flee the square. Savits keso fly kill inside. Grey Worm was the first to respond to Lynn's command. He turned around and his spear like a black lightning bolt pierced without hesitation the nearest benevolent man. The spear tip easily pierced through the luxurious silk robes and the large belly, drawing out a handful of hot blood. The benevolent man didn't even have time to let out a scream before he collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open. Once the floodgates of slaughter are opened, they can never be closed again. 8,000 Unsullied, these slaves who had been oppressed for countless years, finally turned their spears against their true enemy at this moment. They did not charge in a chaotic manner like the city guards. They maintained perfect formation, forming squares in small teams, efficiently reaping the lives of those who had once regarded them as livestock. One of the benevolent men had barely run a few steps when he was pinned to the ground by 3 spears thrusting from different directions. Another benevolent master hid behind a slave, but was dragged out by the Unsullied and pierced through the chest with a spear. There was no pity, no hesitation. This is an instinct they've developed over countless years. However, this time they are fighting for themselves. Fight for freedom. Those slaves who had received gold coins and hope the night before. After a brief period of panic also erupted. A thin cook grabbed a cleaver and slashed it fiercely at the foreman who had once whipped him. Several ragged grooms used pitchforks to nail a young, kind-hearted boy who was trying to escape to the stable door. The hatred that had been suppressed for too long erupted like a volcano at this moment. The entire Astapor region has been transformed into a chaotic slaughterhouse. Lynn stood in the center of the squariot, the eye of the storm, calmly observing everything before him. Winter has ended its battle off the 600 city guards. Not a single one survived. It was tearing apart a relatively intact corpse with its enormous head, making satisfied gurgling sounds. You have killed 600 Astapor city guards. Experience points plus 1368. Lynn did not add points immediately. His gaze passed over the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him, landing on the tallest and most magnificent pyramid of benevolence in the distance. He knew that this feast had only just begun. Jorah. Lynn's voice rang out, "Yes, sir." Jorah Mormont strode up to Lynn. He was covered in blood, and his gray eyes burned with an unprecedented light. With the Grey Worm and 1,000 Unsullied, Lynn tossed the golden whip to Jorah. "Go and free all the slaves in this city, tell them. From this day forward there are no slaves in Astapor. Only free people." Jorah Mormont accepted the golden whip. The whip handle was cold and heavy, and the harpy statue inlaid on it seemed to be mocking everything in the world with its empty eyes. He glanced at the Unsullied beside him, named Grey Worm. The gray worm's eyes were no longer stagnant water, but a burning lava without a words. They reached a tacit understanding at that moment. Jorah raised his golden whip for freedom. He mustered all his strength and let out a roar inside. A phalanx of 1,000 Unsullied like an iron plow plunged fiercely into Astapor's chaotic body. Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, each step making the earth tremble. They are no longer slaves, they are a torrent of revenge. Astapor, he's gone mad of fat. Benevolent man was running frantically toward his mansion. His magnificent toga robe was now soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his fat, making him look utterly disheveled. Close the door. Close the door now, he screamed at the servants at the door. However, those servants who had been so obsequious to him yesterday just looked at him coldly. One of them was still clutching a dragon coin he had received the night before. The mansion's gates slowly opened from the inside. The benevolent master was not greeted by a safe haven, but by his loyal slaves. The slaves held aloft candlesticks, roasting forks, and decorative longswords taken from the wall. The color drained from the benevolent man's face instantly. What are you going to do? His response was a silver wine jug that smashed hard into his face. The same bloody drama was unfolding in every corner of the city. In the kitchen, the cook who would be whipped for baking a single loaf of bread was now wielding his sharpest meat cleaver, chasing after his former overseer. The foreman's screams were even more piercing than those of piglets thrown into a vat of boiling oil. In a silk-draped bedroom, several female slaves, who had just been forced to please their master, strangled him with their belts and hairpins. The master was known in Astapor for his unique taste. Their faces were wet with a mixture of tears and sweat. The expression was both a sign of liberation and madness. Along the Pride roads, the wooden stakes once used to nail slaves to their deaths have welcomed new guests. One by one, the bloated and sycophantic masters were dragged over by the angry slaves and forced to repay their blood debts in the most primitive way. A benevolent man was nailed alive to a stake. He wailed and cursed, promising all his wealth in Giscard descent. But the only one who responded to him was a small, thin boy. The little boy smashed a rock hard into his mouth. The boy's older brother died on this very road last week, accused of peeking at the benefactor's daughter. Blood flowed like a river in the punishment square. Viserys turned pale and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Barbaric, so barbaric, he covered his mouth. His voice filled with undisguised disgust and fear. This is not war, this is a pack of mad dogs biting people. There is no honor whatsoever. His imagined conquest was a dragon breathing fire, with enemies turning to ashes amidst their wails, and he, amidst the kneeling worship of the people, gracefully stepped onto the corpses of his enemies. Instead of watching as it is now, a group of filthy slaves slaughter their masters in the most despicable way. Honor can't fill an empty stomach, Your Majesty. Lynn's voice was as calm as if she were talking about the weather. Winter has already eaten her fill. It was lying in a corner of the square, poking at the corpse of a city guard with its huge paws, like a cat that had grown tired of playing with a ball of yarn. The three heads would yawn occasionally, exhaling puffs of white, icy air that froze the surrounding blood and grime into ice. Daenerys remained hidden behind Lynn. She dared not look at the bloody scenes, but she could clearly hear the cries and roars of revenge that had been suppressed for countless years. She clutched Lynn's sleeve. That piece of fabric was her only support at that moment. Will they stop? Her voice trembled. When the flood of hatred breaches the dam, it will not stop until it has completely receded. Lynn gazed at the tallest pyramid in the distance, his tone completely indifferent. We just need to wait. Just then, a small group of Unsullied escorted a benevolent lord dressed in extremely fine clothes to Lynn. The benevolent man was about 50 years old and very well preserved. Unlike his companions who were terrified and ran away in panic, he still maintained a semblance of composure befitting someone in a superior position. My name is Pripri. He looked at Lynn and spoke in common with a strange accent. I am the president of the Spice Merchants Guild. I am very wealthy, my esteemed sir. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. I can give you countless amounts of gold. Viserys' eyes lit up instantly. Did you hear that, Lynn? Gold, he has lots of gold. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Say yes. Say yes now. Lynn looked at the spice merchant named Pooley with great interest. You have great courage. No, sir, I am merely a merchant. A smile spread across Pooley's face. Businessmen are masters at weighing the pros and cons. Kill us, and all you'll get is an empty city and a bunch of useless paupers. But if you leave us here, you will receive a continuous flow of wealth. You make a lot of sense, Lynn nodded. Viserys' face lit up with even greater joy. Lynn turned to look at the unsullied man escorting Pry. Where was he taken from? The Immaculate One answered in broken common. His mansion, sir. He's preparing to escape through the secret passage. What else is in the mansion? Many spices, gold and silver, and 50 children chained with their tongues cut out. Lynn's gaze returned to Pry, and the playful look on his face vanished. A businessman who would even cut out a child's tongue. Lynn's voice was very soft. Do you think your gold can buy back your lives? Pooley's smile froze. Lynn waved. The Unsullied understood. And without hesitation, pierced Pry's chest with his spear. No. Viserys let out a scream, not for Pry, but for the gold he had imagined. Insane. You're a lunatic. He rushed up to Lynn, spitting all over Lynn's face. That's gold that could arm our army, and you just... Smack asterisk a crisp slap. The whole world fell silent. Viserys covered his rapidly swelling cheek, staring at Lynn in disbelief. You dare hit me. His voice was trembling. I am the king, I am the true dragon. A king who can't even stand up straight. Lynn withdrew her hand, not even bothering to wipe it. He looked at Viserys' face, contorted with humiliation. I warned you to watch your mouth, Daenerys. Lynn didn't look at him anymore, but turned to his wife. Do you think I did the right thing? Daenerys looked at her still dazed brother, then at the spice merchant lying dead on the ground with his eyes wide open. She took a deep breath, stepped forward and took Lynn's arm. What you do is always right. At that moment, the last trace of affection she had for Viserys vanished completely. Viserys was struck dumb. He looked at the two figures nestled together, at the resolute yet adoring expression on Daenerys' face. A sense of humiliation even stronger than being slapped in public instantly overwhelmed him. Lynn said to Krasny, who was slumped on the ground beside him. Look, he's done something stupid again. They actually managed to turn those Unsullied ones against the good Lord. How are we supposed to do business here after this? Is that so, Krasny? Krasny was so terrified that he soiled himself. And seeing the threat in Lynn's eyes, nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the kid. Turning slaves into defection has absolutely nothing to do with you. Sir, in any case of rebellion, someone always has to take the blame. Everyone understood, including Daenerys. However, she did not say anything to stop it. She had already understood Lynn's attitude towards Viserys. She's just a scapegoat. Someone who's simply used as a scapegoat. Take my good king back and keep him under strict guard. He's so exhausted he's talking nonsense. Krasny, you can stay here with me for now, remember. You should know very well what you should and shouldn't say to outsiders. Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted from afar. Tens of thousands of slaves gathered beneath the highest walls of Astapor. They gazed up at the colossal bronze harpy statue, a symbol of enslavement and oppression, their eyes burning with fires. Dozens of thick ropes were thrown up and lassoed the harpy's neck and wings. Pull, a former stonemason, a free man stands on high, giving orders with a hoarse voice. Countless hands gripped the rope, 1, 2, 3, accompanied by synchronized chants. The bronze statue groaned under the strain. It began to tilt and the base cracked, finally. With a deafening roar, the harpy that had overlooked Astapor for hundreds of years crashed to the ground. It was smashed to pieces on the hard stone slab. At that moment, the entire city erupted in deafening cheers. That is the voice of freedom. Lynn stood in the center of the square. watching the dust and debris flying everywhere, and finally smiled. The harpies of Astapor collapsed with a crash, shattering into a pile of cold bronze fragments. The deafening roar was like the prelude to a new era. The entire city descended into a frenzied celebration, with slaves shouting a common name in their hoarse voices, Lord of the Dragons. Daenerys was stunned by the thunderous roar, and she instinctively gripped Lynn's arm tightly. Those violet eyes reflected the distant, towering flames and the countless jubilant figures. I gave them a new life, Dany. Lynn gazed at the chaotic yet vibrant scene before him. From this day forward we are their liberators, and all the civilians of Astapor will fight for us. Daenerys' heart pounded. An unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission welled up in her heart. However, liberating a city is far more difficult than destroying it. As the flames of revenge gradually died down and the jubilation subsided, a more serious problem lay before everyone: food, order, and the future. The pyramid palaces of the philanthropists were burned to the ground, and the stored grain in the granaries was looted in the chaos. Astapor has become a vast desolated island, where hundreds of thousands of freed slaves stand bewildered on the ruins, unsure of where they will go tomorrow. Although Lynn liberated them, there was no basis for trust between the two sides. But Lynn was clearly prepared the next day. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the ravaged city, 8,000 Immaculates had already taken control of all the streets. They are no longer numb-killing soldiers. They are guardians of order. Grey Worm has been promoted by Lynn to the position of Unsullied president. Under the command of Grey Worm and Jorah Mormont, they quickly cleared the corpses from the streets, set up temporary food distribution points, and cooked large pots of wheat porridge with the captured grain. These slaves only knew that their lives were better than before after the change of rulers. And that was enough for them. Lynn, on the other hand, turned his attention to the artisans who had just gained their freedom. Astapor Punishment Square. The smell of blood has been replaced by the scorching heat emanating from hundreds of makeshift furnaces. Thousands of blacksmiths who had once crafted luxurious ornaments and instruments of torture for the virtuous masters were gathered here, looking at the man standing on the high platform with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Lynn didn't waste any words. He had the Unsullied bring up several huge wooden planks. When the black cloth covering the wooden board was lifted, all the blacksmiths gasped in astonishment. The armor designs drawn on the wooden boards with charcoal were styles they had never seen before. It was a type of full-body plate armor that completely covered the human body, from the menacing helmet to the metal gauntlets covering every finger, and the sleek lines of the breastplate and leg armor. Every design element achieves ultimate protection. Its complex and ingenious structure far surpasses the knightly armor of any lord on the continent of Westeros. This is a replica of the finest Gothic plate armor from late medieval Europe, created by Lynn from memory. Moreover, it's an upgraded and reinforced version. Despite its weight, its protective performance has been improved by more than one level. The Unsullied are the best infantry in the world, but they lack adequate protection. Lynn's voice, translated by an Unsullied, reached the ears of every blacksmith clearly. The Dothraki charge and the heavy crossbows of the Valentian armored troops are enough to easily tear through their defenses. I need you to forge them brand new armor. Armor that makes the Unsullied able to withstand cavalry. Armor that can dull swords. The blacksmiths were abuzz with discussion. They were captivated by the perfect creation on the blueprints, yet awestruck by the astonishing difficulty of its craftsmanship. An old blacksmith with a white beard and arms as thick as an average person's thigh walked out. He was the most prestigious craftsman in the area, adult. He asked in broken common tongue, "We are happy to assist you. However, the amount of steel and labor required to forge such a suit of armor would be astronomical." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. They had no money and no materials. I will have the materials transported from Valantes and Karth. You need not worry, Lynn interrupted him. As for the compensation, Lynn looked at Daenerys beside him. Daenerys understood and had the Unsullied behind her bring out a heavy wooden box. The box was opened, revealing a box full of gleaming gold dragon coins. So bright they were almost blinding in the sunlight. 5 golden dragons are required to forge each set of qualified armor. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. 5 golden dragons in Astapor. Even the most skilled craftsman, who toils for the benevolent lord for a year, may not receive a single golden dragon as a reward. Now all they need to do is forge 1 set of armor. After a brief silence, cheers erupted like a landslide. For the mass, for the Lord of Dragons. The blacksmiths raised their strong arms, height-hair faces, blackened by the firelight, radiating an unprecedented enthusiasm. They weren't cheering for money, but for the respect. Everyone was willing to do things for Lynn. It was Lynn who saved them from suffering. Inside the mansion, Jorah Mormont frowned as he looked at the enormous budget. My lord, 8,000 Unsullied plus reinforcements will require at least 10,000 sets of armor. 50,000 golden dragons. The wealth we seized from the benevolent lord consisted mostly of spices and silk. And the slave contracts had been invalidated. Converting it into gold coins would take time and that's far from enough, isn't it? Lynn finished the sentence for him. Jorah Mormont nodded. Lynn smiled, walked to the window, and looked at the roaring fires that had been rekindled in the distance. Money is not a problem. After he finished speaking, he went into the quiet room at the deepest part of the mansion and ordered that no one should disturb him. In the quiet room, Lynn sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, and his entire being seemed to vanish in an instant, merging into the surrounding air. An invisible spiritual force spread out from him instantly. It traversed the scorching red earth plains, crossed the vast blue waves of the narrow sea, and followed a mysterious path unseen by mortals. Spanning the entire world, King's Landing, the Red Castle. Sansa Stark was sitting at the table dealing with soap. She has changed a lot. She had shed her girlish naivete, and her brows now carried a hint of the composure and authority befitting a person in a superior position. Since Lynn left King's Landing, she has quietly taken control of the city's main trading routes with the help of Viserys and Tyrell. Now her soaps are sold in 7 countries. Today, however, she felt a strange unease. A familiar scent flooded her mind. A voice resounded directly from the depths of her soul. Sansa, 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 it's Lynn. Sansa's body trembled violently, and her blue eyes instantly filled with surprise. I need a lot of monies. Draw a bearer draft through the Iron Treasury and send it to the governor's palace of Illyrio in Pentos. Amount 50,000 gold dragons. The sound came quickly and went quickly. When Sansa came to her senses, the familiar scene was still before her. But she knew it wasn't a hallucination. She stood up, and without any hesitation, turned and walked towards the Prime Minister's tower. When Lynn emerged from the quiet room again, it was already dusk. He solved the money problem, but he wasn't at ease, because there was an even bigger problem hidden inside the mansion. Viserys. Ever since he was publicly slapped in the square that day, Viserys has been under house arrest in his room. As Lynn walked down the corridors, he could clearly hear the roars and smashing sounds coming from the rooms. He pushed open the door. The room was a complete mess. The exquisite mirroring carpets were torn to shreds, and shards of Valyrian glassware were scattered all over the floor. Viserys was disheveled, and his magnificent robes were torn to shreds by his own actions. He was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, his pale purple eyes filled with bloodshot veins and madness. Upon seeing Lynn, he showed no fear. Instead, he pounced on her as if she were his mortal enemy. You thief! He roared, you stole my army, you stole my throne. And you stole my sister, you ruined everything I had. His flash-gilded longsword had been thrown somewhere, and now he could only scratch Lynn's face with his fingernails. Lynn didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised his hand and easily grasped Viserys' wrist. Click, a crisp sound of bone cracking. Viserys let out a piercing scream as his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, the white bone fragments even piercing his skin. Lynn released his grip, leaving him curled up on the ground like a dead dog, howling in pains. I'm keeping you alive only because of your Targaryen name. You can still help your sister garner some support from the old dynasty's loyalists. Lynn looked down at him. I thought a clever beggar, after receiving a promise, would know how to play his role well, but I was wrong. You're not a beggar, you're just a mad dog. Lynn crouched down, grabbed Viserys' chin, and forced him to look up and into his eyes. Do you really think I need your ridiculous covenant? Do you really think your so-called true dragon bloodline has any value? I'll tell you a secret, Viserys, your blood. Its sole purpose is to awaken something of greater value. Viserys' pupils contracted sharply. He saw in Lynn's eyes a murderous intent colder than the land of eternal winter. He finally realized that the man before him had never intended for him to sit on the Iron Throne alive from the very beginning. I am merely a sacrifice. No, you can't kill me. Fear completely overwhelmed his madness, and he began to beg for mercy incoherently. I am the king. I am your wife's brother, Dany. Dany will not agree. Viserys' screams, like those of a wild beast trapped in a snare, echoed intermittently through the mansion's corridors. Every syllable is filled with pain and despair. Daenerys sat on the soft bed, holding an old book she had found in the benevolent lord's study. Its pages filled with Valyrian poetry, but she couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. The sound made her uneasy. She knew her brother deserved what he got. His madness and folly had long since eroded the Targaryens' last shred of dignity. Lynn's actions were perfectly justified, despite being sold into slavery, but he was, after all, her brother. Daenerys put down her book and stood up. She knew she shouldn't have gone, much less pleaded for him. She couldn't put Lynn in a difficult position, she just wanted to stop Viserys from suffering so much. Although Missandei had been freed from slavery, she still worked as diligently as a female slave. Seeing Daenerys stand up, the clever girl instantly understood what Daenerys wanted to do. She followed Daenerys closely out of the room. Soon they found Jorah Mormont. Sir, are there any doctors in town? Jorah Mormont looked into her purple eyes, which were filled with struggle. Lord Lynn will be angry if you do this. A flicker of panic crossed Daenerys' eyes. But after all, he's my brother. Jorah was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. You need to talk to an adult about this first. If he agrees, no problems. There are some slaves who learned some medical skills from their masters. I can find one of them. Missandei faithfully carried out the order. Lynn was not angry when she heard the news brought by Missandei. He simply waved his hand, indicating that it was too small a matter for him to trouble himself with. As long as Viserys doesn't escape, it doesn't matter what happens to him. He has more important things to do now. After obtaining Lynn's consent, a gaunt old man with a goatee was brought before Daenerys. He carried a worn-out wooden box mold of herbs, and his eyes were filled with awe for his new owners. Daenerys led him to the door of the room where Viserys was imprisoned. Two fully armed Unsullied stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Daenerys, they merely bowed slightly without attempting to stop her. The door was pushed open, a nauseating stench. A mixture of alcohol, sweat, and blood hit me. Viserys huddled in the corner of the room, his face as pale as paper, his broken wrist hanging limply, swollen like a doughy ball. Upon seeing Daenerys, a glimmer of hope instantly shone in his cloudy eyes. Dany. He struggled, trying to crawl over. Let him see your injury. Daenerys didn't approach. She simply stepped aside to let the old doctor in. The physician knelt tremblingly before Viserys, opened his medicine chest, and began to examine his severed hand. Dany, my dear sister. Viserys' tears streamed down his face. He looked at Daenerys and pleaded in a tone of humility he had never used before. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended Lord Lynn. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. I was blinded by jealousy. As he spoke, he let out suppressed gasps due to the excruciating pain from the doctor's treatment. Be gentle, you lowly slave. Viserys' curses made the healer pause. My lord. Lynn has freed all the slaves in the city. We are now commoners upon hearing the name Lynn. A flicker of fear crossed Viserys' eyes, and he turned to look at Daenerys. We are the last Targaryens, Daenerys. We are of the blood of the true dragon. We cannot kill each other. Please talk to Lord Lynn and tell him to let me go. I swear I'll be the most obedient dog. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. I don't want the throne anymore. I don't want the army anymore, I just want to live. Please, Dany, he cried uncontrollably, looking as pathetic as a homeless man begging on the street. Daenerys listened quietly. Beyond the physical pain, she felt an unspeakable sorrow. A true king is not one who grovels like Viserys. Even in death, one should die with dignity, even now. Her brother still doesn't understand where he went wrong. He begged for mercy not out of remorse but simply out of fear. Elder brother Daenerys finally spoke. I will not plead with Lynn for your sake. If you are willing to relinquish the throne, Lynn will naturally forgive you. Viserys' crying stopped abruptly. He stared at Daenerys in disbelief as if she were a stranger. What did you say? I said I won't plead with Lynn for your sake right now. Daenerys repeated herself, her tone unwavering. Lynn is my husband. I will not question or interfere with any of his decisions. Everything you are experiencing now is the consequence of your own choices. But I believe that as long as you behave, Lynn won't do anything to you. Moreover, you've never treated me like a sister, only as a commodity to be traded for the throne. In your eyes, our Targaryen bloodline is nothing more than a tool to satisfy your selfish desires. You are not fit to be a king, be a normal person, Viserys. That's the most dignified ending for you. Daenerys' words shattered Viserys' last hope. The pleading on his face gradually turned into astonishment, and then into resentment. You be **ch. His voice became shrill. That face, which had just been streaked with tears, was now contorted with extreme anger. You think you've become a queen just because you've latched onto a northern barbarian. Have you forgotten who raised you? Everything you have is thanks to me. Your life is mine. Now you actually dare not even plead for someone else. His roar echoed in the rooms. The old doctor was so frightened that he trembled all over, wishing he could shrink into a crack in the ground. Daenerys wasn't angry, she was just disappointed. A profound and utter disappointment. Doctor, please heal his wounds. If he dares to insult you again, then don't treat him. He deserves it. Daenerys didn't want to say another word to this madman and turned to leave. The instant she turned around, a ruthless madness flashed in Viserys' eyes. He saw it. In the old doctor's medicine chest lay a small, gleaming knife used for cutting herbs. Now, Viserys snatched the knife with lightning speed using his good hand, and like a wolf on its prey pounced on Daenerys' back. His face contorted with a ferocious rage, as if he were about to take everyone down with him. Since you won't let me live, then let's die together. He wants to capture Daenerys and use her as a hostage. Lynn cares about this woman. As long as he has this woman in his hands, he still has a glimmer of hope. The old doctor let out a terrified scream. Daenerys also felt the gust of wind behind her. Her body froze instantly and her mind went blank. However, Viserys' hand failed to touch Daenerys' hem. A black shadow moved even faster than him. Bang. A dull, loud thud. That was the sound of combat boots slamming into flesh. One of the Unsullied who had been guarding the door moved the instant Viserys launched his attack. He did not draw his sword nor even use his spear. It was just a simple, direct kick. Viserys was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the wall before sliding to the ground. The small knife clattered to the ground a short distance away. He curled up on the ground, clutching his chest, unable to even scream. He could only gasp for breath like a fish out of water, vomiting mouthfuls of acidic liquid. The Unsullied stepped forward, stomped on Viserys' sword-wielding hand, and ground his toe into it. Snap. Another crisp cracking sound of bone breaking. Then He turned Viserys' body over with his foot, pressed the heel of his boot firmly against the back of his neck, and forced his face to the cold, dirty ground. The entire set of movements was fluid and incredibly fast. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Immaculate One's face remained expressionless. He was simply dealing with a threat that was trying to harm Daenerys. Daenerys slowly turned around. She looked at Viserys, who was being trampled underfoot and convulsing like a dead dog. She looked at her brother's face, which was covered in dust and vomit, looking at his eyes, which were wide open as if about to burst from the pain and humiliation. Those eyes no longer held pleading, no longer held madness. Only a deep-seated hatred for her at that moment. The last embers of familial affection in Daenerys' heart were completely extinguished. She didn't even feel disappointed anymore. All that remained was a numb indifference. Like looking at a stranger, she didn't say anything, but simply straightened the hem of her skirt, which had been disheveled by the fright. Then she turned around and walked out of the room without looking back. As she reached the doorway, stopped without turning back, and spoke softly to the Unsullied, who was still standing on Viserys. "I have high hopes for him, yes, sir." Daenerys walked along the long corridor with unwavering determination, each step deliberate. The sunlight at the end of the corridor shone on her, gilding her moon-white dress with a golden glow. From that moment on, the trembling little girl was truly dead. The one who survived was King Astapor's wife and Viserys, lying in the filthy room with his hands crippled, had nothing to do with her anymore. The air in Astapor has changed. Gone was that sticky smell, a mixture of rotting corpses, spice, and despair. Instead, it has a vibrant flavor. Daenerys walked down the wide street. She changed into a linen dress that allowed her to move around easily, and her long, silver-gold hair was braided and hung down her back. The bloodstains in the punishment square have long been washed away, replaced by hundreds of furnaces that have sprung up. The raging flames dyed the sky orange red, and the clanging of hammers striking anvils blended into a stirring symphony. Thousands of blacksmiths stood shirtless, their bronze muscles gleaming in the firelight. They are forging brand new armor for their guardians. At the other end of the street, a long line had formed in front of the makeshift relief point. The freed slaves, holding rough earthenware bowls in their hands, no longer wore empty, numb expressions. Their eyes held confusion and unease, but even more so hope. A female slave took a bowl of steaming wheat porridge from the Unsullied, blew on it carefully, and then handed it to the child beside her, who was only as tall as her leg. The little boy wolfed down his food. Looking at him, the female slave smiled. "Mass." She whispered the name that was sung by countless people in the dark corners of Astapor. Mass in Gujiska means mother. They did not know the name of the dragon lords, nor the name of the queens, but they knew that it was the man riding the three-headed dragon and the woman with moon-colored hair who gave them a new life. They are the Mass for all free people. Daenerys felt a surge of warmth as she watched this scene. This is what she wanted. It is not fear bought with fire and blood, but love bought with kindness and respect. Adults. Missandei appeared beside her at some point, her delicate face bearing a composure beyond her years. She was no longer the trembling slave translator, but Daenerys' most capable assistant. They are usually responsible for managing the resettlement of women and children in the city. Our preliminary census has been completed. Missandei handed over a roll of parchment. There are currently 273,400 free citizens in the city. Daenerys took the parchment. The densely packed numbers on it made her feel dizzy. She never imagined that one day she would have to deal with these things. She's not good at this kind of thing, moreover. With a total population of nearly 300,000, the situation could collapse completely and be irreversibly destroyed if we're not careful. "Where is Lynn?" "My lord is discussing the city's defenses with Sir Jorah." Missandei replied just then. Jorah Mormont walked hurriedly from a distance. His face grave, he walked up to Daenerys and bowed. "Several ships have arrived outside the bay." "Is it a merchant ship?" Daenerys asked. The reconstruction of Astapor requires a large amount of resources. Jorah shook his head. On the sails are the emblems of the Mirian Harpy and the Yunkai Harpy. Daenerys' heart sank. The main hall at the top of the Pyramid of Benevolent God has been completely cleared out. Tapestries made from slave skins and chairs carved from slave bones were all burned to the ground. Lynn sat in the main seat, a simple chair made of hard ironwood. Two richly dressed men stood before him, a plump woman, dressed in a purple silk toga robe exuding a strong perfume, with jeweled rings adorning all 10 of her fingers. He is the great benevolent lord from Mirian. Graston Molazi, the other, was as thin as a bamboo pole, dressed in a long golden robe with small, rat-like eyes that gleamed with shrewdness. He is the wise and benevolent lord from Yunkai. Magza Kazaka. They were envoys sent by the other 2 city-states of Slave Bay. Behind them stood a dozen or so fully armed guards. Their hands rested on the hilts of their scimitars. Their expressions haughty. We've heard that something unpleasant happened in Astapor. Graston of Mirian spoke first. His common tongue was heavily accented, as if he had a mouthful of hot oil in it. His disdainful gaze swept over the Grey Worm standing behind Lynn, and the fully armed Unsullied in the hall. A group of lowly slaves incited by some madman actually raised their knives and murdered their kind master. His gaze finally settled on a figure chained to a chair in the corner of the hall. Viserys. He was cleaned up and changed into a decent set of clothes, but his pale, distorted face and crippled hands clearly indicated his current predicament. He was the one Lynn pushed out to draw all the fire. The Mad King of the Targaryens truly lives up to his name. Yunkai's Magza let out a cold, hissing laugh. His father burned King's Landing, and he set an even bigger fire on Astapor. That's really impressive. Lynn picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Have these 2 benevolent patrons come from afar simply to pay homage to the old order of Astapor? His voice was calm, he come seeking an explanation. Graston took a step forward, his enormous belly almost touching the table. And a solution, an explanation, Lynn laughed. The explanation is, a madman incited a group of slaves. Then, I dealt with this madman for you and quelled the rebellion. Isn't that clear enough? Calm down. Magza's laughter grew even sharper. You call this pacifying? He pointed out the window to the free men working, and to the mansions of the benevolent lord being demolished. You have freed all the slaves, recruited the most elite Unsullied, and turned this city into your army. You call this pacifying? Don't treat us like fools, Westeros. Graston's face also darkened. We know what you want. You want to use this ridiculous trick to shake the very foundations of Slavers Bay. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Jorah Mormont and Grey Worm stepped forward simultaneously, placing their hands on the hilts of their swords and the shafts of their spears. They didn't care about any so-called guest rights. If Lynn gave the order, she would wipe out the entire group. Foundation, a cool, clear voice came from behind Lynn. Daenerys had somehow already walked up to Lynn's side. She looked at the 2 arrogant, benevolent masters. Her beautiful violet eyes filled with nothing but disgust. Not fear. Your foundations are built upon the blood of infants and the bones of the innocent. Such a foundation should have been overthrown long ago. Both Graston and Magza were stunned. They never expected that this seemingly delicate Targaryen girl would dare to talk back to them in public. UW*** who gains status by selling your body. What right do you have to speak here? Graston insulted him mercilessly in Jiskin. Daenerys' face instantly turned icy. Lynn slammed his wine glass down on the table, bang. The crisp sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. It seems that Astapor's lesson wasn't enough for you to learn how to respect my people. Lynn slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a suffocating shadow. You want a solution? Fine, I'll give it to you. His gaze swept over the 2 benevolent individuals whose expressions had subtly changed. From this day forward, Astapor will be a city of freedom. We will trade with all city-states willing to engage in equal trade. But we will never deal with any slave traders. As for you, Lynn sneered. Or open your city gates, free all your slaves, and join us. Or just wait until your city like Astapor yesterday is burned to ashes from within by angry slaves. Are you declaring war on us? Grasden was trembling with rage. I'm just stating a fact. Lynn walked up to him and looked at him calmly. Slavery is a thing of the past. You think you can challenge the entire slave bay with a bunch of peasants who have just taken up arms? Magza let out a strange laugh like that of an owl. Innocent, we will cut off all your trade routes. You will have no food, no iron, or no salt. I want to watch your so-called city of freedom turn into a true dead city in famine and plague. We will blockade the entire bay. Grasden added viciously, your army, your people will devour each other in despair. Perhaps our merciful Meereen Legion could consider stationing itself here to help you. Restore order, this is a blatant threat. Jorah Mormont's face turned extremely ugly. Blockading the Gulf would be fatal for Astapor, which had just emerged from war and was in dire need of reconstruction. The grain reserves in the city won't last long. There are just too many people here, Lynn laughed. Lockdowns. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the lobby and opened it. A billowing hot wind, carrying smoke and dust from the blacksmith shop in the distance, rushed in. Welcome to give it a try. I'm available anytime. Lynn raised his head, looked at the azure sky and let out a long whistle. The next second, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the heavens. The shadowy figure of winter obscuring the sky appeared above the pyramids. It hovered, its three enormous heads curiously surveying the humans below, who looked like ants. The terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to freeze the soul, instantly enveloped the entire hall. Grasden and Magza's faces turned deathly pale instantly. The guards behind them were so frightened that their legs went weak, and with a clatter their scimitars fell to the ground. Your fleet will be excellent targets. Lynn turned around, a playful smile on his face. Winter hasn't had much of an appetite lately. Perhaps a change of pace wouldn't be bad. You. Grasden pointed at Linhai's lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Get lost. Lynn waved his hand as if shooing away two flies. Go back and tell your master that if you want to negotiate, come with sincerity. Next time if I hear any more disrespectful words. Lynn's gaze fell upon them. I will visit you in person. Grasden and Magza fled the pyramid in a panic. Their disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to their arrogant arrival. When they escaped the hall and saw countless free men staring at them with hatred, they were terrified. They were afraid that someone might have a moment of madness and rush up to stab them to death. The hall fell silent once more. Sir, they will keep their word. Jorah Mormont's face was full of worry. The combined fleets of Yunkai and Meereen are enough to blockade the entire bay. Our food supply won't last much longer, I know. Lynn sat back down in his chair, showing no sign of tension. He looked at Daenerys, whose face was full of worry, and smiled. Don't worry, Dany. He reached out and gently stroked Daenerys' cheek. A city that only consumes resources is destined to perish. But a city that knows how to produce can create everything. Are they trying to starve us to death? Lynn's gaze was fixed on the direction of the bay. They will soon be offering us grain and iron ore, begging us to accept them. Meereen and Yunkai's messengers fled Astapor in panic. But the threat they left behind hung like a dark cloud over this newly born city of freedom. The lockdown has begun, just as Jorah Mormont had feared. The sea in Slaver's Bay fell into a deathly silence. In less than half a day, no more merchant ships flying colorful flags entered the port, bringing graincloth and iron ores. Those merchants who once made their living by trading with Astapor chose to retreat under the threat of swords from Meereen and the Yunkai fleet. Within just a few days, the atmosphere in the city shifted from celebration of liberation to deep anxiety about the future. Sir, the food supplies will only last for another month at most. Even with Illyrio's full clandestine support, it probably won't last long. In the hall, Jorah Mormont's voice was heavy. He laid a piece of parchment covered with numbers in front of Lynn, his weathered face filled with anxiety, with nearly 300. Zero mouths to feed even if they eat sparingly. The daily food consumption would still be astronomical. The grain we seized from the benevolent ruler's residence is simply a drop in the ocean. Moreover, rumors have already begun to spread throughout the city. Missandei then added, a hint of worry beyond her years on her delicate face. Some people are saying that the Dragon Lord has simply pushed us from one fire pit to another. They said that once the food ran out, they would starve to death or become food for dragons. I suspect these rumors were spread by other trading city-states. These malicious rumors breed in the dark corners of the city, eroding the confidence that people have just built up. Daenerys sat to the side, her heart clenching. She looked at Lynn. The man remained calmly seated in the main seat, slowly and deliberately whittling a bluish-green wooden stick with a small knife. The stick looked ordinary, like a twig that a country child might casually break off. So they're trying to force us to kneel down by starving us. Lynn finally spoke without even looking up. Yes, sir. Jorah nodded. This is the most effective, and also the most insidious method in a besieged city. The first thing to collapse is always the people's hearts. Lynn tossed the peeled green outer skin aside, revealing the white fibrous stem inside. He put the stalk in his mouth and chewed it gently. A burst of sweet juice instantly exploded on the taste buds. Danny, you should try some. Lynn handed another sliced piece to Daenerys. Daenerys hesitated before taking it and then, mimicking Lynn, carefully took a bite. Those beautiful violet eyes lit up instantly, so sweet. It was a pure unadulterated sweetness, richer than mead and more refreshing than summer fruit. What is this? She asked curiously. Sugarcane. Lynn stood up. He already seen it. This is the kind of wild grass that grows everywhere on the continent of Essos. Those benevolent masters only knew how to use it to feed livestock, or to let their slaves chew on it to relieve boredom. But they didn't know that within this tiny weed lay a power capable of overturning the entire world. Jorah and Daenerys exchanged bewildered glances, completely baffled by Lynn's meaning. Let's go, I'll take you to see a real magic show. Lynn led them to a plantation on the outskirts of the city that once belonged to the benevolent lord. This place is filled with vast fields of sugarcane, swaying in the hot wind like a green ocean. After occupying this place, Lynn immediately ordered the Unsullied to guard it, which is why Lynn dared to turn against the city-states of Meereen. Lynn summoned all the craftsmen in town who knew stonemasonry and carpentry. When Daenerys and Jorah arrived, the place had already changed completely. Guided by blueprints drawn by Lynn himself, the craftsmen quickly assembled what they considered an incredibly bizarre device. It was a press consisting of two huge round stone mills, powered by a strong draft horse. The horse turned, causing the millstone to slowly grind. Bundles of sugar cane were fed into the stone mill, and with a crunching sound, pale blue sugarcane juice flowed continuously into a huge earthenware jar next to it through a pre-dug stone trough. A sweet, intoxicating fragrance began to fill the air. What is going on? Jorah stared at the sap mixed with grass clippings and mud. Utterly bewildered, Lynn did not answer. He directed the workers to carry vats of sugarcane juice to a row of huge iron pots. Beneath the iron pot, the fire roared. The sugarcane juice was bubbling in the pot, releasing white steam. Add that in. Lynn pointed to a pile of white powder made from burnt seashells next to him. That's lime, as lime powder was sprinkled into the pot. A magical scene unfolded. The originally murky liquid began to clarify, as the grass clippings and impurities reacted with the lime, coagulated into scume floated on the surface. The workers used huge, long-handled ladles to skim off the scum. The liquid in the pot gradually changed from a pale blue color to a thick, amber-colored syrup. The cloyingly sweet aroma almost overwhelmed the entire plantation. My lord, is this some kind of new mead? Jorah couldn't help but ask. No, it will be worth 10,000 times more than mead. Lynn had people pour the boiling hot syrup into cone-shaped ceramic molds with small holes at the bottom. As the temperature decreases, the syrup begins to cool and crystallize. Several hours later, When the workers broke open the clay mold, what appeared before everyone's eyes were pieces of yellowish-brown, rough-textured solid raw sugar. Daenerys curiously broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth. It tastes very sweet, but has a burnt aroma and a slightly off flavor. And the texture is also a bit rough, that's it. Jorah asked, somewhat disappointed. Although this stuff is sweet, it doesn't look much more luxurious than regular honey. Sir Jorah, what's the rush? This is just the beginning. Lynn smiled. He instructed the workers to place these cone-shaped chunks of coarse sugar upside down on a row of empty earthenware jars. Then he had someone bring him some moist clay. Seal the top of the sugar cube with this mud. Everyone was stunned, adding mud to desserts. What kind of unheard-of operation is this? Even Daenerys looked puzzled. Lynn didn't explain, but simply asked everyone to wait patiently. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, the moisture in the clay began to slowly seep downwards. Drop by drop, the water flowed through the cracks in the raw sugar crystals, gradually dissolving and carrying away the yellowish-brown molasses that encased the crystals. Drops of dark brown liquid seeped from the small hole at the bottom of the sugar cube and dripped into the earthenware jar below. The original yellowish-brown sugar cubes were visibly lightening in color from top to bottom, from yellowish-brown to pale yellow and then to off-white. This process is slow and magical. Like a silent transformation, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the fading candy, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle one day later. When Lynn ordered the workers to remove the cracked clay at the top and take down the brand new sugar cube, the entire plantation fell into a deathly silence. Jorah Mormont's eyes were wide open like saucers, and his mouth was agape enough to fit a fist. Daenerys covered her mouth with her hand. Her purple eyes filled with disbelief. What appeared before them was a solid as white as snow, shimmering with a crystal-clear luster in the sunlight. Lynn took the piece of sugar and gently squeezed it. The sugar cube shattered instantly, turning into countless white crystals resembling diamond dust. He picked up a pinch and brought it to Daenerys' lips. Daenerys stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked it. Boom, a pure. Intense sweetness exploded in her mouth in an instant. It has no off-flavors, no bitterness, and sweetness that can make your soul tremble. Food of the gods, Jorah Mormont muttered to himself. He had lived half his life, traveled throughout Westeros and Essos, and had never seen or tasted anything so incredible. He looked at Lynn in shock. Could it be that Lynn was a Meister at the Citadel before? This is what it truly is. Lynn sprinkled the white powder in his hand into the air. The glistening powdered sugar danced in the sunlight, like falling snow in Westeros. Great lords, to display their prestige, would spend exorbitant sums to purchase an extremely rare type of sugar from Reese, which they called white gold. Even a small piece is worth a golden dragon. But that kind of sugar has an extremely low yield, and it's far less pure than ours. Lynn was quite pleased to see the utterly shocked expressions on Jorah and Daenerys' faces. As a modern person, any one of these things I randomly pick out is a game changer for our times. This feels so good. Now tell me, what happens when something whiter than snow and sweeter than honey appears at a banquet in the court of Westeros? Jorah's mind was reeling. He seems to have already seen it all. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, brandishing golden dragons, fought tooth and nail for even a small bag of this white powder called sugar. What spice, what silks, will pale in comparison to this ultimate culinary temptation. This was the sweetest thing he had ever eaten in his life. They'll go crazy for it. Jorah's voice was trembling. My lords, you've created a gold mine. Lynn's gaze was directed westward to the continent separated by the narrow sea. Meereen and Yunkai can blockade Slaver's Bay. But can they blockade the whole world? They won't do business with us. But the lords of Westeros will beg and plead for our sugar with their ships laden with grain and steel. Daenerys looked at Lynn's profiling in her purple eyes. There was an almost worshipful love. Faced with a blockade powerful enough to trap an entire city, Lynn showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, He effortlessly produced a supreme weapon capable of breaking any deadlock. This transcends the wisdom of ordinary people. Relay my orders. Lynn's voice rang out in the frenzied plantation. Recruit men from the loyal Unsullied Legion to expand sugarcane cultivation and sugar production. I'll make Astapor's sugar pile up like mountains. Furthermore, Lynn turned to look at Jorah Mormont. A sly glint in his eyes. Send someone to Pentos to inform Governor Illyrio of this news. Tell him I have a deal that could empty his entire iron vault. And I'd like to talk to him about it. Just tell them I want to rent all his boats. Will he agree? Jorah hesitated. Illyrio is a businessman. He wouldn't want to offend Meereen and Yunkai. And his aid to us has all been done covertly. He will. Lynn interrupted him and shoved a small bag of samples into his hand. No businessman can resist a profit of over 300%. If he does, then he's definitely not a qualified businessman. Go, Jorah, get the merchant ships as soon as possible. We can't wait, and neither can the nobles of Westeros. Pentos. The residence of Governor Illyrio remained as luxurious as ever. This man, who was as large as a mountain, was behaving unusually at this moment. He wasn't lying on that soft couch toddy instead. He was pacing anxiously back and forth in his study. His expensive silk robe clung to his body soaked with sweat, highlighting his exaggerated belly. Your Excellency, you've been gone for almost an hour. A servant standing nearby cautiously offered a reminder. Because Lynn seemed to have a strong aversion to slavery. Upon learning the news, he immediately dismissed all the slaves from his manor. Fearing he might anger Lynn, shut up. Illyrio waved his hand impatiently. Only one word was swirling wildly in his mind: sugar. White sugar. When Jorah Mormont appeared before him, Travel-worn placed the small silk pouch on his table. He initially dismissed it with disdain. But when he put that powder-witter than snow into his mouth, this governor, who had tasted countless delicacies, completely lost his composure. It was an exquisite sweetness that could make even the soul tremble. Pure, noble, without the slightest impurity. He instantly understood the terrifying value behind this thing. The nobles of Westeros will wage war for it. No, it's not just Westeros. Essos Isaros, the whole world will go mad for it. My lord, Lord Lynn said. Jorah's voice was calm and confident at the time. He's willing to use the exclusive trading rights to this sugar to charter all your merchant ships. Illyrio's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was a business that could change the world order. But he also knew that this meant a complete falling out with Meereen and Yunkai. The fleets of those two city-states have already blockaded the entire Slave Bay. But just as Lynn had predicted, no businessman can resist a 300% profit. Illyrio is not only a competent businessman, he was also a top-notch speculator. Illyrio abruptly stopped his small eyes, hidden behind his fat gleaming with greed. I will have my entire fleet set sail immediately. To Lee's Tyros Valentis, buy up all the grainiron ore and cloth available in the markets. Then transport them all to Astapor. Your Excellency, the fleets of Meereen and Yunkai. Get them out. A sinister glint appeared on Illyrio's face. Tell them that if they dare touch a single one of my ships, Lord Lynn's dragons will burn their city to the ground. He didn't believe Lynn would send out a dragon for him, but he understood the principle of borrowing the tiger's power better than anyone else. Astapor residence. After hearing the news Jorah brought back, Lynn's face showed a knowing smile. Everything was going according to his plan. However, at that moment, an Unsullied guard strode in. Adult Viserys is under control. He knelt on one knee. Lynn's smile vanished. He hadn't had time to deal with Viserys before. Now that the biggest problem is solved, it's time to deal with Viserys' attack on Daenerys. Lynn nodded. He turned and walked toward Daenerys' room. Jorah wanted to follow, but Lynn stopped him with a look. The door was not closed. Daenerys sat by the window, watching the busy figures outside, lost in thought. Her profile, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, was as beautiful as an oil painting, yet carried a lingering sense of melancholy. I've heard about it. Lynn walked up behind her and gently pulled her into his arms. Daenerys' body trembled slightly, and she rested her head against his chest. "I'm fine." Her voice sounded muffled. "I'm just a little sad." I thought he still retained at least a shred of Targaryen dignity. But he didn't. He's like a mad dog driven to the brink, wanting only to drag everyone down to hell with him. Lynn didn't say anything to comfort her. She just tightened her grip on his arms. "Sorry." Daenerys suddenly looked up, a hint of guilt in her purple eyes. "If I hadn't been so nosy, I would have gone to see a doctor." "This is not your fault," Lynn interrupted her, then bent down and kissed her forehead. "You're just too kind." Kindness is not a weakness, Dany, never will be. But for some incorrigible people, mercy will only embolden them. Daenerys fell silent. She knew who Lynn was talking about. "What do you want to do with him?" she asked softly. "Everyone must pay the price for their mistakes. Death is Viserys' final destination." Lynn's answer was simple and direct. Daenerys' body stiffened. She had anticipated this outcome, but hearing it with her own ears still felt like her heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. "I see." She closed her eyes and buried her face even deeper. "I just don't want to see his resentful face anymore." "Good." Lynn looked at hers, then let him make his final contribution to House Targaryen. That night, Disciplinary Square. The torches illuminated the entire square as if it were daytime. The Immaculate, once fully armed, stood silently around the square, forming an impenetrable human wall. Their faces were completely expressionless. In the center of the square, a tall wooden platform was temporarily erected. Viserys was pinned firmly to the wooden platform by two Unsullied. His hands were crippled and his mouth was gagged, leaving him only able to whimper desperately. He looked at the thing lying quietly on the velvet cushion at his feet. A dragon egg. It is entirely black, covered with fine, dark red patterns as if magma is slowly flowing within it. Viserys' pupils contracted sharply. He instantly understood what Lynn wanted to do. He began to struggle frantically, his pale purple eyes filled with pleading. Lynn didn't look at him. His gaze fell on Daenerys beside him. Daenerys changed into a long black dress, her silver gold hair dancing in the night breeze. Her face was expressionless. She simply watched her brother writhing on the wooden platform, his body no longer recognizable as human. "Some say that only death can repay life." Lynn's voice rang out in the silent square. "Some people say that only life can be exchanged for life. Today we will verify the ancient prophecy." After he finished speaking, he drew a dagger from his waist. That wasn't a long claw, but a dagger crafted from dragon crystal, entirely black, emanating a chilling aura. He walked step by step onto the wooden platform. Viserys' struggle intensified. Lynn knelt down and pulled the gag out of his mouth. "No. You can't do this to me." Viserys' scream pierced the night sky. "I am a true dragon. My blood is noble. You can't use it for such a filthy ritual. I am your king. Dany's help me, help me." Daenerys simply stared at him coldly. Without uttering a word, "A true dragon," Lynn smiled. Lynn grabbed Viserys' chin and pressed the blade of the dragon crystal dagger against his neck. "A dragon that would even betray its own sister, and can't even control its own emotions. You are not a dragon, Viserys, you're just a talking bug." Master Aemon Targaryen, blood assaid, should have become king, the rightful heir. He could simultaneously fulfill all three incubation methods for the dragon eggs. If he were still alive, he could hatch all three dragon eggs by himself. Viserys only has one Targaryen bloodline to his name. He is neither a sage nor capable of becoming a king. To be on the safe side and not waste Viserys' blood, Lynn only chose to let Viserys hatch one dragon egg. Having said that, Lynn no longer hesitated. The hand rose, the knife fell. The sharp dragon crystal easily sliced open Viserys' throat. Hot blood gushed out like a fountain. Viserys' eyes widened in disbelief. The radiance of life vanished rapidly in his eyes. Lynn grabbed his hair and forced his neck toward the black dragon egg. With the blood of the king, I summon your spirit. The scorching heat of Targaryen blood was poured over the dragon egg. The moment the jet-black dragon egg came into contact with blood, the dark red patterns on its surface began to emit a faint glow. It was as if a dried-up riverbed had been refilled with the waters of life. The entire dragon egg began to tremble slightly. But that's not enough. Lynn raised his head and looked up at the sky. Winter was already circling in the air, its three enormous heads curiously looking down at everything below. Winter is here, Lynn called out, Dracarys. Winter let out a low growl. It took a deep breath. The next second, scorching dragon flames descended from the sky, precisely engulfing the glowing and radiant dragon egg. Royal blood and dragon breath clicked, like the cracking sound of new life breaking open. It echoed in the silent square. The jet-black dragon egg had a crack on its surface. Next came the second, the third. Countless cracks spread rapidly like a spider web boom. The eggshell shattered completely, a young dragon, entirely black except for a touch of eerie blood red on its back and the edges of its wings, poked its head out of its broken eggshell. It shook off the sticky liquid on its body and curiously looked around at this brand new world. When its gaze met Lynn's eyes, it let out a clear, affectionate chirp squeak. It took its first steps, wobbling along to Lynn's feet, and nuzzled his boots affectionately with its tiny head. In the square, after a brief silence, 8,000 immaculate ones spontaneously knelt on one knee. They raised their spears high and slammed them to the ground in unison, offering Lynn their most fervent respect. You killed Viserys and Daenerys, experience points +02. Lynn ignored the system notification that was ringing in his mind. His gaze passed over the newborn dragon and landed on Daenerys. Daenerys' face was already wet with tears. She gazed at the newborn black dragon, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The old Targaryen with Viserys' blood is dead, and the new Targaryens will rise from the ashes of this blood and fire ruin. Grey Worm, Lynn's voice rang out, yes, sir. Cut off his head and treat it with lime and spices. Lynn glanced at Viserys' still warm body. I need to take it with me when I return to Westeros. He bent down and picked up the black baby dragon that kept nuzzling against him. The little guy is very light, but his body is very warm. Lynn looked into its golden eyes, which were like molten lava, and suddenly smiled. From now on, you'll be called Night Fury, Lynn. Carrying the young dragon named Night Fury, descended from the platform and stood before Daenerys. Do you like it? Lynn handed the baby dragon to her. It will stay with you from now on. Daenerys reached out her slightly trembling hand and gently stroked the Night Fury's smooth, warm scales. The baby dragon let out a comfortable purring sound. She looked up at Lynn's eyes, which appeared exceptionally deep in the firelight, and nodded vigorously. Viserys' blood was washed away by the morning of the following day. Daenerys sat on the chaise lounge on the terrace, cradling the young dragon named Night Fury in her arms. The little creature slept soundly, its jet-black scales gleaming warmly in the morning light, and the blood-red stripe on its back resembled an unhealed scar. With each breath, its small chest rose and fell slightly, and 2 wisps of white smoke escaped from its nostrils. Daenerys gently stroked it, feeling the warmth and vitality emanating from her palm. She knew that this baby dragon was obtained at the cost of her brother's life. But she felt no sadness, only a sense of peace that had settled. The old Targaryens are dead. Dead in Viserys' madness and folly. And she, together with Lynn, will usher in a new era, Queen. Missandei's voice came from behind her, carrying a plate of sliced fruit and a bowl of warm goat's milk. Daenerys snapped out of her reverie and smiled at her. She's gotten used to being called that now. Ever since Lynn announced in the council chamber that she would be in charge of Astapor's internal affairs, everyone, including Jorah Mormont, has begun to address her as queen. Everyone knew Lynn's ambitions. The title of queen is only a matter of time. She looked out the window. What was once a punishment square is now the busiest place in the city. Countless craftsmen toiled by the furnace, sweating profusely, forging brand new armor for the immaculate on the streets. Free people guided by the Unsullied, lined up to receive food and clean up the ruins left by the war. Everything was in perfect order and brimming with vitality. Grey Worm, new leader of the Unsullied, has done a better job than anyone imagined. He was taciturn, yet possessed an iron will and astonishing execution ability. He would carry out every order Lynn gave him without fail, and even do it better. He divided the 8,000 Unsullied into several large groups. Some were responsible for city defense and patrols, some for maintaining order, and a group of the most loyal Unsullied were sent to the sugarcane fields outside the city to expand sugar production. Daenerys knew that Lynn was behind all of this. Lynn had planned everything for this city. All she and Grey Worm needed to do was complete Lynn's plan. Just then Jorah Mormont walked in hurriedly. Queens. He first bowed to Daenerys, then spoke solemnly. Governor Illyrio's fleet has set sail and should arrive in about a month. Pentos and Meereen are now at loggerheads, however. We won't have to worry about food for the time being. Daenerys' heart skipped a beat. She doesn't need to worry about anything else. But if the problem is solved, that means... She subconsciously looked up at the entrance to the hall. Lynn came out from inside. He changed into a tight-fitting outfit, the black leather armor outlining his tall and straight figure, with the Valyrian steel sword with the wolf's head hanging at his waist, along with an eerie dark sister sword. Behind him followed two Unsullied. One of them was holding a wooden box wrapped in black cloth. Daenerys' heart sank so fast she stood up. Illyrio is a shrewd businessman. He knows that time is money. Lynn walked up to her and reached out to tuck a strand of silver hair that had been ruffled by the wind behind her ear. I'm leaving Dany, although she had expected it. Daenerys' eyes still welled up with tears when Lynn actually said those words. Can't we stay a few more days? She grabbed Lynn's sleeve, her voice tinged with pleading. There are still many things waiting for me to handle in Westeros. Lynn looked at her furthermore. We need to find buyers for our sugar as soon as possible. Adult Jorah Mormont couldn't help but speak up. His face filled with worry. It's too dangerous for you to go back like this. You are the king of the borderlands. You have allowed hundreds of thousands of savages to enter beyond the wall. This is enough to make you a thorn in the side of all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Not to mention, Jorah glanced at Daenerys. Then at the long claws at Lynn's waistband lowered his voice. You now possess Winter the Unsullied Legion. And you've even married a Targaryen. Although Westeros may not be aware of what's happening here. But if word gets out, your situation will be in danger, sir. Your return with Viserys' head might put King Robert's mind at ease for a while. But how long do you think he can allow a vassal who has achieved great merit and wields power enough to overthrow the entire kingdom to live? Every word Jorah said resonated deeply with Daenerys. She realized that Lynn's current situation was 100 times more dangerous than she had imagined. He almost single-handedly stood against the entire Westeros aristocracy. Robert, a playful smile appeared on Lynn's face. He probably doesn't have time to deal with my affairs right now. That old lion of House Lannister is a much bigger headache for him than I am. A direwolf from the north, as for the danger. Lynn's gaze swept over Jorah, Sir Jorah. Which do you think is more dangerous, words or gold? Jorah was taken aback, not understanding Lynn's meaning. Swords can only kill enemies, but gold can turn enemies into friends. Lynn patted him on the shoulder. I'm not going back to see Robert this time. I'm here to do business. I want every table in the Seven Kingdoms to be filled with Astapor's white sugar. I will make noblewomen fight over a small bag of sugar. And I will make great lords grovel before me for a monopoly on a trade route. When they can't live without my sugar, do you think they'll still care whether I'm really the king of the frontier? Jorah Mormont's mind was reeling. He looked at Lynn's calm face. The man before Mehai's weapon was never just that three-headed dragon. His wisdom was far more deadly than dragon flames. What about here? Daenerys looked at him with concern. This is now in your hands. Lynn turned around, placed his hands on Daenerys' shoulders, and looked intently into her eyes. You are my wife and also the master of Astapor. The Grey Worm will obey your commands, and the 8,000 Unsullied are your sword. Sir Jorah will assist you, and Illyrio will be your most reliable ally." Daenerys looked into Lynn's dark eyes, which were filled with trust and expectation. A surge of power welled up from the depths of her heart. She nodded vigorously, but tears involuntarily streamed down her face. "I will. I will protect our city and wait for you to come back." Lynn smiled. He lowered his head and lightly kissed Daenerys' lips. There was no lingering affection, only a promise. "Grey worms." Lynn released Daenerys and turned to the silent commander. "Yes, sir, you must protect her with my life." Grey Worm's answer was concise yet solemn. Lynn said no more. He turned and strode towards the port. He didn't look back. Daenerys stood on the terrace, watching the black figure walk further and further away until it disappeared into the distance at the edge of the city. The sea breeze dried her tears and dispelled the last trace of weakness in her heart. 2 weeks later, winter's enormous wings pierced the clouds, below which lay the Westeros Sea, even for a dragon. Flying continuously for half a month is a huge drain on its energy. Winter's 3 heads all seemed rather listless, only perking up again when fishing. Finally, the familiar coastline of Westeros appeared on the horizon. Lynn did not fly directly to King's Landing. The king of the Red Keep would not welcome a dragon that could freeze him and his castle into an ice sculpture. He landed on a deserted island off Blackwater Bay. "Stay here and wait for me to come back if you're hungry. Go find something to eat yourself. And don't make too much noise." Lynn patted Winter's enormous head. Winter let out a low growl and nuzzled Lynn with its head. Lynn changed into ordinary traveler's clothes, boarded a passing fishing boat, and blended into King's Landing. King's Landing remains the same. The air was still filled with that complex odor, a mixture of human urine, horse manurined rotten fish. The streets were bustling with people, and beggars and PR**sent**** youths were everywhere. The men in golden robes patrolled the streets. Everything was exactly the same as when he left. Lynn did not go to the Red Keep, nor did he go looking for Varys or Sansa. He strolled through the city, through the filthy, muddy alleyways of Flea Nest, and past the clanging blacksmith shop on Steel Street. Finally, Lynn stopped in front of a bustling market. His gaze was drawn to a figure. It was a girl. She wore a clean, dark blue long dress, with a few delicate little flowers embroidered on the hem. Her long black hair was no longer a messy bird's nest, but was tied back with a silver hairband, making her look neat and refreshing. She was standing in front of a stall selling riles, somewhat awkwardly imitating the other noble ladies. She picked up a piece of lace and examined it carefully in the sunlight. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the lace, illuminating her face, which had lost its childishness and become more defined. Her skin was the fair complexion typical of people from the north. Those gray eyes, still as wary and sharp as a wolf cub's, now held a touch of girlish gentleness. Arya Stark. "She's grown taller and pretty too." Lynn couldn't help but laugh as she watched her trying so hard to act like a lady, yet appearing completely uncomfortable. He silently walked up behind her. "This material is quite good." A familiar voice rang in my ears. Arya's body stiffened abruptly. Her fingers tightened instantly around the lace, and her other hand instinctively reached for her waist. That spot was empty. She slowly, little by little, turned around. When she saw that familiar face behind her, her gray eyes, which were always as wary as a wolf's, widened instantly. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief. Countless emotions flashed across her small face. Finally, all the emotions converged into a scalding torrent. "Welling up in my eyes, she uttered only one word, and her voice was already choked with sobs the next second. She rushed forward without thinking and crashed headfirst into Lynn's arms. Hole, she buried her face in Lynn's chest and, with all her might, raised her fist and pounded on Lynn's chest again and again. The force was far greater than it appeared. "You finally decided to come back, do you know?" Do you know her words became incoherent, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which soaked the front of Lynn's shirt. Lynn didn't say anything, just let her vent. He could feel how much longing and grievance were contained in every punch this little girl threw at him. Pedestrians and vendors around them stared curiously at the strangely behaving couple. Whispering amongst themselves, Arya also became aware of the gazes around her. She abruptly lifted her head from Lynn's embrace, hastily wiping the tears from her face with her sleeve, trying to revert to her fierce demeanor. But her red-rimmed eyes and nose completely betrayed her. Lynn looked at her, trying to act nonchalant but with a face full of grievance, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out and, as he always did, ruffled her hair. "All right, your makeup's all ruined from crying." Arya's face flushed red instantly, the redness spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Who's wearing makeup?" she stubbornly retorted. "And don't touch my hair." Although she said that, she didn't dodge. Lynn withdrew her hand, her gaze falling on her brand-new long dress, and she looked her up and down with feigned surprise. Tusk, that's truly rare. Our little wolf girl from Winterfell. She's even wearing a skirt now. Looks like the food in King's Landing is pretty good. It's made you, well, a bit more womanly. What nonsense are you spouting?" Arya was both embarrassed and angry. She raised her foot to stomp on Lynn's foot, but Lynn easily dodged it, looking at Lynn's hateful smiling face, and then at the familiar tenderness and doting in his eyes. The grievance she had just suppressed surged up again. She pursed her lips and her eyes reddened again. "Let's go." Lynn took her wrist. "Let's go back and talk about it later. By the way, let me see if your sword is rusty." Arya's wrists are very thin. Lynn held it in his hand and could clearly feel the pulse beating rapidly beneath the thin layer of skin. She struggled symbolically for a couple of moments, but couldn't break free. That force was less of a resistance and more of a coquettish display of embarrassment and annoyance. "Let go," Arya lowered her voice, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. But her gray eyes dared not look at Lynn, instead staring intently at the spot where their hands were clasped. "I won't let go." Lynn's answer was crisp and decisive. He pulled her along, ignoring the curious glances of those around them, and headed straight for the Prime Minister's tower. "You. How come you're still so strong?" Arya gave up, struggling, muttering to herself, but her feet followed involuntarily. "It's you who's gotten weaker, Arya." Lynn joked without turning her head. "Wearing skirts all day, fiddling with these laces and frills. Where's your sewing needle? Did you throw it into Blackwater Bay to feed the fish?" "No way." Arya reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. "I practice every day." She was eager to prove herself. "Yeah." Lynn's tone was full of doubt. "Then I'll have to check carefully, lest you've turned the water dance Sirio taught you into a little girl's circle dance." Arya's eyes lit up at the mention of Sirio Forel, and her tone became serious. "What he taught me I will never forget." The two bickered as they walked through the bustling streets and soon arrived at the Prime Minister's tower. The towering tower stands out among the low-rise buildings of King's Landing, overlooking this dirty yet desire-filled city. The Stark guards at the gate immediately bowed when they saw Arya. When their gaze fell upon Lynn beside Arya, they were first taken aback. Then their faces revealed an expression of mixed awe and excitement. Lord Lynn, they recognized him. The legend who emerged from the north. Now the mighty king of the frontier who commands respect across the 7 kingdoms. Lynn nodded to Theme, asked a few simple questions, and then led Arya inside along the way. All the servants and guards who saw him stopped and looked at him with either curiosity or awe. The story of Lynn had already spread throughout King's Landing, and in those embellished versions, the mainstream version was that Lynn would lead the wildlings to attack the 7 kingdoms. The study on the top floor of the Prime Minister's tower. The door was not closed. Ned Stark stood before a huge map of Westeros, his brow furrowed. It had only been a little over a month since I last saw him, but he looked like he had been drained of all his energy. He had lost weight and aged considerably. The wrinkles around his eyes were deeper, and his temples had been streaked with gray for some time. Life in King's Landing is like a giant millstone, relentlessly eroding the will of this Warden of the North. Father, Arya called softly. Ned slowly turned around. The moment he saw Lynn, his gray eyes instantly surged with intense emotion. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he just strode forward and gave Lynn a tight hug. The force was great, carrying the straightforwardness characteristic of people from the North. "Good lads, you're finally back." Ned's voice was heavy with exhaustion. He released Lynn, placed his hands on his shoulders, and carefully looked him up and down. "It looks more sturdy." Ned breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained serious. He glanced at Arya, then at the two silent, Unsullied behind Lynn. One of them was also holding a square wooden box wrapped in black cloth. "Arya, you go out first." Ned's tone left no room for argument. "I don't." Arya immediately retorted. She instinctively stood next to Lynn, like a little wolf guarding its food, watching her father warily. "I want to hear everything you have to say." Ned frowned, about to lash out. "Let her stay, sir," Lynn said. "There are some things she'll find out sooner or later. She's no longer a little girl." Ned was silent for a moment, then finally sighed and nodded. He dismissed the servants in the study and closed the heavy oak door. "Do you even know how much trouble you've caused me?" Ned's very first words were full of hostility. He pointed to the vast land north of the Great Wall on the map. "King of the frontier, you released hundreds of thousands of savages into this land. The number of able-bodied men who can take up arms and fight alone exceeds 80. 000, do you know what this means? Lannister, Tyrell, Baratheon at the Royal Council. Those gentlemen were itching to form a coalition army and hang your head on the walls of King's Landing." "It's me," Ned's voice suddenly rose. His gray eyes filled with bloodshot veins and helplessness. "It was I who overruled everyone's objections and vouched for you with the honor of the Stark family. That's how this matter was temporarily put on hold." Lynn listened quietly without arguing. He could imagine the immense pressure this upright Duke of the North had to withstand in King's Landing. A power arena teeming with Westeros protect himself. "This kindness is immense, and Robert." Ned's tone grew heavier, even tinged with a hint of apprehension. "You must be careful of him, Lynn. He's not the Robert I knew back then anymore. The throne and fine wine completely corrupted his mind. He's become unpredictable, suspicious. And sometimes he won't even listen to what I say. He's afraid of you, Lynn. He fears your army. And he fears your title as King of the Frontier. He doesn't say it, but I know he dreams of getting rid of you every night." Hearing her father say that, Arya's face turned deathly pale. She gripped Lynn's sleeve tightly, her palms sweating profusely. She then realized that Lynn's return was not a triumphant homecoming, but rather the beginning of a slaughterhouse meticulously prepared for him. "I understand, sir." Lynn's expression remained calm. It was as if King Robert, whom Ned spoke of as someone capable of bringing him to his doom, was merely an insignificant figure. Ned was both anxious and angry at his nonchalant demeanor. But now that Lynn has entered the city, the news has probably already reached Robert's ears. And there's absolutely no way he can escape now. Ned took a deep breath and said one last thing. He didn't want to talk about this, but as a father he had to. "And your marriage to Arya." Ned's gaze fell on his stubborn little daughter, his eyes becoming complex and pained. "I made a promise to Arya, right here in the Prime Minister's arena. Lynn, I know you're a good kid. You're a few years older than Rob, but you're still a child. I'll treat you the same way I treated Rob. You could say that although we're not related by blood, I've always considered you my adopted son. But first and foremost, I am a father, Arya's father." Ned's voice carried an unwavering resolve. "If you can't get past the king safely this time, I will not hand Arya over to you. I can't let her go with you to face a future that's destined to be shattered." Boom! Ned's words exploded in Arya's mind. "Father." Arya screamed, staring at Ned in disbelief. How could you say that? How could you? She didn't know what to say next. And tears welled up instantly. She couldn't believe that her most loving father would say such heartless words when Lynn needed support the most. What is this if not abandonment? Lynn didn't say anything. He simply patted Arya's back gently. Signaling her to calm down, he knew Ned was not wrong. This is a father protecting his daughter in his own way. It's human nature, we can't be too harsh on them. Even if Lynn has a daughter in the future, she still doesn't want her to marry such a person. But sometimes actions speak louder than words, adult. Lynn finally spoke, his voice calm and confident. Don't worry, I haven't come back to fight King Robert. I'm here to offer a gift. Lynn personally lifted the black cloth covering a wooden box. A head treated with lime and spices, yet still clearly showing its original features, appeared before Ned and Arya. His handsome yet twisted face was etched with the fear and resentment of dying. Viserys Stangrarian, this is. Ned stared intently at the head. I have dealt with the remnants of the Targaryens on behalf of His Majesty the King. Lynn spoke so casually, as if he were talking about something trivial. I believe King Robert will appreciate this gift. Ned looked at the head, then at Lynn's, and a storm raged within him. He never imagined that Lynn could kill Viserys. He really did it. This gift is certainly substantial. This was enough to dispel most of Robert's suspicions. But that's not enough. As long as Lynn remains king beyond the wall, he will always be a sword hanging over Robert's head. As for the rest, Lynn smiled, a smile tinged with mystery. I am still a businessman, sir. I have brought something. Something that could drive all 7 kingdoms mad. When His Majesty the King and all the nobles are dependent on my business, do you think they'll still care who I really am? Ned was stunned. He had absolutely no idea what Lynn was talking about. Just as he was about to ask further questions, there was a loud knocking on the study door from the outside. Duke. An anxious voice came from outside the door from the head of the guard. Jestling Bywort, His Majesty's messenger has arrived. The king summons Lord Lynn to the Iron Throne Hall immediately. His Majesty's messenger has arrived. Ned Stark's expression instantly turned serious. He waved his hand, signaling the head guard outside the door to remain calm, then turned around and stared intently at Lynn. Arya's face turned deathly pale, and she gripped Lynn's sleeve tightly. It was as if this would keep Lynn in the safe study. Fathers, you can't let him go. Arya's voice was choked with sobs. The king. The king will kill him. This is a summons from the king, Arya. No one can refuse. Ned's voice was tired and weak. He looked at Lynn, his eyes filled with worry. Are you ready? Don't worry, sir. Lynn's face remained calm. He gently patted Arya's hand, then handed the wooden box containing Viserys's head to Ned's guard. Take this with you, Lynn said to the guard. Also, go to the dungeon and take the gift the Night's Watch sent. Gift? Ned was taken aback, but he quickly understood what Lynn meant. Things had spiraled out of Ned's control. Ned could only sighturn around and stride out of the study. He was going to change into the Prime Minister's finery, to go to the Iron Throne Hall to stand beside Lynn, and to do his last bit of effort. Only Lynn and Arya remained in the study. A suffocating silence filled the air. Arya opened her mouth as if to say something, but tears fell down her cheeks first. She hated her powerlessness, she hated her weakness. Caught in this massive vortex of power, she could only watch helplessly as the person she cared about most walked into an unknown abyss. I'll go with you. Arya suddenly raised her head, and her gray eyes washed with tears shone with an unprecedented determination. What? Lynn was stunned. I said I'll go with you. If something happens to you this time, or if my father really won't let me marry you, I'll elope with you. We'll go to the north. To the borderlands, anywhere is fine with us. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place. King's Landing any longer. She was like a little wolf announcing it was running away from home, speaking the softest words in the fiercest tone. Lynn's heart felt as if it had been violently struck by something. He looked at the stubborn little girl in front of him. She was terrified herself, yet she was willing to give up everything she had for him. A warm feeling mixed with a touch of guilt welled up in my heart, fools. Lynn reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face with her fingertips. I'll be fine. Lynn looked into her eyes and said word by word. When I return, I'll take you away from King's Landing to a more interesting place. I promise. Arya bit her lip, looked into his sincere eyes, and finally nodded firmly. The path to the Iron Throne Hall was long and oppressive. The corridors of the Red Keep are filled with dragon tapestries from the Targaryen dynasty. The colossal beasts embroidered with gold thread, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, seemed poised to come alive at any moment in the torchlight, ready to tear people apart and devour them. Ned walked beside Lynn, his steps heavy. When you see Robert Latter, no matter what he says, don't contradict him. Ned lowered his voice, giving his final words of advice. He's become very temperamental. The slightest spark could set him off. I will, sir, Lynn replied, his gaze, however, inadvertently swept over the Lannister guards, standing ramrod straight on both sides of the corridor. Their faces all bore the same indifference and arrogance. Tywin Lannister, the old lion that had been lurking in Casterly Rock, finally couldn't resist showing its fangs. He was still on duty in the Golden Robe when he left. Not long after he left, the Lannisters interfered. As expected, Ned was no match for Tywin. Moreover, Lynn knew very well that Robert's erratic and suspicious behavior was not solely due to the corruption of alcohol and power. It was a poison that was quietly growing inside him. A slow-acting poison concocted by the Faceless Ones, powerful enough to destroy the mind. Just as they rounded a corner, two figures blocked their path: Queen Cersei Lannister and her twin brother Jaime Lannister. Cersei wore a long, golden brocade dress, her beautiful face bearing a languid mockery. Her gaze swept over Lynn, as if she were examining an item that belonged to her. Look who's back. Cersei's voice had her own unique intonation. Hero of the North, king of the frontier, what? You're tired of Essos and now you're longing for King's Landing. James stood beside Cersei, his hand resting on his gilded, white-sheathed longsword, his green eyes filled with vigilance. Lynn's gaze passed over Jaime and landed directly on Cersei's face, a slight smile playing on his lips. His Majesty should be pleased with the gift I presented. I have proven my loyalty to the king. Perhaps the Queen also needs to prove her loyalty. By doing this, it's hard not to make people misunderstand your motives. Jaime was completely confused, but Cersei's smile froze. These words struck her most hidden sore spot precisely. The Lynn in front of her not only took her body, but also reminded her in this way that she was still Lynn's property. The moment she saw Lynn's mocking gaze, she was reminded of how Lynn had been so unrestrained and merciless that day. A wave of shame and a sense of being out of place washed over her. Her fingernails almost dug into her palms. Her vision blurred and she could barely breathe. Let's go. Lynn and Ned walked past Harren before leaving. Lynn gave Cersei a meaningful look. Cersei's face turned pale. She wanted to turn hostile. But the thought that Princess Miachella was still in Lynn's hands replaced her anger with helplessness. Cersei looked somewhat embarrassed and nodded almost imperceptibly. As the heavy doors were slowly pushed open, the cold and oppressive atmosphere of the Iron Throne Hall rushed out. The hall was packed with people. All the key ministers who were supposed to attend the Imperial Council meeting were present. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Littlefinger Petter Baelish, wore his signature ambiguous smile. However, he ended up in a wheelchair and will struggle to stand up for the rest of his life. The intelligence chief, a clawed spider Varys, had his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a fat and harmless herbivore. The king's brother, Lord Bluebarath, Duke of Storm's End, was dressed in magnificent robes and had an arrogant expression. Grand Secretary Paisel, old and frail, seemed as if he might fall asleep at any moment. But the fleeting glint of shrewdness in his eyes revealed that he was not as incompetent as he appeared. All eyes were focused on Lynn as he walked into the hall. But the most eye-catching figure is the one who sits high on the Iron Throne. Robert Baratheon's. He had gained even more weight since Lynn left. His black velvet coat, a symbol of royalty, was stretched taut by his enormous belly, as if it might burst at any moment. His face was flushed with an unhealthy redness, and his eyes were cloudy, filled with irritability and impatience. The heavy breathing carried the smell of alcohol, so strong that it could be detected from 10 meters away. That once spirited face has long been corrupted beyond recognition by poison, winewomen, and suspicion. He wasn't a king. He was more like a restless wild boar trapped on its throne. "You've finally returned, my king of the frontier." Robert's voice, like a muffled rumble of thunder, echoed through the hall. He practically gritted his teeth as he uttered the words "King of the Frontier." Lynn ignored the undisguised mockery. He simply knelt on one knee and performed a standard knightly salute. "Greetings, your majesty, a tribute." Robert let out a crude, cold laugh. "You let hundreds of thousands of savages into my kingdom, and then call that a tribute? You proclaimed yourself king, built your army on my land, and then come to me to pay your respects. That's quite a tribute, Lynn. Did you think that just because I personally knighted you, I wouldn't dare cut off your heads?" Robert abruptly rose from his throne, his massive body casting a huge shadow. He pressed his hand against the ornate jeweled face at his waist, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage, fixed intently on Lynn below. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. But amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a fleeting glint of schadenfreude in the eyes of the others betrayed their entire attitude towards Lynn. Lynn was in King's Landing, in control of the Golden Robes, and everyone avoided him. It was an unparalleled spectacle, so oppressive that they could hardly breathe. Now that they see Lynn is about to be in trouble, everyone is eagerly anticipating how things will unfold. It would be best to take this opportunity to get rid of Lynn completely. Ned's heart was in his throat. He was about to step forward to defend Lynn. Lynn shook her head at him. Lynn raised his head and calmly met Robert's furious gaze. "Your Majesty, I have come to present you with a congratulatory gift." A congratulatory gift? Robert thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "What gift?" Lynn didn't say anything, she just clapped her hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the guard carrying the wooden box stepped forward and raised it high. Lynn stood up and personally unveiled the black cloth. When Viserys' unseeing head appeared before everyone, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Robert's breath hitched. He stared intently at the head, at the face he had hated for over a decade. The rage on his face was gradually replaced by a twisted sense of pleasure. "Targaryen, haha, Targaryen bastards." Robert let out a maniacal laugh. "Well done, Lynn. Excellent job, you actually did it." He stepped down from the throne, grabbed the head, and held it high, displaying it to everyone. "See that? This is what happens to the Targaryens." Seeing Robert's frenzied state, Ned's heart sank even further. He knew that one head was far from enough. Sure enough, Robert's laughter stopped abruptly. He tossed the head aside like it was a piece of trash. "Don't think that a dead man's head can atone for your sins." Robert's face darkened again. "You are still the king of the frontier, your majesty." Lynn spoke again, clearly drowning out Robert's roar. "The real enemy does not come from the north. It has been hanging above everyone's heads for 1,000 years. What nonsense are you spouting?" Robert roared impatiently, "Someone come here." Lynn ignored him and simply called out towards the door. "Bring up the other gift," amidst everyone's puzzled gazes. 2 guards carried in an iron cage covered with a black cloth. The iron cage was placed heavily in the center of the hall. Inside the cage, something seemed to be moving restlessly, emitting a series of low-teeth grinding, scraping sounds. "Playing tricks," Robert frowned. Lynn walked up to the iron cage and suddenly ripped off the black cloth. In that instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone could see what was in the cage. It was a humanoid creature. Its body was shriveled like a dried-up corpse. His clothes were already tattered. revealing his bluish-gray skin and stark white bones. What's most terrifying about it is its eyes. Those were a pair of deep blue eyes. It was filled with a deathly stillness that didn't belong to this world. Corpse demon, what the hell is this? Duke Renly instinctively took a step back. His face filled with disgust. Grand Secretary Pazel was so shocked that his beard trembled. A scam, this must be some kind of scam. Seemingly stimulated by the surrounding light and sound. The ghoul slammed into the iron cage, bang. The heavy impact made everyone's heart skip a beat. It stretched out its withered hand. Nothing but bones and tendons. And reached through the gaps in the iron bars to grab the nearest Lannister guard. The guard screamed in fright and swung his sword to strike. When the longsword struck the ghoul's arm, severing it cleanly. But the ghoul remained unfazed. Its eyes still fixed on the guard. The severed arm was still groping on the ground. The entire Iron Throne Hall was in complete chaos. The Iron Throne Hall is completely out of control. The screams of the ladies nearly lifted the roof off the Red Castle. Several cowardly courtiers even collapsed to the ground, their crotches emitting a foul stench. The Lannister guards, who were usually so arrogant, were now pale with fright, their hands trembling as they held their swords. They had never seen such a bizarre monster. Even with its arms severed, its ferocity remained undiminished. The severed hand lying on the ground, its 5 fingers still scratching incessantly at the hard stone slab, made a scratching sound, as if the limb itself had a life of its own. They had never seen such a bizarre creature before. And they were all terrified. Burn it, quickly burn it. Ned had learned how to deal with these dead men from Lynn. And he was the first to react. He drew his sword and stood in front of Robert, yelling at the guards around him. However, fear had already rendered the guards incapable of thinking. Make way, everyone. Lynn pushed aside the guards blocking his way and took a burning torch from the wall. He walked slowly toward the ghoul that was still frantically pounding against the iron cage. The ghoul seemed to sense the threat of the flames. Its eerie blue eyes were fixed on Lynn. It suddenly stretched its remaining hand out from the gap in the railing and grabbed at Lynn's face. Lynn neither dodged nor avoided the attack. They simply poured the kerosene they had prepared beforehand onto it. Then he gently handed over the torch. The moment the flames touched the ghoul's dried skin, it was like hot oil meeting a spark. It burst into flames. Black flames spread rapidly up its arm. Engulfing its entire body, the ghoul let out a shrill. Inhuman howland writhed and rolled wildly in the cage. A nauseating stench, a mixture of burning and rotting, instantly filled the entire hall. Lynn remained expressionless as he brought the torch closer to the still-moving severed hand on the ground. Under the licking flames, the severed hand quickly turned into a charred mess and finally stopped moving. A few minutes later, the screams from inside the cage gradually subsided. The once powerful ghoul is now nothing more than a charred skeleton reeking of stench. The entire Iron Throne Hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked on in awe, their gaze shifting from the smoky iron cage to Lynn, who held a torch as if he had expected all of this. Robert Baratheon's alcohol fumes and rage had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a sense of shock and bewilderment, as if their understanding had been completely overturned. His massive body trembled slightly on the cold iron throne. What the hell is this thing? Robert's voice no longer carried the arrogance it had just displayed. This is the common threat to all the living. Corpse demon, Lynn stuck the torch back into the wall, turned around and met everyone's gaze. The dead soldiers were resurrected by a creature we call the Others. They feel no pain, are tireless, and ordinary swords cannot kill them. Only fire or dragon crystal. They are the vanguard of the long night, the messengers of winter. Your Majesty, this is our true enemy. Nonsense. Grand Secretary Pazel stepped forward. His old face flushed red with excitement. White Walkers. Whites, these are just old tales to scare children. That's utter nonsense that Academic City has already debunked. Does a university town in the south even deserve to disprove something? Lynn smiled and pointed to the charred skeleton in the cage. You really should go and see for yourselves what's beyond the Great Wall in the north. Grand Scholar, since you've put it that way, can you use the knowledge of the Academy to explain why this so-called nonsense of yours moved just now? Pazel's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word, Your Majesty. Lynn ignored the senile old man and turned his gaze back to Robert. Beyond the wall, every dead man, whether killed by sword, frozen or starved, is transformed into one of these monsters by the White Walkers. Even a mummified corpse buried underground for hundreds of years. Even just a skeleton can be resurrected. They are not merely killing Your Majesty. They are conscripting soldiers. For every soldier we lose, their army gains one more. How should we fight this battle? Robert's breathing became heavy. He was a soldier, and he immediately understood the terrifying implications behind those words. An army that grows stronger with each kill. What does this have to do with savages? Bluebear Rashid frowned and couldn't help but ask. Of course it's related, Lynn's gaze swept over him. Because those savages are not our enemies. They are just refugees fleeing this disaster. I let them into the Great Wall for 4 reasons. Lynn extended the first finger. First, if I don't let them in, they'll die outside the wall. Then, those dead savages will become part of the army of whites. Every savage I bring in means we'll have one less unkillable monster to fight. And one more ally to combat the deads. One gains at the expense of the other. A suppressed gasp filled the hall. This logic is simple and straightforward. Yet no one can refute it. Lynn extended her second finger. Secondly, what did we gain? I gained 80. 0 soldiers who were used to fighting in icy and snowy conditions. They know the White Walkers better than we do. They've been fighting these monsters for centuries. When the long night falls, when the army of ghouls besieges the city, they will stand by our side fighting for Your Majesty. Fighting to protect this land, Robert's eyes lit up. An army of 80,000. Lynn extended her third finger. Thirdly, Your Majesty's northern border is bitterly cold, and the land granted there has been barren for centuries. What does the addition of hundreds of thousands of savages mean now? This means that before the long winter arrives, those wastelands will be reclaimed. It means that the North's food production will double. And it means they will provide the kingdom with tax revenue. Labor and soldiers. They are no longer barbarians, they are your subjects. A strong and prosperous North will only solidify your rule. Ned Stark looked at Lynn. His gray eyes filled with shock and relief. He only saw the trouble the savages brought. But Lynn had already planned a future that would change the entire landscape of the North. Fourth, Lynn extended his last finger. What would happen if we didn't let these savages in? We must forever remain on the northern front, guarding against an army of 100. 0 that could assemble at any moment. They will constantly harass us, attempting to attack and cross the wall of despair, which will consume a great deal of our manpower and resources. Or worse, Lynn's gaze returned to the iron cage. We'll wait. We'll wait for the White Walkers to turn these 100. 0 wildling warriors 200,000 wildling women and children into whites. I'll be facing an army of 100. 0 or even 300,000 dead who have appeared out of nowhere. Oh, by the way, these dead don't understand chivalry. They feel no fear, no mercy. They simply turn every living thing into one of their own. After Lynn finished speaking, the entire Iron Throne Hall fell silent. Everyone was awestruck by the grand and terrifying picture Lynn painted in his words. Those courtiers who had previously gloated and were ready to watch Lynn's downfall now wore solemn expressions. They discovered that what Lynn had done was not about amassing military power or plotting anything sinister. He is saving the entire kingdom in his own way. By the 7 gods, Robert murmured to himself. He stepped down from the throne and walked step by step to the iron cage, staring intently at the charred skeleton inside. Fear, excitement, fervor. Countless emotions intertwined in his cloudy eyes. As a soldier, he hated the infighting in the court and loathed the endless bills and meetings. But now, an enemy truly worthy of his wielding of his warhammer has appeared. The army of the dead, Robert turned around abruptly, and a hint of youthful boldness and spirit appeared on his fat face. He burst into laughter which echoed throughout the hall. This is the kind of battle a king should fight. He walked up to Lynn and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his large, fan-like hand. Good job, lads. You not only brought me the heads of Targaryen bastards, but also an army of 80,000, King of the Frontier. To hell with King of the Frontier. Robert waved his hand, his voice booming like a bell. Things I promised you before. If you can bring back the heads of the remaining Targaryens, I will grant you land and break your oath to the Night's Watch. I mean what I say from this day forward. The land you have been given is your fiefdom. You will serve the kingdom as a counter-vassal of Ned, and dedicate yourself to its service. I will make you my first line of defense against the Long Night. The Night's Watch oath will no longer bind you. You may marry and have children. You can marry 100 and no one will interfere. Moreover, your firstborn son will inherit the land forever. I've heard you've become the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. But breaking your oath will not earn you the respect of the people. You shall step down and choose another from among the Night's Watch to fill the position. The entire hall was instantly astonished. Ned Stark's mouth dropped open. He couldn't believe his ears. Duke Renly was equally dumbfounded. A hint of confusion flashed in Cersei's eyes. What a blessing this is, by granting Lynn this land to Robert. Lynn had acquired the right to manage and profit from it. At the same time, Ned will be obligated to provide protection, and will be duty-bound to send troops to protect Lynn and his land should Lynn be attacked from the outside. Lynn, as a vassal, will fulfill his obligations to Ned. Providing military services is our most important obligation. When Ned wages war, his vassals must provide their own weapons, armor, and horses, and lead their own soldiers to fight for him. When Ned encounters special circumstances, such as his eldest son being knighted, his eldest daughter getting married, or his lord being captured and requiring a ransom, Lynn is required to pay a contribution. Lynn was also obligated to attend Ned's court meetings, provide advice to Ned, and participate in matters such as trials. Lynn knelt down on one knee, this time with a slight smile on his face. The earldom and the fiefdom are now in our hands, to be honest. Lynn's first thought was of his promise to Arya in Winterfell, which was also the goal he had set for himself. He had finally transcended social class and could now prepare to marry Arya. I am willing to die for your majesty. Good, good, good. Robert exclaimed good. 3 times he had never felt so pleased. He felt as if he had returned to his youth on the banks of the Trident River, when he smashed Rhaegar Targaryen's chest with a single blow. However, just as the Emperor and his ministers were getting along well, and the atmosphere was reaching its peak, an untimely voice quietly rang out. Your Majesty, perhaps you should calm down. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The one speaking was Petyr Baelish, who was sitting in a wheelchair. He still wore that harmless smile, but his gleaming eyes held a chilling coldness. The scene Lord Lynn described is indeed captivating. Only, Petyr changed the subject, his gaze falling on Lynn. A raven has sent word that Lord Lynn, your actions on Essos went far beyond simply killing Viserys Stangryan. You liberated Astapor, incorporated 8,000 Unsullied soldiers into your army, and forged armor for them that Jorah Mormont, the death row inmate who escaped Westeros, is also hanging around you. And that woman named Daenerys has also been taken in by you. My lord, you even hatched a giant dragon yourself. Littlefinger's voice was like cold water, instantly extinguishing Robert's newly ignited passion. The atmosphere in the hall froze once again. If ghouls are a distant threat, then dragons and the Unsullied are swords at hand. Pentos was originally a place primarily focused on intelligence gathering, with messenger ravens scattered throughout the world. As Lynn set off for Essos, countless people were watching. Littlefinger, being a high-level player and not stupid, is not surprising to have first-hand information. Robert's smile vanished, he slowly turned his head-high eyes. Now cloudy again fixed intently on Lynn. Is he telling the truth, Lynn, where's your dragon? Jorah and Daenerys are nothing. Just two stray dogs wandering in a foreign land. But a dragon, the Unsullied Legion. These two words sent a chill down my spine, even more than the charred ghoul I had just seen. Robert Baratheon, who had just been full of pride and ready to lead his army north to crush the army of the dead, froze on his face with a smile that then vanished. He turned his head inch by inch, those eyes, bloodshot from alcohol and rage, became cloudy and dangerous again. He stared intently at Lynn. His gaze was full of suspicion and gloom. Is he telling the truth? Robert's voice was terrifyingly deep, like the final growl of an enraged lion before it explodes. Lynn, where's your dragons? I demand an explanation for what he said. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to plummet to freezing point at that moment. Ned Stark's heart sank to the bottom. His worst fears came true. Robert is clearly not in a good state right now. Repeated and unpredictable, he sometimes turns into this. If Lynn can't give a reasonable explanation now, then today will really be a disaster, he wanted to speak, but found himself unable to defend himself. I just hope Lynn can come up with a good solution, all eyes, whether gloating or filled with surprise and fear, were once again focused on Lynn. They wanted to see how this young man from the north, who had just turned the tide, would face the king's deadly question. Lynn remained calm. He didn't even look at the Littlefinger sitting in the wheelchair with a victor's smile on his face. He simply met Robert's murderous gaze and nodded calmly. Yes, your majesty, I have a dragon, he admitted it. So easily, so decisively. A collective gasp filled the hall. Furthermore, I possess 8,000 of the world's finest soldiers, known as the Immaculate. Lynn's second sentence made everyone's heart skip a beat. This is insane, that northerner must be insane. He actually dared to admit, before the Iron Throne and in front of the king, that he possessed such a powerful private army. Everything I've done is for you, your majesty. For the sake of the entire kingdom. Lynn's voice echoed in the deathly silent hall. Clear and firm, your majesty, as you just saw. That was merely a Gula scout of the army of the dead. Beyond the Great Wall lies an army of hundreds of thousands, even millions of the dead. What do we have to fight them with? An army of tens of thousands, cobbled together from various sources by the kingdom. Barely enough food for winters. Still relying on those unreliable mercenaries. No, your majesty, that's not enough. We need an army that is fearless in the face of death and absolutely obedient to orders. Therefore, I have brought you the Immaculate. We need flames powerful enough to incinerate all evil. Therefore, I have brought you a dragon. Lynn's gaze was intense, fixed on Robert's gloomy face. The Unsullied Legion will fight for your majesty. My dragon, its dragonfire will burn only for your majesty. They are not my private property, your majesty. They are your sharpest swords against the long night. Robert's expression remained unchanged. And he questioned him again. And how do you explain Jorah and Daenerys? A damned slave trader. And a remnant of House Targaryen, do you really intend to abolish House Baratheon? Lynn remained calm and composed despite the questioning. Sir Jorah Mormont, a descendant of the previous Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, considered me his successor and bestowed upon me the clan sword. Longclaw, my relationship with him is quite close. But my relationship with the Mormont family cannot be the key reason for my pardoning Jorah. That would be seen as protecting someone. When I first arrived on the continent of Essos, Sir Jorah sought me out to atone for his sins and attempted to pledge allegiance to the Seven Kingdoms once more. He could have simply run away, but he didn't. He knew he was risking being hanged, but he still found me. Furthermore, Jorah Mormont has guarded the wall for the Seven Kingdoms for many years. And I believe Jorah's sins have been atoned for. His Majesty should give him a chance to reform. Lynn's words were evasive, which made Robert extremely anxious. He didn't want to know about this so-called Jorah. He wanted to know about someone else, Daenerys. Another remnant of House Targaryen. Lynn seemed to see through Robert's petty scheme. As for Daenerys, actually, I originally intended to present her head to His Majesty as well. But I ultimately decided to spare her life. Robert's eyes widened, and the next second he roared. Lynn, do you know what you're doing? Lynn responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Of course I know, Your Majesty, as everyone knows. Dragons are the symbol of House Targaryen. And throughout history, only those of Targaryen blood have been able to successfully tame these powerful magical creatures. And even the Targaryens themselves sometimes couldn't control these proud dragons. Therefore, if Daenerys is killed, the dragon will also be executed. But if we accept Daenerys, we can not only keep her under our watchful eyes and cut off her hopes of restoration, but we can also completely sever the pure bloodline of the Targaryens. Most importantly, this will bring the dragon under control and make it work for the Seven Kingdoms. It can be said to achieve multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Doesn't Your Majesty wish to possess a colossal dragon capable of conquering the Seven Kingdoms across the land? Robert's facial muscles twitched, his mind, consumed by suspicion, was racing. How could a king refuse the allegiance of a dragon? He dreams of owning a dragon. That's the glory only Aegon the Conqueror deserves. But reason told him that the dragon was uncontrollable and a huge threat capable of overthrowing his rule. Just as Robert was caught in a dilemma, Lynn suddenly changed the subject. Of course, Your Majesty. Both the army and the dragons need to be fed. And I've heard that the kingdom's finances seem to be somewhat strained. He glanced meaningfully at the Littlefinger in the wheelchair. Pettiabarish's smile froze for a moment. Lynn took out a small bag wrapped in white silk from his bosom. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he ascended step by step the steps leading to the Iron Throne. Stop right there, Jaime Lannister, commander of the King's Guard, instinctively wanted to draw his sword to stop him. But Robert stopped him with a look. Lynn walked up to Robert and respectfully presented him with the silk bag. Robert took the bag suspiciously and opened it. Inside were fine white powders pure as snowflakes, shimmering with a crystalline luster in the torchlight. What is this, some kind of poison from Rise? Robert asked in a gruff voice. No, Your Majesty, this is white sugar from Astapor. Lynn smiled. Try it, as soon as he finished speaking. Lynn seemed to remember something and feigned sudden realization. Oh no, that's not right, for His Majesty's safety. We should have someone examine him first. After all, human nature is unpredictable. Lynn's gaze fell squarely on Petyr Baelish, who was in a wheelchair. Lord Littlefinger was most suspicious of my loyalty just now, and must be most concerned about His Majesty's safety. How about Littlefinger personally tastes this for His Majesty to prove its purity? Instantly, everyone's attention shifted from the small bag to Littlefinger's face. Petyr's smile vanished completely. He felt like he was being watched by a venomous snake. Robert was taken aback at first, then burst into a loud, boisterous laugh. He thought the suggestion was absolutely brilliant. Yes. That's right, Robert pointed at Petyr, his large finger almost poking Petyr's nose. You come here. Aren't you the one who's always there to share my burdens? Now's your turn to share this burden. You try this for me. Petyr's face turned from white to green, then from green to purple. He was pushed in a wheelchair by two men in golden robes to the foot of the Iron Throne. He looked at Lynn's ambiguous smile and wished he could tear him to pieces with his eyes. But he had no choice. With trembling hands, he picked up a small pinch of white powder from the bag Robert handed him. The powder was finer than anything he had ever seen. He closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and put the powder into his mouth in an instant. Petyr's eyes snapped open. A pure, intensely sweet flavor exploded in his mouth. This was not honey, nor any kind of sweet he had ever tasted. This is a flavor that could drive any nobleman mad. He's not stupid. He instantly understood the value of this thing. This is a gold mine that could overturn the entire trade landscape of Westeros. And this gold mine is now in Lynn's hands. Robert hesitated for a moment, looking at Lynn's calm eyes. He finally stretched out his thick fingers, picked up a pinch, and put it in his mouth in that instant. Robert Baratheon's eyes widened in shock. An unbelievable look of surprise appeared on his face, which was bloated from his indulgence in wine and women. 7 gods above, what does this taste like? This is a sweetness so pure and exquisite, like the sweetest berries of summer, or the richest honey of early spring. It exploded on his taste buds in an instant. It was a sweetness that could make even the soul tremble. The nobles of Westeros have a sweet tooth here. Sugar production and acquisition are extremely difficult, requiring a large amount of labor and technology, and therefore the price is high, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. By enjoying sweets, these nobles could directly demonstrate their economic power and social status. Furthermore, in some social events, sweets are often used as important items to signify status and to entertain guests. Therefore, owning and consuming large amounts of sugar was seen as a symbol of prestige. He had lived half his life drinking the bittersweet Dorne wine and eating honey-roasted wild boar, but he had never tasted such an incredible sweetness. He eagerly grabbed a handful more, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it like a gluttonous bear, 7 gods above. Robert mumbled incoherently, his eyes gleaming. "It's called white sugar, Your Majesty." Lynn's voice carried a hint of seduction. "It will become a commodity more precious than gold. I have secured exclusive production rights in Astapor, and I am willing to supply the royal family exclusively at cost price, whether through resale or other means. The wealth it brings is enough to fill all the deficits in the national treasury, enough to arm 10 armies to fight the White Walkers. Your Majesty, are you still worried about the war expenses? I've brought you a gold mine that can't be exhausted." Robert was completely stunned, his mind reeling. Dragon army wealth. This kid actually packed up everything he had ever dreamed of and delivered it right to his doorstep. Robert suppressed his joy and asked the most crucial question with feigned seriousness. "Then Lynn, I'm asking you, are you willing to hand over the dragon to King's Landing? This is a completely beneficial approach. Without handing over the dragons, Lynn's loyalty cannot be proven by handing over the dragon. Lynn's loyalty is not in question. While Baratheon gains a dragon for nothing." Lynn's expression was strange. Why would anyone want to raise a dragon these days? Does he want to be the next Robb Stark? Someone is willing to raise a dragon for him. And it's from King's Landing, a place that's not short of money and loves face. Of course, he couldn't be happier and would even wholeheartedly agree. Lynn immediately replied, "Of course, no problem. I'll send the dragon over as soon as I return to Essos. However, I still have another use for Daenerys." Robert gave him a knowing look. He himself knew that Lynn had already given enough. And if he pushed his luck any further, wouldn't he become the next Mad King's ha-ha-ha-ha? A deafening burst of maniacal laughter suddenly erupted in the Iron Throne Hall. Robert grabbed Lynn's shoulder and patted his back forcefully with his large, fan-like hand. "Good lad, Ned. Look at the good lad you've raised. He's more useful than a whole ship full of Varys and Petters." Robert's face flushed with excitement, raised the sugar high and roared at the astonished courtiers. "Did you all see that? A bunch of cowards who only know how to gossip behind people's backs, while you're arguing heatedly over a few copper coins. This young man has already conquered a city for me and brought me a mountain of gold." He pointed sharply at the Littlefinger in the wheelchair. His eyes filled with disdain. "Petty. You're telling me he's a threat, he's a traitor? Bullshit, he's the best hero I've ever had." The smile on Littlefinger's face vanished completely, replaced by a deathly pallor. He couldn't understand how his potentially fatal blow had turned out this way. Robert's mind was racing. He must firmly bind this young man, this dragon and this mountain of gold to his chariot. With the strongest chains, a marriage alliance. The word popped into Robert's head. Yes. A marriage alliance, he slapped his thigh excitedly. This is the best way. Cersei Lannister's face turned deathly pale instantly. "My daughter Miachella," Robert roared. He remembered that his daughter seemed to be under Lynn's protection. This is simply a destiny arranged by the seven gods. Lynn, you will marry my daughter, Princess Miechella Baratheon. A princess who marries into a powerful family can gain the loyalty of a fiefdom. But marrying Lynn would be a different story. His dragons can conquer 2 or even more fiefdoms. He understands this basic principle. Boom. The entire Iron Throne Hall was in complete chaos. Is Lynn going to marry the king's only princess? Your Majesty, this won't do. Grand Secretary Pazel was the first to stand up and object. As far as I know, Lord Lynn is already engaged to a daughter of the Stark family. A marriage agreement. Robert seemed to have heard a joke, so what? Have you all forgotten what I said before? Robert surveyed the crowd, his voice carrying an undeniable air of dominance. I've said it before, Lynn can marry as many women as he wants. Even if he marries 100, I'll give him my permission. He wants to marry my daughters. And he also wants to marry a daughter of House Stark. Marry Miechella first, then the Stark daughter. It's settled then. Robert grinned at the dumbfounded Lynns. What kid you don't want to, what could Lynn say? He slowly knelt down on one knee. It's my pleasure. Outside the door, a small figure heard everything clearly. Arya Stark, she leaned against the cold wall. Her small body trembling slightly. Lynn succeeded. He survived. The father could no longer stop their marriage. A surge of immense joy had just welled up within her when another name pierced her heart like a needle. Miechella, that blonde Lannister girl. Always wearing pretty dresses like a porcelain doll. Lynn wants to marry her first. A surge of bitter jealousy welled up uncontrollably. Lynn looked at Robert's satisfied face, then glanced at Cersei and Jaemuho's faces were ashen. In the corner, finally, his gaze fell on the utterly dejected Littlefinger. Lynn gave him a meaningful smile. Since Baelish is determined to die, then he won't hold back. Lynn then surveyed the entire throne room and spoke loudly. Lord Baelish is very well informed, however. What you know is only what's publicly known. I've never intentionally hidden anything. But I know some of Lord Baelish's secrets or his past. Take, for example, the cause of Lord Jon Arryn's death. Lord Baelish, what explanation do you have for this? What was the real cause of Jon Arryn's death? Robert's ecstatic expression froze. Cersei's momentary daze was replaced by astonishment. All eyes shifted from Lynn to Eddard Baelish, who was sitting in a wheelchair, his face deathly pale. Lord Lynn, what are you saying? Varys's gentle voice broke the suffocating silence. Lord Jon Arryn's death. Wasn't it already diagnosed by Maester Pycelle as a sudden, serious illness, a serious illness? Lynn sneered, interrupting him. Yes, a malignant disease called ambition. His gaze pierced straight at Eddard Baelish. Your Majesty, Lord Nate. Lynn turned to the throne and the Prime Minister. Aren't you curious, why did Lord Jon Arryn die so suddenly? Why did the Seven Kingdoms descend into endless chaos and distrust after his death? Because there is an unseen hand, secretly manipulating everyone's fate. Lynn's voice suddenly rose and he stretched out his hand, pointing directly at the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who was already drenched in cold sweat. And that person is you, Eddard Baelish. Nonsense. Eddard finally snapped out of his shock. He retorted sharply, trying to maintain his last shred of composure. Lord Lynn, I know you dislike me, but you cannot use such despicable means to slander a high-ranking official of the king. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Lynn laughed, a laugh full of mockery. Then let's start from the beginning. First came Bran Stark's fall. A 7-year-old child fell from a high tower. And while he lay unconscious, an author assassin, wielding a Valyrian steel dagger, sought to end his life. Lynn's gaze swept over Ned's face, which was etched with pain. Many people present recognize that dagger. It once belonged to you, Eddard Baelish. Yet you claim that you lost it to Tyrion Lannister in a tournament. It was you who tried to incite hatred between the Starks and the Lannisters. I don't. Eddard's voice suddenly rose in pitch. The assassination wasn't done by him, but by Joffrey after hearing Robert say while drunk. that the boy was living a life worse than dead. And in his eagerness to prove himself to his father, he did something foolish. He simply went with the flow, handing over the dagger that nominally belonged to Tyrion to the assassin, thus definitively confirming the Lannisters' guilt. Of course you'll deny it. Lynn gave him no chance to explain and continued. Then came the assassination of Prince Joffrey, right there on the streets of King's Landing. A poisoned crossbow bolt was aimed straight at the prince's back. It was me who took that arrow for Joffrey, afterwards. The men in golden robes searched the small building but found nothing. The assassin vanished into thin air. Your Majesty, aren't you curious, in King's Landing, who possesses such extraordinary abilities to make an assassin vanish into thin air? Lynn's gaze locked onto Petter once more. It was you. Petter, you orchestrated this assassination. Whether they succeed or not, the fury will be directed at the two Stark daughters who accompanied the prince. Your goal is to make the Lion family and the Wolf family a mortal enemy. You're spouting nonsense. Petter's body trembled violently in his wheelchair. He discovered that what Lynn had said was absolutely accurate. That was a scheme he orchestrated himself. How did this guy know? Am I making false accusations? Lynn's mockery deepened. Now let's talk about your most brilliant masterpiece. An assassin in broad daylight stormed into the Iron Throne Hall, attempting to assassinate His Majesty the King. After being arrested, the assassins immediately accused Queen Cersei of orchestrating the attack. What a clumsy and malicious frame-up. Cersei's body trembled violently as she stared at Lynn in disbelief. He was actually defending himself, moreover. Lynn deliberately concealed the fact that Bran had witnessed her and James' affair. He could have taken this opportunity to say it all at once. But Lynn didn't. This relieved Cersei. A strange sense of gratitude arose in his heart for Lynn. Why would a queen assassinate her own husband and son? This makes no sense at all. But what if the person who orchestrated all of this did so to completely sever ties between House Baratheon and House Lannister? These seemingly unrelated events all point to the same conclusion. Let the most powerful families of the Seven Kingdoms fight each other, plunging them into war, and you Petter Baelish, with no soldiers and no horses, can only resort to such despicable means. A mere chancellor of the Exchequer can reap the benefits of this chaotic storm and climb your ladder of power built on blood and bones. And it all started with the death of Jon Arryn. It was you who made Lysa, that woman blinded by love, poison her husband with a colorless and odorless poison called Tears of Lysa. It was you. Not only did you covet Lady Catelyn, but you also toyed with Lysa's feelings, saying you'd marry her after it all was done. That idiot Lysa actually believed it. Furthermore, Lord Arryn, at such an advanced age, has actually fathered an heir. Doesn't anyone here find that strange? Lord Arryn has had women before, but neither his wife nor any other woman could bear him a child. Why is it that Lysa became pregnant immediately after he married her? Let's set aside whether it's Lord Arryn's fault or not. Looking at the whole of Westeros, or even the whole world, at Lord Arryn's age, who else could impregnate a woman? Isn't that Lysa's child who's never been weaned? Your offspring, Lord Baelish. The way others looked at Petter also changed. This guy probably just likes someone else's wife. Who could withstand that? Petter's face turned green. Is this something you can say in public? Is it possible for a human being to seduce another man's wife, impregnate her, and then entice her to poison her husband? But unfortunately, Littlefinger is someone who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Lynn was right about everything. Lynn acted as if she had witnessed him and Lysa getting into bed together. How did he know so much detail? Could it be that Lynn has some kind of knowledge about the past? Before he could even open his mouth to defend himself, Lynn spoke up again. He didn't give Petter a chance to speak at all, then. You wrote to Lady Catelyn Stark, falsely claiming that the Lannisters were responsible, thus luring Lord Ned to King's Landing. Lynn's every word perfectly connected the mystery that everyone knew but couldn't understand. With a single thread. This story is both so plausible and so shocking. No. It wasn't me, Petter panicked completely. He discovered that what Lynn said was partly true and partly false. The assassination of Joffrey is true. But the assassination of Bran was not ordered by him. It's true that Jon Arryn was poisoned. He framed the Lannisters to lure Ned to King's Landing to investigate the truth and thus confront the Lannisters. Ned succeeds, Robert's reputation is damaged. And House Baratheon will surely become enemies with the Lannisters. Ned's defeat and the King's death will lead to Ned's demise. Knowing that Joffrey is a B******D, Ned will certainly not be spared by the Lannisters. And Robb will definitely try to rescue Ned at that time. It will be a war between House Stark and House Lannister. At worst, Ned would be banished to the Wall to become a member of the Night's Watch. And would never have a voice again. And the assassin who tried to kill Robert and then implicated Cersei. That wasn't his doing at all. God knows why that assassin suddenly went mad and tried to kill Robert. But now in Lynn's narratives, all the guilt and all the conspiracies became a complete closed loop. A huge turd firmly pinned on his head, impossible to remove. He was utterly speechless. Because he couldn't explain why he planned to assassinate Joffrey. He couldn't explain why he had poisoned Jon Arryn. Because these are all facts, Petty. A roar like that of a wounded beast interrupted Petter's feeble attempts at explanation. Robert Baratheon's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Petter in his wheelchair. His obese body trembled violently with extreme rage, as if he might pounce at any moment and tear the man who had manipulated him to pieces. It's you, it's always been you, you bedbug from the sewer. You're treating me like a fool. Robert's spittle landed all over Petter's face. He suddenly drew the ornate longsword from his waist, its tip pointing directly at Petter's throat. I'll kill you right now, Your Majesty. Please calm your anger. Ned and Renly stepped forward simultaneously and held the enraged king firmly in place. Let me go, I want to cut off his head with my own hands. No one can stop me, Robert struggled frantically. No. Your Majesty, Petter stared at the gleaming sword tip, finally squeezing out the last shred of reason from his utterly crushed terror. He let out a piercing scream. These are all lies. Lynn has no evidence, it's all his conjecture. I deny all charges. Petter struggled with all his might to get out of the wheelchair. He leaned half his body out, his face contorted with fear and a gambler's madness. I am a key minister of the Imperial Council. You cannot convict me based solely on one person's account. I demand a trial. In the presence of the gods and the mortals. I demand judgment by combat, trial by combat. These 4 words instantly silenced the crazed Robert, the furious Ned and everyone else in the hall. This is the oldest tradition of the 7 kingdoms. When there is insufficient evidence and both sides have conflicting accounts, the power of judgment can be entrusted to the gods. Let's settle this with a duel. Everyone has the right to call for a trial by combat. And no one can disobey God's will, even the king cannot. Petter Baelish, the confined schemer in a wheelchair, used his last and only right to surrender his fate to the gods. Or rather, it was handed over to swords and blades. Robert's chest heaved violently. He looked at Petter's face, which was filled with madness, and then at Lynn, who was eerily calm beside him after a long while. He managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Good, I approve. I'll show the gods just what color your blood really is. You maggot. Robert slammed his sword back into its sheath and slumped back onto the Iron Throne, as if the fury had drained all his strength. You Pettiaberry, Robert pointed at him. Since you've requested a trial by combat, then choose your proxy knight. All eyes were on Petter. He's just a scheming politician. A cripple in a wheelchair, what does he have to offer in a fight? Who would be willing to risk their life for a schemer who has already lost power and is burdened with so many heinous crimes? Petter's gaze swept frantically across the hall. Duke Renly turned his head away in disgust. Jaime Lannister. He was looking at me with the eyes of someone who's already dead. Those nobles he had once bought off with money and benefits. At this moment, everyone avoided his sight as if he were a plague. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Petter looked at the nobles who had once called him brother and shared secrets and interests with him. They, however, seemed to be avoiding a plague, lowering their eyes to study the patterns on the stone slabs beneath their feet. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. This is King's Landing, the real-world reign. Petter's heart sank deeper and deeper into the abyss. He knew that he was already a political corpse. No one would risk their life for a dead person. In his despair, his gaze finally fell on a corner of the hall. That enormous figure standing like a mountain range. Gregor Clegane Magic Mountains. The Lannisters' fiercest, most brutal, and most loyal mad dog. Their combat strength is beyond doubt. Gregor stood there, arms crossed over his chest, his heavy steel armor gleaming coldly in the firelight. His expression was shrouded in the shadow of his helmet, but everyone could feel the pure, suffocating aura of violence emanating from him. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Petter's eyes. He knew that the mountain only obeyed Tywin Lannister and cared only about money and killing. And he happens to have both of those qualities. Even though King's Landing's assets have been lost to Lynn, he still has trump cards up his sleeve. A competent politician always plans his exit strategy in advance. It is clear that Petter is qualified. I choose. Petter's voice carried a desperate, mad glint in his eye. I choose Sir Gregor Clegane Mountain as my knight in shining armor. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone gasped in shock. Demon Mountain. He actually dared to choose the Demon Mountain. That monster that can tear a person in half with its bare hands. Ned Stark's face turned extremely ugly. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the Demon Mountain was. Elia Martell and her children died at the hands of this beast. But the mountain is a Lannister. Will he fight for Littlefinger? Jaime Lannister's brow furrowed as well. He glanced at Cersei beside him, his eyes questioning. Cersei's face turned incredibly ugly the moment she heard the name the mountain. She glanced at Lynn instinctively. Lynn stood there calmly, her face showing not even a ripple of emotion. But Cersei sensed a chilling dread, more terrifying than Ragin that calm. She remembered Lynn's warning, and she thought of her daughter Miachella, far away in the norths. She couldn't afford to provoke this dire wolf that had already bared its fangs. Sir Gregor. Petter didn't give Cersei a chance to speak at all. He used all his strength to drive his wheelchair to the front of the Demon Mountain. He looked up at the giant who was 2 heads taller than him, his voice full of seduction. I know you are loyal to the Lannisters, but even the most loyal knight needs a golden dragon. 10,000 golden dragons. Petter held up one finger. If you win this duel for me, I'll give you 10,000 golden dragons. 10,000 golden dragons. A suppressed gasp rippled through the hall. This money is enough to buy an entire street of shops in King's Landing, or to arm a well-equipped elite mercenary group of 500 men. Even in the mountains Aishadan by his helmet. A glint of greed seemed to flash. His deep voice rang out. I play for the Lannisters. His answer was simple yet clear. He is the Lannisters' dog. He won't move unless his master gives the order. Your Majesty. Petter immediately turned to Cersei. A fawning smile squeezed out of his pale face. This is merely a fair duel, and has nothing to do with the honor of the Lannister family. I merely wish to borrow Sir Gregor's power to prove my innocence to the gods. Your innocence? Cersei's cold voice rang out and she spoke after a sneer. Your innocence is worthless before the gods. Cersei stepped forward and stood in front of the mountain, speaking in an unquestionable tone. Sir Gregor is a vassal of my Lannister family, and his sword is wielded only for Casterly Rock and King Robert. Cersei's gaze swept over Petter's astonished face. Her voice filled with disdain. Not for some manipulative bug in a sewer. Cersei's rejection was both decisive and humiliating. She didn't look at Lynn when she said this, but everyone in the hall knew who she was saying those words to. She was actually trying to curry favor with Lynn, desperately trying to distance herself from Petter. When the group finally understood the key point and looked at Lynn again, everything had completely changed. Petter's face turned a deep liver color. Humiliation, the ultimate humiliation. He's the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Everyone speaks to him softly and gently. Now that he has lost power, how dare that powerless be ***ch Cersei humiliate him? Petter gripped the wheelchair tightly completion. It seems he has no last chance left. Just when everyone thought this farce was about to end in Petter's despair. 20,000 golden dragons. Petter practically roared out the number, plus all the profits from all my shops and fleet in Essos for the next 10 years. He's gone mad, he's completely gone mad. Varys' hands, which were tucked into his sleeves, trembled slightly. He had informants in Essos, and he knew better than anyone how vast Petter's holdings were in Essos. That was a real gold mine. The mountain's enormous body visibly moved. His breathing became heavy. Cersei's expression darkened further. She hadn't expected Petter to be so willing to spend so much. Gregor, Cersei's voice carried a hint of warning. However, Petter's eyes gleamed with the madness of a gambler who, having lost all his chips, would risk his life. That's true, he has no choice but to risk his life now. If you lose, you will die. No amount of wealth can be taken to hell, isn't that enough? Petter stared intently at the mountain. Then I'll add everything I have, my home castle. I own all the land in the Five-Finger Peninsula. If you win, you will no longer be Sir Gregor Clegane. You are the new Lord of the Five Fingers Peninsula. You also serve His Majesty the King. As for whether you wish to continue being a Lannister vassal, that is entirely up to you, boom. If the money was merely a lure before, then the title is enough to cleave through any loyalty. A knight, through his military exploits and rewards, could perhaps amass a considerable fortune in his lifetime. But becoming a vassal with your own castle and land, or even obtaining a hereditary title, is virtually impossible. Only Lynn, that exceptional individual with cheat codes, could do that, and now this opportunity is right in front of the Demon Mountain. If the mountain wins the duel, all of these will be his. The mountain slowly turned his head, his eyes hidden beneath his helmet, looking at Cersei. His voice no longer carried the respect it had before, but instead carried an undeniable air of authority. Your Majesty, I need an answer. Cersei's heart sank. She knew that the Demon Mountain was tempted. No, he has already made his choice. He wasn't making a request, he was informing someone. If I refuse again, this mad dog might turn on me on the spot. With Tywin not around, she currently has little power. Cersei's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lynn. She hoped to see anger and threat on Lynn's face. But she saw nothing. Lynn simply stood there quietly, a faint smile even playing on her lips. That smile was as if he were watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. Cersei understood Lynn didn't care at all. He didn't care who Petter's proxy knight was. Whether it's the mountain or anyone else, it makes no difference to him. Good. Cersei forced out a single word through gritted teeth. She felt her dignity being trampled underfoot and crushed to pieces by Lynn. The mountain, Petter Robert, in turn. Since Sir Gregor himself is willing, I have nothing more to say. After Cersei finished speaking, her face turned ashen, and she stormed back to her seat without looking back, as if staying there for even a second longer would suffocate her. Having received permission, the mountain let out a satisfied growl. He turned around, his massive body like a wall blocking Petter's wheelchair. He accepted. A flicker of ecstatic joy at surviving a catastrophe finally appeared on Petter's contorted face. He won. He fought with everything he had to earn the chance to live. As long as the Demon Mountain is around, who can be his match? In all of Westeros, who would dare to oppose this humanoid beast? His gaze turned defiantly towards Lynn. Come on. Now it's your turn. It's your turn to choose who will die in your place. All eyes in the Iron Throne Hall once again focused on Lynn. Demon Mountain, this name is like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Ned's heart was in his throat. He was ready. If Lynn asked, he would step in himself. Even if it costs him the honor of the Stark family. Even if it costs him his life. He will fight to win this duel for Lynn. Although he is now somewhat old, he is still a powerful knight. Robert's massive frame leaned slightly forward from his throne, his eyes flashing with a mixture of excitement and worry. Lynn, Robert's voice echoed through the hall. Who will you choose as your proxy knight? I can get Barrister and Jaime to take your place. Lynn smiled. He looked around at the tense, worried, and gloating faces. Finally his gaze fell upon Gregor Clegane, who stood as tall as a mountain, Your Majesty. Lynn's voice was calm and clear. I don't actually need a champion knight, what? Everyone was stunned. Even the demon mountain let out a low growl of confusion. Lynn took a step forward and walked to the center of the hall, facing the enormous figure of the mountain. Lynn reached out and slowly drew the Valyrian steel sword with a wolf's head from his waist. The long claw-like blade shimmered with a water-like luster in the firelight. James looked at Longclaw with envy. The Lannisters dreamed of owning a Valyrian steel sword as their family's clan sword. Even the most impoverished families wouldn't sell to them. Lynn's voice rang out, This trial began because of me. Naturally, it should be my turn to end this. He's gone mad, he must be insane, in the hall. A nobleman from the Reach muttered to himself unconsciously. Ned Stark's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He wanted to rush up, grab Lynn's shoulders, and shake him awake. He knew Lynn was very strong. In the Seven Kingdoms, Lynn was recognized as the best horseman and lancer. Virtually unmatched this time, however. It's a competition of comprehensive abilities. It's a fight to the death. His opponent is the Mountain. It's that monster who can wear a full suit of plate armor weighing 100 pounds and still wield a 6-foot-long greatsword with one hand. It's that demon who can crush a person's head like a grape with his bare hands. That's a power that no mortal could possibly defeat. In stark contrast to Ned's horror, Robert Baratheon, sitting on the Iron Throne, suddenly unleashed a near-mad light in his cloudy eyes. Ha 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 ha, Robert burst into laughter, his enormous belly trembling violently. That's more like it, that's more like it. These are the Northerners I know. Let's settle things with swords, instead of just talking big like these Southern women. He rose excitedly from his throne, his large, fan-like hand pointing at Lynn, then at the Mountain. His face flushed with excitement, filled with bloodlust and desire. This is the kind of duel a king should witness. This is what a true warrior looks like. Robert couldn't wait to see Bloodtoe witness an epic battle. Even if Lynn loses, he has a million ways to make Petter's life impossible. However, just as Robert was about to deliver the final blow and announce the start of the duel, a voice filled with despair and madness shattered the tense atmosphere. Your Majesty, I have the right to refuse. It's Petter Baelish. He struggled violently. Half of his body was sticking out of the wheelchair. That face, contorted with fear, was as pale as a dead man's skin. He stared intently at Lynn. Others may not know, but he does. He knew better than anyone how horrible Lynn was. This man traveled all the way from the north. And every enemy he faced, every seemingly insurmountable obstacle, ultimately became a stepping stone for him to climb higher. He investigated everything thoroughly, wildling king, White Walker's benevolent lord of Astapor, remnant of the Targaryens. He's like a gambler who never loses every time. Just when everyone thought he was going to lose everything, he would smile and reveal his cards, pocketing all the chips on the table. Petter did not believe in the gods. He only believed in himself. He doesn't believe in luck. He only believes in self-interest and calculation. It took him half his life to climb to where he is today. He can't die yet. He had gone through so much trouble to exchange his entire life's wealth and everything he had in the future for the Mountain. A trump card that could save his life. He assumed that Lynn, like any normal nobleman, would choose a highly skilled knight as his representative. Whether it's Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, anyone from the King's Guard, or even Ned Stark himself taking the field, Petter was absolutely certain that the Mountain would tear them to shreds. But despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated that Lynn would act completely unpredictably. He wants to get involved himself in that instant. Petter's brain filled with intrigue and scheming. began to work frantically. He can't let Lynn play. Absolutely not. Lynn must have some methods he doesn't know about. Your Majesty. Trial by combat is a sacred judgment witnessed by the gods. It has its ancient rules and traditions. Petter forced himself to calm down and quickly organized his thoughts. Lord Lynn is the plaintiff in this case. And I am the defendant, according to tradition. The plaintiff and the defendant should each choose a champion knight to judge right and wrong with swords under the watchful eyes of the gods. If the defendant has no knights willing to play for him, then the defendant has the right to step in himself. Lord Lynn's. He can't be both the plaintiff and his own champion knight. This is against the rules. This is disrespect to the gods. Petter's words instantly silenced the previously frenzied hall. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Grand Secretary Pazel nodded thoughtfully. What Lord Baelish said seems to make some sense. Upon hearing this, a flicker of struggle crossed Ned Stark's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear Petter to pieces. But reason told him that Petter was right. This is the only chance for Lynn to escape this doomed duel. Your Majesty, Ned stepped forward, his voice heavy. Although Petter's crimes are heinous, his words are in accordance with the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms. And Lynn indeed cannot personally intervene. Just kidding, if Lynn really died, how would he face Arya? Lynn must not die, bullshit. Robert's roar echoed through the hall as he kicked over the wine glass beside him. I am the king, my words are the rule, the tradition. He looked with disgust at Petter, who was quoting classical texts from his wheelchair, and then glanced at Ned, whose face was full of seriousness. When did you become like these sissies? Whining and whining, I just want to see a satisfying duel. Anyone who dares to utter another word, I'll twist their head off first. Robert's domineering attitude silenced Ned and Pazel. Petter's heart sank completely into the abyss completion. Even his final struggle seemed so ridiculous and futile. He slumped in his wheelchair, his eyes vacant. As if he were already dead, just then Lynn spoke up. Your Majesty, Lord Petter is right, what? Everyone was stunned. Even Petter himself suddenly looked up. Staring at Lynn in disbelief, he's actually speaking up for me. Trials should indeed follow tradition. We cannot break the established rules because of me. Lynn's gaze swept over Petter's astonished face, a playful smile curving his lips. In that case, I will choose my champion knight again. Upon hearing these words, Petter's dead heart instantly came back to life ecstasy. Boundless ecstasy, he doesn't have to die. As long as Lynn doesn't play no one, no matter who they are. Can be a match for the mountains, he won. He fought for a chance to survive from a desperate situation. Ned breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked at Lynn. Robert pursed his lips in displeasure, as if someone had snatched away the roast meat that was about to be eaten. But ultimately said nothing more. Good, very good. Petter was trembling with excitement, and he urged impatiently. Lord Lynn, please choose your champion. Is it the Duke of Stark or one of the Kingsguard warriors? His gaze swept defiantly across the hall, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Because he knew that apart from Lynn, whom he couldn't understand, no one present was a match for the mountain, Lynn smiled. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone and landing on the entrance to the hall. I choose the hound Sandor Clegane, my dog. An excited voice broke the silence in the throne room. It is Prince Joffrey Baratheon. He pushed his way out of the crowd, his handsome face, though pale and sickly, was filled with the ecstasy of a child finding a new toy. He idolized Lynn's. From Lynn defeating the Knight of Flowers with his lance at the tournament, to taking the fatal arrow for him on the streets of King's Landing. In his heart, Lynn was already a god of war, an idol. Now this idol is going to use his dog to fight a bloody duel. Is there anything more thrilling or magnificent than this? You want my dog to fight for you, Lynn? Joffrey ran excitedly to Lynn, looking up at him with a fervent light in his blue eyes. Of course you can. Without even consulting his mother or the king. He impatiently turned around and shouted at the corner of the hall. "Hound, did you hear me? Go. Go and kill your monster brother for Lord Lynn. This will surely be the most spectacular duel in King's Landing in a century." If Lynn's decision to go into battle himself was madness, then his choice of the hounds was absurdity. All eyes turned to the man standing in the corner of the throne room. Sandor Clegane. He wore a simple suit of chainmail, and his signature dog helmet was tucked under his arm, revealing half of his face, which was distorted and terrifying by flames. He was merely the prince's guard, a loyal yet ferocious dog. Here he was of low status and had no voice. He is very strong, that's beyond doubt. But his opponent was the Mountain. It was his older brother, Gregor Clegane. It was the demon who turned him into this grotesque figure. Everyone knew about the hatred between the brothers, but no one believed Sandor had even the slightest chance of winning. Gregor is a giant, a monster. Sandor, on the other hand, only did some dirty work for Joffrey and was incomparable to the renowned Gregor. Sandor, in front of his brother, was like an ordinary hunting dog facing a raging bear. Haha. Zanohata. A sharp, piercing laugh shattered the silence. "It is Petter Bellasy." He slumped in his wheelchair, laughing so hard he was doubled over, tears streaming down his face. "Hound. You chose the hound," he pointed at Lynn, his contorted face a mixture of euphoria at surviving a close call and undisguised mockery. "Lord Lynn, you are truly unexpected. I thought you would choose a true warrior, but I didn't expect to." He shook his head as if he were watching a huge joke. "Are you giving up?" He won decisively. "Lynn, that idiots. They actually abandoned the only possible variable and chose a doomed dead dog." Ned Stark's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't understand why Lynn would do that. How is this any different from letting Sandor commit suicide? Sandow. Joffrey ignored Littlefinger. He pointed at the hound and shouted in an unquestionable, commanding tone, "Say yes. Lord Lynn has chosen you. It is your honor." Joffrey's words instantly turned Cersei's face ashen. She wanted to stop it but found herself unable to say a word. Her son is using his princely status to push the two strongest dogs of House Lannister into a gladiatorial arena to fight each other. And all of this was for the man she hated most, and also the man she feared most. Sandor Clegane remained silent throughout. He just stood there. When Lynn associated his name with the word champion knight, a barely perceptible ripple flickered in his deep-set eyes. When Prince Joffrey gave the order, he simply raised his head slowly. His gaze swept over everyone, overlooked those pitying, mocking, and gloating gazes. His gaze finally settled on the enormous figure that stood like a mountain. His older brother, Gregor Clegane. The Mountain sensed his gaze and slowly turned his head. His face hidden by his helmet showed no expression, but a low chuckle escaped his throat. The laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. It was as if I were watching a hyena that was oblivious to its own mortality, daring to challenge a lion. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone held their breaths, watching the brothers about to stage their fateful showdown. The air almost solidified. Finally, Sandor moved. He ignored Joffrey's orders and didn't even go to see his arrogant brother. He turned around and took heavy steps. Walking slowly towards Lynn, he was nearly 7 feet tall, making him a giant among ordinary people. But it didn't seem out of place in front of Lynn. His hideous face was less than a foot away from Lynn. He stared intently into Lynn's eyes. Those gray eyes no longer held the numbness and irritability they usually displayed. Rather, it is an emotion of extreme complexity. There are doubts, scrutiny, and vigilance. And the deepest part, that faint longing, which even he himself was unwilling to admit. "Why me?" His voice was hoarse, because this was the first word he had spoken that night. "Sandor, it's not that you're helping me. It's that I want to help you." Lynn's answer was simple and direct. Lynn's eyes were like a sharp steel dagger. It easily dissected Sandor's mask of numbness and violence, which he had concealed for over a decade, and reached the deepest scars in his heart. Sandor's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He lived for 30 years. Everyone looked at him as if he were a dog. King Robert's dog, Lannister's dog, Prince Joffrey's dog. A fiercely obedient dog, but one that will never amount to anything. No one had ever looked at him like that before. It was as if he was born to stand on this stage and accomplish what he had always dreamed of. Yet dared not even hope for. I am not a knight. Sandor's voice remained dry and low. I know, Lynn nodded. Knights have too much hypocrisy and are bound by too many constraints. And you only need to do one thing. That would be to personally rip out your brother's heart under the watchful eyes of the gods. The entire city and heaven and earth. Use his blood to wash away your childhood nightmares. To wash away your shame, childhood nightmares. The scorching embers pressed against his face, causing excruciating pain, the smell of burning flesh. And his brother's face, twisted and laughing maniacally at the sight of his pain. All of this like a wound that will never heal. Festered and festered deep within his soul. Tormenting him for over 20 years, he dreams of revenge. He has been studying his brother's every move day and night for most of his life. Sandor knew Gregor's weaknesses better than anyone else in every battle he fought. But he never had the chance. He was a dog. While his brother was the Lannisters' most beloved champion, there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Taking revenge on one's own initiative would be disrespectful to the Lannisters and would put one in a completely passive position. But now Lynn, the new Earl from the North, has easily handed this opportunity to him, a glorious, righteous opportunity for revenge. Witnessed by the king and the gods. Sandor's breathing became heavy. He didn't say anything. He simply gave Lynn a deep look, then. He suddenly turned around and drew a greatsword from his waist that was wider and heavier than an ordinary longsword. He pointed the tip of his sword at the roof of the throne room. I am Sandor Clegane. I'm willing to fight for Lord Lynn. He accepted good on the Iron Throne. Robert Baratheon slammed his fist excitedly on the armrests, which emitted a piercing hum from the swords. That's what a duel should be. The two mad dogs of the Lannister family are finally going to fight. He had no liking for the Lannisters. He loved watching them fight amongst themselves. And he couldn't wait to see it happen, I declare. Robert's voice was as loud as a bell. 7 days later. Right in King's Landing. Under the watchful eyes of all the ministers and commoners. Petty Baelish's sins will be witnessed by the sword. And judged by the gods, the king's decree was final. Everyone in the hall had a different expression. Ned Stark remained deeply worried. Cersei Lannister's face was ashen. Petyr Baelish, on the other hand, resumed his usual enigmatic smile. Lynn didn't look at him again. His gaze fell on Sandor's broad yet lonely back. He not only gave Sandor a chance for revenge, it gave him a reason to shed the identity of dog and live as a human again. After the duel, Sandor Clegane will become his most loyal subordinate. Moreover, even if the mountain dies, Dorne will still be on his side. After all, Dorne and his gang dream of the mountain's death. Lynn turned around and slowly walked out of the Iron Throne Hall under the complicated gazes of everyone. As he reached the door, he saw that stubborn figure. Arya Stark. She had been waiting here. Her eyes were still red, but there was a glimmer of relief in her gray eyes. She looked at Lynn, opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Lynn smiled at her and, as usual, ruffled her hair. Let's go. I'm hungry. Take me to get something to eat. The commotion in the Iron Throne Hall were shut out behind the heavy oak doors. In the corridor, the torchlight stretched the shadows of the two people, one tall and one short, intertwined tightly. Arya gripped Lynn's clothes tightly without saying a word. She had many questions she wanted to ask, for example, where he went and what he did in the past month or so. Why there was a dragon and why he got involved with Astapor. But all the problems ultimately boiled down to one name. It felt like a fishbone was stuck in her throat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Myrcella. That blonde princess of House Baratheon. Arya looked up at Lynn's smiling face and his eyes, which looked especially gentle in the firelight. The grievances she had just suppressed welled up again. She pursed her lips, said nothing, and simply pulled Lynn along towards the kitchen in the Prime Minister's tower. The kitchen was bustling with activity as the cooks busied themselves preparing for the dinner party. Upon seeing Arya and Lynn, they both stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. Arya expertly took a still-dripping roast chicken from the grill, grabbed 2 loaves of bread from the basket, and pulled Lynn into a small spice storage room next door. The cubicle was narrow and filled with a warm aroma of cinnamon, cloves and pepper. This reminded Arya of the time when Lynn taught her swordsmanship, and the two of them hid behind a door together. Arya shoved the roast chicken and bread into Lynn's hands, then curled up in a corner with her knees drawn up to her chest. Looking like a wronged little animal, Lynn tore off a chicken leg, took a bite, and the aroma of oil filled the air, not eating. Lynn handed another chicken leg to Arya. Arya shook her head and buried her face even deeper. You. Her muffled voice came from between her knees. Are you really going to marry her? Who? Lynn asked a question she already knew the answer to. Mysera Baratheon. Arya suddenly looked up. Those gray eyes were red and swollen, like a rabbit that had been provoked. That blonde princess. I can't possibly refuse the king's order in front of everyone. Can I? Lynn shrugged helplessly. But you can't agree to that. Arya's voice trembled with tears. You clearly promised father you would marry me. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, and her cheeks became increasingly red. Lynn couldn't help but laugh at her mixture of anger, anxiety, and embarrassment. He put down the roast chicken, leaned over, reached out and pinched her puffed-up cheek. Are you jealous? Who's jealous? Arya, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, slapped his hand away abruptly, but dared not look him in the eye. I just think there's not a single good person in House Lannister. Yes, that's right, Lynn nodded in deep agreement. That's why I'm even more determined to marry her. Arya was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Think about it, Lynn coaxed patiently. The king's only daughter, the darling of House Lannister, married Meth, king of the North. What does that mean? This means that even if the Lannisters hate me to the core, they'll have to outwardly accept this relationship. Not only can they not stab me in the back, they have to pray I'm alive and well. Because if something happens to me, their precious princess will become a widow. Arya blinked. That seems to make sense. These are called hostages. Lynn used the simplest and most direct words to explain the essence of this political marriage. Just like how I kept Joffrey's sister in the north, now, that old lion Tywin Lannister can't touch me. And I have plenty of time to develop in peace. After all, those free people are all just waiting to be fed. Arya nodded as if she understood, but the sour feeling in her heart still lingered. But you still have to marry her first. Arya muttered to herself. That's just a formality, Arya. Lynn's voice softened. He reached out and pulled Arya into his arms. I promise you, once things are settled in King's Landing, I will take you back to the north, then in Winterfell, under the heart tree, with all the people of the north as witnesses. I will marry you again. Arya's body stiffened. She buried her face in Lynn's chest, feeling that familiar warmth, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. You said it yourself. I said it, Lynn interrupted her, then bent down and kissed the top of her head. Arya burst out laughing upon hearing the promise, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, making her look both pitiful and adorable. She looked up at Lynn, then suddenly opened her mouth and gave him a light bite on the shoulder. This is punishment, Arya announced fiercely. This is punishment for agreeing so readily. Okay, it's my fault, Lynn smiled and ruffled her hair, seeing the little girl finally regain her energy and wolf down the chicken leg. Lynn smiled, but his gaze through the small window was directed toward the eyrie. Littlefinger demanded a trial by combat, so this piece is now useless. He had hoped that his little finger could muddy the waters. I never expected Littlefinger to be so useless, causing him trouble time and time again. There's no point in keeping Littlefinger around. He needs an obedient and controllable person, not a mad dog that only wants to bite him, and that eagle, which was being toyed with by the little finger. is probably going crazy too, Eagle Nest City. On the giant spear that soars into the clouds, misses. Lysa Arryn was shaking her frail son in a near-mad manner. Petty is dying, he's dying. Her once pretty face was now contorted with extreme fear. And her voice was as shrill as a crow's wail, "Mother. I can't breathe," Robert Ellings, the boy who would never grow up, was shaken until his face turned purple. Crying out in terror, "Shut up." Lysa shoved him away, letting him fall to the ground. Her gaze was fixed on the raven scroll from King's Landing on the table. Every word on it made her soul tremble. Petter is accused of poisoning Jon Arryn. He demanded a trial by combat. His opponent was that devil named Lynn from the north. And Petter's champion was none other than the Mountain. Lysa didn't know their skill levels, but she knew that Petter was finished, completely finished. That man named Lynn was like an all-knowing god, exposing all of Petter's schemes to the light of day. She even described the details of how she poisoned her husband in great detail. Petter was her only supporter hope for the future, and the man she was willing to betray everything to have. But now he's going to die, and she, the murderer who poisoned her husband, will soon face reckoning. No. Lysa frantically tore at her hair and paced back and forth in the room. She can't just sit here and wait to die, she must save Petter. She has to save him, oh right army. The Eyrie has the Vale's most elite knights. Pass on the order, she screamed towards the door. Summon all my vassals, I'm going to march. I'm going to King's Landing. The guards and maids outside the door looked at each other. Not daring to answer, send troops to King's Landing. Under what name should we attack the king? Stop kidding, this isn't funny at all. Lysa Tully is the daughter of Lord Horse Tully of Riverrun. Although she did not directly become a duke, she became the Duchess of the Eyrie through marriage. And after the death of old Arryn, she effectively ruled the Vale. Madam, please calm down. The elderly scholar Cormont walked in shakily, his face full of worry. Calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? Lysa grabbed his collar, her nails almost digging into his flesh. They're going to kill Petter. They're going to kill my lovers. Looking at the seemingly insane Lysa, Maester Cormon felt a deep sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. The valley is about to be dragged into the abyss by this madwoman. Night has fallen. Lynn's room was the same study Ned had previously occupied in the Prime Minister's tower. He didn't sleep, he sat by the window, gazing at the sleeping city of King's Landing outside. Thump. A soft but urgent knocking sounded at the door. Lynn didn't turn around but simply said something. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a figure in a black cloak slipped in before quickly closing the door behind them. She removed her hood, revealing a beautiful face that appeared somewhat pale in the moonlight. Cersei Lannister, the most beautiful woman in all of Westeros. She wasn't wearing the magnificent gown that symbolized her queenly status, but rather a simple, dark-colored casual outfit that allowed for easy movement. But that innate arrogance and scrutiny remained undiminished. You're quite calm. Cersei's voice carried a hint of mockery. She glanced around the Stark family study, as if surveying her own territory. Otherwise what? Lynn turned around and placed the dagger on the table. Her Majesty the Queen's visit so late at night. Surely she didn't come just to ask me for a drink. Don't call me Queen, Cersei's voice suddenly rose, and a flame ignited in her green eyes. What kind of queen am I before you, like an enraged lioness? She approached Lynn step by step, her high chest heaving violently with anger, making onlookers dizzy. You destroyed James's confidence, ruined Petter, and manipulated that fool Robert like a puppet. Now you must marry my Mysera, Lynn. I really want to crack open your head and see what's inside. Lynn looked at Cersei, his face still calm. Hasn't His Majesty already given me what I wanted? A marriage alliance and allies. Cersei thought she had heard the biggest joke in the world. You trample on the dignity of House Lannister. And then you call this an ally, they're allies too. Lynn's gaze fell on her, a hint of amusement in it. At least on the surface, we're family now, aren't we? Cersei was speechless, choked by his words. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that anger was useless against Lynn, Mysera. What do you plan to do with her? That was her real purpose for coming tonight. She will be my wifeth future mistress of the North, and will enjoy all the honors she deserves. Lynn's answer was flawless. Why should I believe you? You have no choice. Lynn stood up. The tall figure cast a shadow. Completely enveloping Cersei, Lynn walked up to Cersei, lowered his head, and spoke almost into her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Because I know your little secret. Cersei's body stiffened abruptly. What? What do you want? Cersei's queenly pride was shattered at that moment. I don't want anything. Lynn took a step back, creating distance again. I just wanted to remind you, Cersei. We are allies, so we should act like allies. Manage your father, manage your brother. And manage yourself. Stop trying those petty, underhanded tricks. Lynn's gaze turned cold again. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting everyone in the Seven Kingdoms know whose blood the Prince and Princess of King's Landing have. Cersei's face was ashen, looking at Lynn in front of her. She felt a sense of powerlessness she had never felt before. After a long while, Cersei finally found her voice. A duel. You'll win, won't you? Her tone no longer carried a questioning quality, but rather a hint of expectation that she herself was unaware of. If Lynn wins, Petter will die. The schemer who knew too many of her secrets and tried to kill her will disappear completely. You want me to win? Lynn smiled. Cersei didn't answer, but gave him a deep look, her gaze incredibly complex. There was hatred, fear, humiliation, and even a strange emotion that she herself couldn't quite explain. Cersei did not answer Lynn's question. She merely let out a barely audible snort. The voice contained a mixture of mockery and a sense of self-destructive despair. In this city, winning is everything. She turned around, and moonlight streamed in through the window, outlining her graceful curves. Even her dark casual clothes couldn't conceal the inherent nobility in her bones. Losers only have one path, death. Cersei walked slowly to the desk, her fingertips lightly tracing the surface, before finally resting on the dragon crystal dagger that Lynn had placed on it. The dagger was entirely black, reflecting a cold, eerie light under the moonlights. You like collecting these dangerous things? Cersei's voice was soft like a lover's whisper, but her green eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. Lynn didn't speak, she just looked at her. Watch as this Queen of Seven Kingdoms puts on her final, desperate struggle in this small study. Cersei's gaze shifted from the dagger to Lynn's face. She suddenly smiled. You want an ally, Lynn? I believe we will be excellent partners. Before she finished speaking, Cersei reached out and untied the ties of her clothes. Her movements were composed and elegant, without the slightest hint of shyness. It was as if she felt no shame whatsoever when she took off her clothes. Dark casual clothes slid down her smooth skin and piled up at her feet. The moonlight poured down on her without reservation, revealing her body, a body that had been celebrated by countless poets and desired by countless men, to Lynn without any concealment. She was like a statue carved from ivory and gold. Beautiful, proud, yet exuding a fatal allure. She is using her most powerful weapon. Using a queen's body to gamble the future of a family. Are we honest enough now? She raised her chin, like a proud lioness, challenging Lynn with her gaze. Lynn's face remained expressionless. He simply stood up and walked step by step to her. His figure was so tall that he easily cast both the moonlight and Cersei into his shadow. Lynn didn't speak, but simply reached out and pinched Cersei's chin. The force wasn't great, but it carried an irresistible quality. Cersei stiffened, a flicker of humiliation and anger flashing in her proud green eyes. But she did not resist. She could sense the dangerous, power-fueled, aggressive aura emanating from Lynn. This is completely different from Robert's fat body and alcoholic smell. It was a power that made her tremble, yet also stirred an uncontrollable desire deep within her. Not enough. Lynn's voice was very soft. The next second, the world spun around. Cersei let out a short gasp as Lynn swept her up in his arms and threw her heavily onto the large bed covered with thick plush cushions. Cersei wanted to struggle to scream, to curse the man who dared to humiliate her with the most vicious words. But all resistance was utterly crushed the moment Lynn pressed forward. He asserted his sovereignty in the most direct and primal way. There was no foreplay, no tenderness. Only pure power can conquer. Cersei felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm, about to be smashed to pieces by the raging waves. She bit her lip hard, refusing to utter the slightest sound of weakness. She is Cersei Lannister, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She can't, however, her body's reaction betrayed her will. A domineering yet unfamiliar feeling exploded from the deepest part of her body, instantly sweeping through her limbs and bones, and shattering the dam she had built with pride and reason. Her mind went blank: hatred, humiliation, fear. All emotions were swallowed up by the ever-growing tide. She thought of her obese husband, who was only good for drinking and yelling. He thought of his twin brother Hotho, handsome, was far less assertive than himself. None of them could give her that feeling. A sense of utter subjugation, where one is completely dominated. And even one's soul trembles. She hated this feeling. Yet she was hopelessly addicted to it. It turns out that even the proudest lioness can be completely conquered when faced with a real male lion. Castle Rock. Cersei gripped Lynn's broad back and hummed as she revealed the true purpose of her visit that evening. Castle Rock will be fully open to trade with the granted land. Grain, ironware, cloths. Everything you need, the Lannisters, will be delivered to your fiefdom at the lowest possible price. We need a strong ally. She used her family's wealth to offer her first pledge of allegiance to this newly formed twisted alliance. She's not stupid. She knew that the man before her had grown into a behemoth that no one could ignore. There are dragon savage Armisand, the Unsullied legions. Rather than becoming enemies, become allies who share the pie. Lynn is now entitled to sit at the table. Lynn stopped moving. He looked at the woman beneath him. Her hair disheveled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she still bit her lip tightly, refusing to show the slightest weakness. And a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Even at this point, she did not forget her purpose. As expected of Tywin Lannister's daughter, Cersei gritted her teeth and endured it, refusing to let out any shameful cries. The only sound in the room was the heavy breathing of the two people. As the frenzied wave receded, cold rationality once again took over. Cersei shoved Lynn away abruptly. She rolled over in bed and sat up, her back to him, frantically searching for her clothes that had been thrown on the floor. She didn't want Lynn to see her expression at that moment. Her legs were still trembling slightly. The unfamiliar afterglow filled her with waves of panic and shame. Lynn didn't touch her again. He watched calmly as she wrapped her flawless body once again in clothing that symbolized power. When Cersei dressed herself again and turned around, she was once again the high and mighty queen of the Seven Kingdoms. But the slightly reddened corners of her eyes and the lingering flush on her cheeks betrayed everything that had just happened. You heard the promise of Casterly Rock. Cersei walked to the window, letting the cold night wind caress her burning cheeks. But that's not enough. Her voice regained its usual coolness. Even becoming colder, Ned Stark is a fool. His honor will kill him, and it will kill everyone who stands with him. She turned around, her green eyes appearing like two bottomless lakes in the moonlight. He's your protector now, but he'll soon become a burden. Cersei is sowing discord. She wanted to completely separate Lynn from the Stark camp and firmly tie her to the Lannister chariot. Lord Stark is my benefactor, Lynn replied calmly. He needs to project a moral struggle, making Cersei feel he can be persuaded to reveal more. Benefactor? As expected, Cersei let out a disdainful sneer. In King's Landing there are no benefactors. Only stepping stones and stumbling blocks. You'll understand soon enough. Cersei took a step forward, lowering her voice, which carried a chilling, sinister quality. How much longer do you think Robert will live? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Feigning ignorance, the king is in his prime. Middle age. A strange smile crept onto Cersei's lips. She leaned close to Lynn's ear, her warm breath mingling with her unique fragrance, and entered Lynn's ear. A body that's constantly soaked in fine wine and poison is rotten to the core. A poison? Lynn's tone carried a perfectly timed hint of surprise. Cersei straightened up, looking with satisfaction at the shock on Lynn's face. That's exactly the effect she wanted. She wanted Lynn to understand that she held the secret to overturning the entire game. Some poisons are colorless and odorless. Cersei's expression became complicated. There was hatred, helplessness, and also a resolute determination to burn one's bridges. It won't kill you immediately. It will only slowly erode your mind, making you irritable. Suspicious and foolish, she paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Ultimately, he will bring about his own downfall. It's done, Lynn understood. Cersei revealed her father Tywin Lannister's entire plan. This is no longer a test, this is blatant surrender. With Robert dead, Joffrey will ascend the throne. Cersei's voice carried a chilling calmness. But Stannis and Renly won't let this go. The Seven Kingdoms will be engulfed in war. I need you, Lynn, she stared intently at Lynn, her green eyes burning with the flames of power. Leave the Starks and join the Lannisters. I need your army or Dragonstone protect my son. To protect our shared throne, what can I get in return? Lynn pondered for a moment, then asked the most crucial question besides Miachella. Besides the Lannisters' wealth and friendship. A victor's smile appeared on Cersei's face. You will receive a king's promise. A king whom you personally placed on the throne. My son Joffrey admires only two people. One is Robert and the other is you. He'll grant you any request you make, as long as Joffrey ascends the throne. This is practically a promise of Lynn's future status as Kingdom Guardian. The terms look very tempting. Lynn looked at her and suddenly smiled. It seems that he still doesn't have enough leverage, which is why Cersei still underestimates him. He had no intention of supporting a Joffrey to the throne. However, Lynn believed that as he continued to grow stronger, Cersei would gradually raise her price. Lynn naturally couldn't agree to Cersei's demands, so he simply made up an excuse to get rid of Cersei, saying he'd think about it some more. As she left, Cersei's steps were somewhat unsteady. She stood tall, using all her strength to maintain the pride and dignity befitting a queen. But only she knew what kind of bodice, still trembling slightly, was completely conquered beneath that gorgeous disguise. Cersei dared not turn around. She was afraid to look into Lynn's calm yet all-knowing eyes. Those eyes would remind her of everything that had just happened in the room, of her shameful descent into depravity and submission. When the heavy oak door closed behind her, cutting off the gaze that both terrified and fueled her uncontrollable desire, Cersei seemed to have all her strength drained away, leaning against the cold wall and gasping for breath. Her hands unconsciously reached up to her chest, but she quickly regained her senses. She arrived with the last vestiges of Lannister pride, attempting to use her body and secrets as bargaining chips to make an equal deal with Lynn. But the result was a one-sided, crushing defeat. Cersei roused herself and headed towards the Red Keep. Lynn was not sleepy. He stood by the window, the night breeze dispelling the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. A mixture of lust and power. Cersei is a clever woman and a shrewd gambler. After realizing she couldn't beat her opponent, she decisively placed a bet. They would trade the Lannisters' wealth of the king's life, and the promise of becoming the future crown prince for a place in the new game. Lynn was very satisfied. He needed the Lannisters' grain and iron to arm his barren fiefdom. He also needs Cersei as a pawn to stir up trouble in the quagmire of King's Landing. As for Robert's fate, it has nothing to do with Lynn. He should have left the scene long ago. Lynn's gaze fell on the long claws on the table. The Valyrian steel sword gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The duel will take place in 7 days. The Mountain versus the Hound. This was not merely Petyr Baelish's trial, but also a great gift he bestowed upon Dorne. Once the Mountain is dead, the Martell family of Sunspear City will surely develop a favorable impression of me. A potential and powerful ally. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to the script he had written. Just then, thump, thump, thump. Another knock sounded on the doors. Neither too loud nor too soft, Lynn frowned slightly. Who could it be so late, Arya, that little girl? Or is it the worried Ned come-ins? The door was gently pushed open. But the person who walked in was not anyone he had expected. The one leading them was a thin old woman who leaned on an ornate cane. She wore a dark green long dress, with a budding rose embroidered in gold thread on the hem. His silver-gray hair was meticulously combed, but his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, pierced his wrinkled face. Olenna Redwyne, the Queen of Thorns, the de facto rulers of House Tyrell. Beside her followed a beautiful young woman. As lovely as a spring rose, she was also wearing a green dress. And her long brown, curly hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her features were so exquisite they resembled a painting. And a perfectly timed smile always graced her lips. Those brown eyes held both the innocence of a young girl and a wisdom and insight beyond her years. Margaret Tylier, the Rose of Highgarden. A woman destined to shine the brightest in this game of power. A hint of surprise flashed in Lynn's eyes. He never expected that the two ladies of the High Court would visit so late at night. I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, Lord Lynn. Lady Olenna spoke first. Her voice was strong and carried a sense of authority that came from someone who had long held a high position. Her gaze swept quickly around the study before finally settling on Lynn. Those sharp eyes held an undisguised scrutiny. It's all right, Lynn nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. I wonder what brings you two here so late at night. Young man, stop with the formalities. Lady Olenna waved her handset down in the chair and placed her cane aside. We're all sensible people. Going in circles will only waste everyone's time. She got straight to the point. To the point of being somewhat rude. I came for the sugar. Lynn smiled. He knew that the small bag of white powder wouldn't escape the eyes of the Queen of Thorns. Grandma is always so direct. Margaret's soft voice rang out. Her voice was like a clear spring, easing the slightly tense atmosphere in the room. She smiled sweetly at Lynn. A smile that could make any man's heart flutter, Lord Lynn. The gift you presented to His Majesty has astonished the entire Highgarden. We have never seen anything so pure, so sweet. She walked to the table and looked Lynn up and down with curiosity. I presume you know its origin or how it's made, right? I guess so, Lynn said noncommittally. He looked at the old man and the young man in front of him. They sang in harmony, their coordination was perfect. One is aggressive, the other is gentle and graceful. The roses of Highgarden truly live up to their reputation. Highgarden is the richest land among the 7 kingdoms. Lady Olenna resumed the conversation, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Making a rhythmic sound, we have inexhaustible grain, boundless wine, and an army that would make any lord take notice. Her tone carried an undeniable pride. And your north, your gifted land, is cold and poor. Your savage people need food. Your unsullied legions need equipment. All of this requires money, lots and lots of money. The Lannisters are very rich, but their money reeks of lions. Lady Olenna's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Moreover, their food supply can't feed your hundreds of thousands of hungry mouths. Lynn raised an eyebrow, the old lady with a single sentence pinpointed his biggest predicament and accurately hit the Lannister family's Achilles heel. Casterly Rock has gold mines but not enough farmland. What Lynn lacked most was food, so Lynn looked at her and asked with great interest. So let's talk business. A shrewd glint flashed in Lady Olenna's eyes. The Tyrells are willing to be your sole partner in your sugar business in Westeros. The only ones. Lynn repeated the word, her smile widening. Madam, you should know that His Majesty the King is also very interested in my candy. Robert, Mrs. Olenna scoffed. He's only interested in alcohol and women. Once that bag of candy gets his hands on, he'll finish it off as a snack within 3 days. He's a soldier, not a businessman. As for the Lannisters. She glanced at Lynn. That stupid woman Cersei is probably thinking about how to devour you whole right now. Why would she cooperate with you? Don't joke around. Lynn did not refute. He knew the Queen of Thorns was telling the truth. At least to everyone else it is the truth. What can the Tyrell family offer me? Lynn threw the question back at him, anything you want. This time it was Margaret who spoke. She stepped forward. Her beautiful brown eyes fixed intently on Lynn. Food. We can supply your donated land with an unlimited supply of all the food. Fruits and vegetables you need for the coming winter. At a price 30% lower than the market price. There are also trade routes. The Tyrell family controls all the ports and merchant ships in the Reach. We can open a golden shipping route for you from Old Town to Eastwatch. This route is not subject to any interference from King's Landing or the Lannisters. The last point is allies, Margaret lowered her voice, which carried a striking allure. Highgarden will always stand behind you, whether in the Imperial Council or on the battlefields to come. Of course, Ethis only applies to you. It has nothing to do with the rest of the North. Your enemy is the enemy of all Highgarden. That's quite a grand gesture. Grain trade routes and the army. The Tyrell family practically staked all of their most valuable resources on the gamble. In comparison, the alliance that Cersei obtained by trading her body and a worthless promise seems rather petty. What are the conditions? Lynn asked in a deep voice. There is no such thing as a free lunch. We demand the exclusive agency of Astapor sugar in Westeros. Lady Olenna said firmly. All the sugar must pass through Highgarden and be distributed throughout the 7 kingdoms. Profits we get 70%, you get 30%. They're asking for an exorbitant amount, Lynn smiled. Madam, have you forgotten? Lynn leaned back in his chair. Watching her with a leisurely air, the sugar is mine. Production and transportation are also mine. You want to take 70% of the profits just by talking. Young man, that's not how business is done. Lady Olenna shook her head. You have the sugar. But you don't have the distribution channels. You have an army, but it is far away in the north. Beyond your reach, and we have a network of connections spanning 7 countries. And immense wealth beyond compare. We can turn your sugar into a real golden dragon in the shortest amount of time. That sounds fair. Lynn nodded, but then suddenly changed the subject. But what if I already have a partners? Lady Olenna and Margaret's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Lannister's Lady Olenna frowned. No, Lynn shook her head. He stood up, walked to the huge map of Westeros, and gently tapped his finger on Pentos' location. It is Illyriamapades, the governor of Pentos. He provided me with a fleet and the first batch of supplies. In exchange, he granted me exclusive trading rights to sugar on the continent of Essos. A brief silence fell over the room. A hint of seriousness flashed in Lady Olenna's eyes. It seems we all underestimated you, Lord Lynn. Margaret sighed softly, her admiration deepening as she looked at Lynn's tall, straight back. This man was more unfathomable than she had imagined. Therefore, I cannot accept a 70-30 split. Lynn turned around and sat down again. Margaret's smile faltered slightly. Lady Olenna's sharp eyes narrowed into slits. Young man, greed is not a good quality. The Queen of Thorns' voice turned cold. You may have sugar. But without Highgardens, your sugar will just rot in the warehouse. Madam, you've misunderstood, Lynn shook her head. Business is never a favor one party bestows upon another. His finger drew an invisible line on the map. First, there is Governor Illyrio of Pentos, who holds the exclusive right to trade sugar on the continent of Essos. This profit is used to pay for the fleet of ships and supplies he provided, as well as the costs of opening up trade routes between East and West. Lynn's finger moved and landed on King's Landing. Secondly, His Majesty King Robert. King Robert has shown me great favor. He has not only granted me land and released me from my vows, but he even intends to marry Princess Miachella to me. In return, I must ensure that the Baratheon royal family receives their due share from this deal. This is both a promise and a protection fee. I think you understand this better than I do, Madam, Mrs. Olenna did not speak, but her furrowed brows said it all. Lynn's finger finally landed heavily on the vast land south of the Great Wall, on the land known as the Grants. Finally and most importantly, my people. Hundreds of thousands of savages need food clothing and weapons to fight off the coming long night. Most of the profits generated from the sugar business will be invested here. They will be used to buy grain, cultivate wasteland, and build towns. Lynn turned around and met Mrs. Olna's increasingly serious eyes. My lady, no, tell me. How much of this cake, which has been divided 3 times, is left that is worth the Tyrell family of Highgarden risking their entire fortune? I'm doing this for your sake, madam. A deathly silence fell over the room. Margaret looked at Lynn's. She and her grandmother only saw the glittering mountain of gold behind the white sugar. But the man before them had already planned the use of every single gold brick in the gold mine. Illyrio was his sword, used to pry open the markets of Essos. King Robert was his shield, used to deflect the open and covert attacks from the 7 kingdoms. He himself was the guardian of this barren land, using this wealth to cultivate a brand new northern kingdom. So all that you just told us was just to play us? Lady Olna's voice already carried a hint of anger. She felt like a shrewd businesswoman who had rushed in to discuss a big deal, only to find that the other party's shelves were already empty. Moreover, they spent a long time trying to negotiate with themselves using non-existent goods. No, I never play tricks on my friends. Lynn sat down again. On the contrary, I have prepared an even greater gift for House Tyrell. Oh. Lady Olna raised an eyebrow, her anger replaced by a hint of curiosity. Tell me, what gift could be more tempting than white sugar? Of course, a mysterious smile appeared on Lynn's lips. For example, a gift that could change the future of all of Westeros. He looked at Olnaho, looked incredulous, and Margaret, who seemed thoughtful and slowly began to speak. Madam, what do you consider to be the most precious thing in Westeros? Gold, power, or the army? It's grains. Before Olna could answer, Margaret spoke softly. Hitting the nail on the head, that's right. Lynn gave her an approving look. Especially when winter is coming. Highgarden is the breadbasket of Westeros. That much is certain. But your food supply is also subject to the seasons and the climate. More importantly, fresh food cannot be preserved for long periods of time. When the long winter arrives, even a wealthy place like Highgarden must tighten its belt. In other places, even worse, Ivorion is starving. Without exception, but I have a way to solve this problem. Lynn's words stirred up a storm in Olna and Margaret's hearts. How to solve the problem of grain storage? How is that possible for centuries? Neither the scholars of the city nor the most experienced farmers could solve this problem. Air drying, marinating, smoking. While these methods can extend the shelf life of food, they significantly reduce its taste and nutritional value. Moreover, the high cost makes it impossible to popularize on a large scale. Are you kidding me? Lady Olna's voice trembled slightly. Almost imperceptibly, if what Lynn said is true, then the meaning behind it will far exceed that of white sugar. This means that whoever masters this technology holds the lifeline of the entire 7 kingdoms. Imagine this when everyone else is starving. You bring out a mountain of food. Those starving people can satisfy any request you have, even if it means helping you ascend the Iron Throne. I never make jokes like that. Lynn took a piece of parchment from his pocket and pushed it to the center of the table. This is a completely new method of food preservation. I call it canned goods. Margaret picked up the parchment and huddled with her grandmother to examine it closely. On the parchment, they drew a container they had never seen before with simple lines. A cylindrical jar with the top completely sealed. The detailed production process is also marked next to it. Pack the prepared food into jars at high sugar or high salt. Then heat to expel the air and finally seal. Is it really that simple? This really will work. Margaret's tone was full of doubt. Air. Lady Olna, however, astutely grasped the key point. You mean the air makes the food spoil? That's one way to understand it, Lynn nodded. People in this era don't yet understand what microorganisms are. Using air as an example is the simplest and most direct way to explain it. There are generally 4 methods for sealing: water injection and air venting method. Using water to displace air is essential for short-term food preservation in modern households. Items cannot be protected from water and are therefore the first to be eliminated. Thermal expansion and contraction method. Making canned goods by utilizing the thermal expansion and contraction of air allows for long-term storage of dried goods. But there is a risk of burns, so heat-resistant containers are also required. Furthermore, the can body and sealing cap could not be mass-produced, so they could not be used in this era and were therefore ruled out. Combustion and oxygen consumption method. Combustion consumes oxygen to reduce air pressure, producing smoke that may contaminate containers. Furthermore, the degree of vacuum is limited by the amount of combustible material and the oxygen content. It was also excluded. Finally, there's the substitution method. Replacing air with heavy gases such as carbon dioxide can be used to preserve grains and prevent oxidation. But a source of carbon dioxide is required. Lynn decided to use the displacement method to seal the food. The principle is that some gases are denser than air, such as carbon dioxide. Pouring them into a container or a deep, windless pit allows the gas to settle at the bottom, pushing the air away from above. There are usually only two common and most efficient methods. One method is to use baking soda and vinegar. Second, dry ice is used to produce carbon dioxide, however. Baking soda requires a soda ash solution to absorb carbon dioxide, which was simply impossible in this era. So now he needs to prepare rubber sugar raisins, organic fruits with unwaxed skins like apples or blueberries. Flour clay sugar production is no longer a problem, as long as we can acquire these things on a large scale. Sealing grain will not be a problem. Of course, making canned goods is a story for another time. These canned goods can extend the shelf life of food to 2 years or even longer, enough to preserve it throughout a whole winter. Its performance is even better when stored in a low-temperature environment. Imagine, ladies. Lynn's voice carried a hint of seduction. While all of Westeros is gripped by a long bitter winter, and everyone is forced to eat dry bread and salty, bitter cured meats, your tables are set with fruit as fresh and juicy as if picked in summer, and broth simmered with tender chunks of meat. Imagine that while the king's army marches into battle, and the soldiers are complaining about insufficient supplies, your army can enjoy steaming hot meat anytime anywhere. This is the real gold mine. A true mountain of gold that would allow House Tyrell to rise above all other houses. Lady Olenna's breathing became rapid. Her wrinkled face flushed an unnatural red from extreme excitement. She stared intently at the parchment. It was as if it weren't just a piece of paper, but a key to the pinnacle of power. Margaret was equally impressed by the blueprint Lynn had drawn up. She looked up at the calm man before her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She realized that she had underestimated him. This man's ambition and wisdom are far more terrifying than the dragons and armies he possesses. What do you want? After a long while, Lady Olenna finally regained her voice. Her voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. The price to pay for this technology, which has the potential to change the entire situation of the 7 nations, is absolutely unimaginable. I provide the technology and the market in the north. Lynn held up 2 fingers. The Tyrell family provided the funding raw materials and production workshops in the Reach. We've established a brand new chamber of commerce, specifically responsible for the production and sale of canned goods. As for profits, Lynn smiled, we'll split it 50-50. Divide it 50-50. This time, Lady Olenna did not hesitate at all. Make a deal. She said it with absolute certainty. Compared to a gold mine capable of changing the world, a 50% profit margin was already a figure she couldn't refuse. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Lynn extended his hand. Lady Olenna glanced at his hand but did not shake it. She gave Lynn a deep look, then picked up her cane and stood up. I'll have Margaret discuss the specific details with you. After saying that, she walked out of the room without looking back. This shrewd Queen of Thorns, who has been cunning her entire life, Needs some time to process everything that has happened tonight. Only Lynn and Margaret remained in the rooms. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Lord Lynn, you always manage to surprise us. Margaret walked up to Lynn in those beautiful eyes. There was a hint of curiosity, a hint of appreciation, and a hint of inquiry that even she herself couldn't quite explain. Lynn looked at the rows of Highgarden before her. Her beautiful brown eyes shone with wisdom, as if they could see right through people's hearts. Margaret walked over to Lynn and personally refilled his water bottle. Her movements elegant and natural, conveying just the right amount of intimacy. Your sincerity enough to drive all of Westeros mad is enough to make any family gamble their future. Her voice was soft with a hint of undisguised probing. I'm just curious, sir, what exactly do you want? A bountiful northern frontier. A home where my people can safely pass through the long night. Lynn's answer was flawless, is that all? Margaret had a smile playing on her lips. Those beautiful eyes were fixed on Lynn, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw in his face. Otherwise what? Lynn retorted. Does Miss Tyrell think I should be interested in that iron chair forged from 1,000 swords? Margaret's smile deepened, of course she believed it. Would a man who can hatch dragons with his own hands, subdue 8,000 Unsullied, manipulate hundreds of thousands of savages at will, and even produce things like sugar and canned goods, things capable of overturning the world order, be content with merely living in a remote corner? His ambitions are probably deeper than the gold mines of Casterly Rock and higher than the wall. But she didn't point it out. Some things lose their meaning once they're said outright. The Iron Throne is cold and hard if you sit on it for too long. Others will covet it who would like that. Margaret followed Lynn's words and teased her in a light-hearted tone. She abruptly changed the subject, her gaze casually sweeping towards the red castle outside the window. Her voice lowering slightly, however. The current owner of that chair probably won't be sitting there for much longer. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at her. What makes you say that, Miss Tyrell? A king who loses his health eyes reason, and even the awe of his subjects, is not far from falling from his throne. Margaret's voice was calm. Lynn raised an eyebrow. She noticed it too. This Rose of Highgarden is far more perceptive than she appears. His Majesty the King is just a little short-tempered. Lynn pretended not to know, irritable. Margaret chuckled softly, a hint of pity in her voice. Lord Lynn, you are a warrior. You should know this better than I do. A true warrior should have sharp eyes, not dull and clouded ones like this. His body was hollowed out by wine and desire, and his will was corroded by endless suspicion and anger. He is no longer the Storm King who could slay the Dragon Prince on the banks of the Trident River. He is now nothing more than a fat pig trapped in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered. Margaret's words were bold and vicious. Right in front of Lynn's, she belittled the King of the Seven Kingdoms to the point of being worthless. Lynn looked at her without saying a word. So do you understand what I mean, sir? Margaret took a step forward, her beautiful brown eyes burning with the flames of ambition. King Robert is unworthy to remain on the throne. House Baratheon needs a new king. A young, handsome, wise king deeply loved by the nobles. She practically said the name out loud. But the implication is far too obvious. Bluebearer Rashid, Robert's youngest brother, Duke of Storm's End. He is generous and enjoys making friends. It's fair to say that Renly is the most popular person in King's Landing. The Duke of Renly is indeed a perfect heir. Lynn echoed her words, but his tone carried a hint of amusement. However, Miss Tyrell seems to have forgotten one thing. What's the Duke of Renly? He doesn't like women. As Lynn finished speaking, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Margaret's smile froze. Shock appeared in her usually smiling brown eyes. She never expected that Lynn would so bluntly expose this secret that everyone in King's Landing's aristocratic circles knew about, but never dared to utter. Lynn looked at her astonished face and his smile deepened. How can a king who dislikes women produce an heir for his kingdom? Will the Tyrell rose wither alone in a garden without a master? Margaery has convinced her grandmother that once Robert dies, the Tyrell family will fully support Renly's ascension to the throne, and she, Margaret Tyrell, will become the new queen. As for Renly's peculiar habits, so what? In the arena of powers, marriage has always been nothing more than a transaction. As long as she could become queen, as long as the Tyrell family could reach the pinnacle of power, she didn't care whose bed her husband slept in at night. But Nalthai's plan, which she considered her most secret and perfect, has been so casually exposed by Lynn. She felt like a naked clown, putting on a self-important performance. To others, however, it was just a joke. How? How did you know? Margaret's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of panic. I know far more than you can imagine. Lynn stood up and looked down at her. I know Renly spends every night with your good brother Loras. I also know that your Tyrell family has long been prepared for both possibilities. Once Robert dies, you will immediately install Renly as king, paving the way for him to the Iron Throne with the food and armies of Highgarden. And you, Miss Margaret, will be the most dazzling chip in this high-stakes gamble. Margaret's face turned deathly pale. Lynn was absolutely right. She felt that all her pretense had been stripped away completely in front of Lynn's all-seeing eyes. So you came to see me tonight not to discuss business. You've come to win me over, to test me. You want me, my wildling armies, my dragons, to be the sword by which your Tyrell family seizes power and status. Is it right? Margaret bit her lip, unable to utter a single word. She had never felt so frustrated and powerless. Miss Tyrell, you are a wise woman, but sometimes being too clever for your own good can backfire. Lynn sat down again, picked up the glass of water, and took a sip. Putting your bet on Renly is like building a castle on the beach. It looks beautiful, but it will collapse instantly when the waves come in. Because you've all forgotten one person. Stannis Baratheon. Lynn uttered the names that everyone had deliberately ignored. He is the first in line to the Iron Throne. He's rigid, strict, and inflexible, but he commands the fleet of Dragonstone and possesses the most legitimate right to inherit House Baratheon's estate. Do you think he would just stand by and watch his younger brother sit on the throne that rightfully belongs to him? Margaret swayed slightly. Of course she knew Stannis, but both she and her grandmother subconsciously ignored this gloomy man, because he is too unlikable and too difficult to control. War is inevitable, Margaret murmured to herself. That's right, Lynn nodded. A war that swept across the 7 kingdoms at that time. Renly, whom you have installed, will face both the Lannisters from King's Landing and Stannis from Dragonstone. What do you think his chances of winning are? Margaret fell silent. Her pride and her wisdom seemed so fragile in the face of Lynn's realistic analysis. So what's your choice? Margaret looked up, a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes. My choice. Lynn smiled. I never choose. So, the Tyrell family wants to invite me to join this game of choosing a new king. Lynn steered the conversation back on track. This is not an invitation. Margaret shook her head and looked intently at Lynn. It's cooperation. Duke Renly needs a powerful ally. An ally who can wield absolute authority in the north. And you, Lord Lynn, are the only choice, Ned Stark. Though upright, will always remain loyal to Robert, no matter how incompetent Robert may become. But you are different. Margaret's gaze was intense. You're more like us. You only believe in interests and power. As long as you are willing to support Duke Renly, then, on the day he ascends the Iron Throne, whatever you desire, House Tyrell and House Baratheon will provide it to you. The Warden of the North, a Duke of Winterfell, and even an independent northern kingdom. Her offer was much higher and more tempting than Cersei's. An independent kingdom. This is the ultimate temptation that no vassal could resist. Lynn looked at her and suddenly smiled. Miss Margaret, you seem to have forgotten something. What? I, Lynn, am the king of the frontier. Lynn stood up, walked to the window and looked at the cold, clear moon outside. My throne was not bestowed upon me by anyone. I carved them out of the ghouls and savages, one slice at a time with my sword. My people worship only me, not any king on the Iron Throne. Margaret's breath hitched slightly. She suddenly realized that she and her grandmother seemed to have made a mistake from the very beginning. They were used to using the rules of the power game in the South to measure and judge everyone. They assumed that Lynn, like other lords, longed for royal investiture higher tightlined more land. But they forgot that Lynn's foundation was not within the Seven Kingdoms at all. He was an intruder from outside the system. Neither in the far north nor in Slaver's Bay across the fjord is it included. Furthermore, the power he possessed far surpassed that of an ordinary vassal. 100,000 savaged and 1,000 unsullied. And even dragons. Even the Lannisters couldn't muster this many troops at once. So your choice is... Margaret's voice carried a hint of nervousness. My choice. Lynn turned around looking at her face, which appeared even more radiant with nervousness. And a playful smile appeared on her lips. Why should I choose this? Ranley is good, Joffrey is good, and Stannis is fine too. Let them fight, let them rob. Let them fight until they're bloodied, and I can simply sit in the north drinking mead and watch you tear each other apart in the southern mud. When you're all exhausted. Lynn didn't finish his sentence, but the oppressive feeling from his unfinished words made Margaret feel suffocated. She understood Lynn never intended to take sides. What he needed to do was wait until everyone was exhausted before leading his recuperating northern army south to clean up the mess. This man's ambition was far greater than she had imagined, or rather far greater than anyone else had ever imagined. Margaret opened her mouth. Her pride in her intelligence and eloquence seemed utterly pale and powerless in the face of this man's absolute strength and even greater ambition. But Lynn changed the subject and walked back to Margaret. While I am not interested in the succession of kings in your south, I am very sincere about our cooperation. Lynn reached out and gently lifted Margaret's chin, which was stiff with shock. Margaret was slightly taken aback, but she did not stop Lynn's unreasonable behavior. The clever girl had already guessed what Lynn was going to say. I will fully support the Tyrell family in their canned goods business. In return, I need Highgarden's food and artisans. The more the better. As for the rest. Lynn lowered his head almost touching Margaret's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Perhaps we can explore a deeper form of cooperation. The warm breath on her earlobe caused Margaret's body to tremble uncontrollably. A flustered blush appeared on her face, which always wore a perfect smile, for example. Let the roses of Highgarden bloom not only in King's Landing, but also in the north, where they can bloom even more beautifully. Lynn's warm breath brushed against Margaret's ear. Like a feather, it gently tugged at Margaret's most sensitive nerves. A crack finally appeared on Margaret's face, which always wore a perfect smile. A suspicious blush spread from her ears to her cheeks, adding a touch of breathtaking beauty to her already stunning face. Margaret's body trembled almost imperceptibly. But she did not back down. She is a smart woman. She knew that in the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks would seem pale and powerless. Lynn has already laid his cards on the table with her. He doesn't need to take sides, because he himself is a force capable of changing the game. Now Lynn has extended a completely new invitation to her. An invitation that was far more direct and tempting than simply enthrone Renly as king. Let the roses of Highgarden bloom in the north. Margaret knew perfectly well what this meant. Renly is too unpredictable. After all, he doesn't like women. But Lynn was different. He was a normal man. Their marriage will surely result in children in the future. If Lynn ascends the Iron Throne and has a child with her, Tyrell's position will be further secured. She wasn't angry at Lynn's almost rude behavior. On the contrary, the heart that had been somewhat flustered by the fact that the entire plan had been seen through was strangely calmed down at this moment. Lynn's behavior and attitude made her instantly realize her value in Lynn's eyes. As for lust or anything else, she didn't care. What she always cared about was status and her family. This gave her a thrill she had never experienced before. Margaret looked up, and the confusion and panic in her beautiful brown eyes quickly faded. The land of the north is far too harsh and cold. Margaret's voice regained its usual gentleness. But there was a subtle, almost imperceptible hook in that voice, gently scratching at one's heart. I fear the roses of Highgarden will wither quickly in that icy, snowy landscape. She neither refused nor agreed. Instead, they cleverly threw the question back at them. Like a seasoned businesswoman after Lynn quoted her price, she calmly assessed the risks and rewards of the deal. Withering, Lynn smiled. He released his grip on Margaret's chin. My fingertips slid slowly down the graceful curve of her neck. Finally, it rested on the rose embroidered with gold thread on her chest. The action was aggressive, yet it carried an irresistible ambiguity. No. I guarantee it will bloom more beautifully than anywhere else. Lynn's fingertips gently caressed the stamen of the rose through the silky fabric. Because I will water it with the wealth of the entire north, and warm it with dragon fires. Margaret's breath hitched slightly. Lynn's promise was like a glass of the finest Dorne red wine, carrying a fatal allure that left her slightly tipsy. She knew Lynn wasn't just talking nonsense. A man who can produce something as fundamentally altering the world order. His promises of wealth are no exaggeration. But Margaret also knew that the more tempting the fruit, the greater the risk it often came with. She had to see Lynn demonstrate the strength that was worth the bets of her and the entire Tyrell family. Not just distant dragons and armies, rather. It is a reality that is right before our eyes, capable of truly and tangibly changing the power structure of the monarchy. Margaret took a half step back, skillfully escaping Lynn's control that was making her heart race. She walked to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and used this small action to calm her somewhat chaotic emotions. Lord Lynn, your promise is indeed tempting. She turned around, her face once again displaying that flawless, perfect smile. However, the future is too far away. I prefer to focus on what I can see right now. Margaret's gaze fell in the direction of the Iron Throne Hall. For example, the duel 7 days later, for example. Margaret lowered her voice even further, and a shrewd glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. The position of Chancellor of the Exchequer that became vacant after Petyr Baeliz's downfall. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly. He knew that the real negotiations were only just beginning. A chancellor's position, in exchange for the Highgarden rose. Lynn's tone carried a hint of amusement. Miss Tyrell, aren't you underestimating yourself? No. The position of Chancellor of the Exchequer is merely the foundation of our cooperation. Margaret shook her head and looked intently at Lynn. I'm just assessing your sincerity. Although Petyr Baelish has fallen, there are still quite a few people in King's Landing eyeing his position. The Lannisters, Lord Renly. Even Varys, they'll all try every means to place their own people in their houses. If you could hand over this most important purse in Westeros to someone we both can accept and control. Margaret didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already clear. This is both a test and a pledge of loyalty. If Lynn can do that, it will prove that he has the ability to wield considerable influence in King's Landing, the center of this power vortex. This also proves that he is worthy of the Tyrell family placing their bets on him. A candidate that both companies can control. Several names flashed through Lynn's mind instantly, but he quickly rejected them all. He needs someone with absolute loyalty, but not someone who is too conspicuous, ideally. It should be a piece that everyone can overlook. Yet he can firmly control a person who seems harmless, even somewhat foolish, yet sits in that position and safeguards his money. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. A red-haired girl wearing a long blue dress, who always kept her head down when she saw timid and shy. Like a frightened little bird, Sansa Stark. The moment the idea popped into Lynn's head, he found it somewhat absurd. Why make that silly girl, whose mind is full of Prince Knights and love songs, the Chancellor of the Exchequer? This is even more outrageous than asking the mountain to embroider. But upon closer reflection, this seems to be the most perfect, the most unexpected, and the most suitable candidate for him. First, Sansa is Ned's daughter. She is the eldest daughter of House Stark. If she were to succeed Petter Ned Stark as Prime Minister, would absolutely not object in fact. He would fully support it, this gives it a legal basis. Secondly, Sansa had previously acted somewhat naive, even foolish to everyone else. She was just a pretty decoration, a puppet that could be easily manipulated. The Lannisters would think they could control her. Renly would think they could win her over. And Varys would think she was nothing to fear. No one sees her as a real threat. And that's exactly what Lynn needs. He doesn't need a shrewd finance minister. He just needs an obedient heat-sealing machine. He could have easily delegated all the complex accounting and operations to professionals recruited from the Iron Treasury of Bravos or other free-trading city-states of Essos to handle behind the scenes. All Sansa had to do was sit there, using her status as the eldest daughter of House Stark and Chancellor of the Exchequer. She stamped and sealed every request. The most important point is, Sansa had an almost blind worship and dependence on herself, especially after experiencing Joffrey's betrayal and the harsh reality of King's Landing. The image of the prince who was once like a god in her eyes had long since collapsed. Lynn had already secured a special place in her heart. Sansa was completely obedient to him. I have someone in mind. Lynn looked into Margaret's inquisitive eyes and slowly uttered the name. Sansa Stark, who, even with Margaret's exceptional intelligence, she thought she had misheard the name for a moment. The eldest daughter of House Stark for the first time. Margaret's face showed undisguised astonishment. Lord Lynn, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Lynn's question gradually transformed the astonishment on Margaret's face into deep thought. Her brain started working at lightning speed. Sansa Stark, this chase seemingly absurd, actually possesses a kind of astonishing brilliance. Just like Lynn herself, she never plays by the rules. Yet she always manages to achieve the most amazing results. She instantly grasped all the key points. With Sansa as Chancellor of the Exchequer Ned Stark, the hand of the king would support Harand King Robert. Out of respect for Ned would not object. Sansa herself was seen by everyone as an easy target. This is practically the perfect candidate that no faction can find fault with. Yet everyone feels they've gotten the best deal, in reality. The true masters were Lynn and Tyrell, who were hiding behind the scenes, clever. That's absolutely brilliant. Margaret looked at Lynn, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She found herself increasingly unable to understand the man in front of her. Every move he made was so unexpected, yet so precise and ruthless. It seems Lord Lynn is already confident of success. Margaret dropped all her disdain. She bowed to Lynn, eyeing. That posture carried a sense of heartfelt and respectful admiration. Then I'll await good news. She knew it was time for her to leave. She received too much information tonight. She needs to go back and talk to her grandmother to process it all. Miss Tyrell, are you just leaving like that? Just as Margaret turned to leave, Lynn's voice came softly from behind her. Margaret paused in her steps. She turned around, a perfectly measured hint of confusion on her face. I have shown my sincerity. Lynn walked slowly to her, his tall figure once again enveloping her. So where is your sincerity? His gaze was intense and direct. The light fell unashamedly on Margaret's beautiful face. Margaret's heart skipped a beat. She certainly understood what Lynn meant. She bit her full lower lip, a sly glint in her ever-smiling eyes. The next second, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and planted a feather-light kiss on Lynn's cheek. This is the deposit. Margaret's voice carried a hint of girlish shyness, but her eyes were bold and fiery. Before Lynn could react, she gracefully stepped back like a startled butterfly, creating distance between them. She winked at Lynn, a captivating smile curving her lips. As for the rest, after you win the duel, help Sansa sit in that chancellor's chair and invent that magical canned food. Then you can come and ask me for it. After saying that, Margaret smiled slightly at Lynn without lingering, lifted her skirt and gracefully and swiftly disappeared out the door. Lynn touched her kissed cheek, where the fragrance of roses and the warmth of a young girl still seemed to linger. He couldn't help but chuckle. That Highgarden rose is quite the cunning little fox. However, he liked it, the little rose of Highgarden, filled with astonishment and a faint sweet fragrance, disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lynn returned to the window, the night breeze caressing his cheeks, a touch warm and fleeting like an unreal dream. He had to admit that Margaret Thierry was an extremely charming woman. She is intelligent and knows how to assess situations. They know better when to show their fangs and when to retract their claws. Working with her is undoubtedly a pleasant experience. However, it seems he met a bit too many women tonight. Lynn rubbed his temples and was about to close the window when a hesitant knock sounded at the door. Thump thump, the voice paused for a moment, as if hesitating whether to continue. Chinese letter. Lynn stopped moving. He recognized the voice. "Come in, Sansa." The door was gently pushed open a crack, and a reddish-brown head peeked in. Seeing Lynn looking at her, Sansa Stark became visibly nervous. She gripped the doorframe slightly, but still mustered her courage and stepped inside. Then carefully closed the door behind her. She has changed. This was Lynn's first impression of her when she saw her again. The girl before me was still wearing an exquisitely made long dress, and her beautiful reddish-brown hair was neatly styled, like the shimmering water of the river in the rushing city under the sunlight. But the innocence and unrealistic fantasies that belonged to a little girl seemed to have been largely worn away by the cruel reality of King's Landing. Her posture was no longer the timid, ingratiating one she used to be. Instead, it had gained a sense of composure. Those blue eyes, like polished gemstones, were still clear, but no longer held that innocent naivete. Instead, they held a depth that was hard to decipher. "Lord Lynn." Sansa gave Lynn a perfect curtsy. The voice was soft, but it no longer carried the deliberate attempt to please. "It's so late, aren't you asleep yet?" Lynn's tone was very gentle. "I can't sleep." Sansa shook her head, her gaze falling on Lynn with a hint of cautious inquiry. "I've heard about what happened in the Iron Throne Hall today. Your father is very worried about you." Instead of saying she was worried, she pushed Ned forward. "It seems that King's Landing's great melting pot is indeed the best teacher. It taught this little bird, which used to only sing in its cave, how to protect itself in the cruelest way. I'm sorry to have worried your father." Lynn walked to the table and poured her a glass of water. "However, it's all in the past now." Sansa took the water glass, which calmed her anxious heart considerably. She didn't drink the water immediately. She just held the cup in silence for a moment. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat quiet for a moment. Sansa's gaze swept casually across the room, and she could smell a faint floral fragrance lingering in the air. A fragrance that didn't belong here. It's very sweet, like some kind of southern flower. Her heart was inexplicably and gently pricked. "It seems like other women have been here before. I've come to congratulate you, Lord Lynn." Sansa finally mustered the courage to raise her head and meet Lynn's gaze. "Congratulations on your upcoming marriage to Princess Miachella." Her voice was soft, and every word was pronounced clearly and precisely, as if she were reciting a pre-prepared line. "This is hardly a cause for celebration." Lynn shook her head. "It's just a transaction, but she's a princess." Sansa's lips moved. "And you will become her husband." Lynn looked at her, at her blue eyes that tried to remain calm but still betrayed a hint of grievance. "And understood, Sansa." Lynn's voice softened slightly. "I cannot refuse the king's decree, I know." Sansa lowered her head, looking at the water sloshing in the glass. "I was just thinking." Her voice grew softer and softer, as if she were talking to herself. "Back then, my father also suggested to His Majesty, the King, that my engagement to Prince Joffrey be dissolved. But His Majesty, he disagrees. He said that the marriage between Baratheon and the Starks was the cornerstone of peace in Westeros and could not be changed." But now Sansa suddenly looked up, and a flame of hope ignited in her blue eyes, a light so bright that it brought her face to life. "Now you are to marry Princess Miachella, which is also a marriage alliance between Baratheon and the North. Then my engagement with Prince Joffrey, is it no longer so important?" Sansa finally revealed her true purpose for coming tonight. She came seeking an answer that could free her from her nightmares. Lynn looked at her face, which was slightly flushed with excitement and full of anticipation, and couldn't help but feel a sense of approval. She was no longer the little girl who would cry and beg her father and the nuns for help. She learned to think, and learned to find a glimmer of hope for herself amidst the complexities of political marriage. "You're right, Sansa." Lynn gave the answer she most wanted to hear. A marriage alliance is meant to solidify the union. However, two marriages serving the same purpose would seem somewhat superfluous, and might even be counterproductive. Your engagement is indeed no longer as unbreakable as it once was. Sansa's eyes suddenly lit up. Overwhelmed with joy, she almost jumped up. Is she really going to be free? She can finally get rid of that prince who is all show and no substance, who only uses lies and cruelty to cover up his cowardice. She doesn't have to marry Joffrey anymore. Very good. Sansa murmured to herself, her eyes welling up with tears that almost spilled over. But she forced herself to hold back. She bit her lip hard, suppressing the surge of emotion welling up inside her. She mustn't cry. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side in front of Lynn anymore. She looked at Lynn, at this man who always managed to create miracles when everyone else was at a loss. From that earth-shattering spear thrust at the martial arts tournament, to teaching her business skills step by step, and then to that inspiring speech before the Iron Throne today that turned the tide of the war. He was like the most perfect hero in the songs of bards. Powerful, wise, and gentle. Sansa's heart was pounding, and her cheeks were getting hotter and hotter. She knew she shouldn't have such thoughts. She is the eldest daughter of the Duke of the North. She should be reserved and dignified. But she couldn't control herself, especially when Lynn approached her. His tall figure completely enveloped her when the scent, a blend of the night breeze and his unique aroma, entered her nostrils. Sansa felt a little dizzy. Having a reason isn't enough to break off the engagement. Lynn's voice pulled her back from her reverie. You also need the right opportunity and an excuse that you can't refuse. Timing excuse. Sansa looked somewhat bewildered. Right, Lynn nodded. 7 days later, when the duel is over and Petter's guilt is fully proven, the king's emotions will reach a peak. That was when he was happiest and most generous. Then, go to your father and have him, in the name of the Prime Minister, use the same rhetoric I just taught you to request the throne. Tell him that the North is now firmly bound to the royal family through my marriage to Miachella. Therefore, to show respect for House Baratheon, House Stark is willing to voluntarily relinquish its engagement to the prince, in order to facilitate a deeper union between House Baratheon and other families. The king will not miss this opportunity. Sansa was stunned. She never imagined that something she considered incredibly complex and difficult would become so simple and natural in Lynn's words. She could even imagine how pleased King Robert would be when his father said those words. Use Mysera to win over the North. This way, Joffrey can be used to win over other families. This is simply a perfect solution that no one can refuse. I understand. Sansa nodded vigorously. She felt she had learned more tonight than in the past decade or so combined. Thank you, Lord Lynn, Sansa said sincerely. She looked into Lynn's eyes, those blue eyes brimming with undisguised gratitude and admiration. This is just the beginning, Sansa. Lynn looked at her face, which was glowing with excitement, and suddenly spoke. What? Sansa was taken aback. Getting rid of Joffrey is just the first step you've taken. Lynn's gaze deepened. I've prepared a bigger stage for you. A stage that will make the entire city of King's Landing take notice. A bigger stage. Sansa's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the queens in those ballads, and the noblewomen who were the center of attention at grand banquets. Could it be Sansa? Do you want to be the most powerful person in King's Landing besides the king? Lynn's voice was like a magical hook, striking her heart with each word. The most powerful person. Sansa's mind went blank. She had never thought about this question. In her past understanding, wasn't Queen Cersei the most powerful woman? Even though Cersei is queen, She is merely a puppet in name only, even his retainer. The Mountain only obeyed Tywin's orders and didn't take Cersei seriously. She had heard all about what happened in the throne room. Is it possible for a woman to become the most powerful person? No, not the queen's. Lynn seemed to see through Sansa's thoughts and shook her head. The queen needs the king's favor and the support of the Lannisters behind her. Her power is hollow, it can be taken away at any time. Lynn's gaze was intense as he stared at Sansa and spoke slowly. The one who truly holds power is the one who can decide the destination of every golden dragon in the kingdom. He's the one who can provide the king's army with money to fight, and the nobles with wine to drink in their castles. It's the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Sansa's breath caught in her throat. She felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Lynn, what exactly is Lynn saying? Petty Barrick's place will soon be vacant, Lynn's voice. Like a devil's whispering in Sansa's ears. Making her blood boil instantly, Sansa. I want you to sit in that chair. Lynn's words stirred up a storm in Sansa's heart. Chancellor of the Exchequer to her. Those 4 words were like a story from another world. Distant, unfamiliar, even somewhat absurd. Sansa's face was blank. Her beautiful blue eyes were wide open. Her lips were slightly parted, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She felt as if her brain was filled with a tangled mess, making it impossible to think. Can a woman hold the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer? Sansa finally regained her voice. Lord Lynn, you must be joking. She instinctively shook her head repeatedly. It was as if this would negate that crazy idea. I don't understand anything. I can't do math, I can't even read the ledgers. All I can do is singe embroider and recite the 7 sacred texts. Sansa's voice grew softer and softer, and the confidence that Lynn had just built up for her was now crumbling. She is a lady, a qualified, perfect lady from a young age. She was taught how to smile, how to walk, how to please and serve her future husband, and how to manage the household affairs of a castle. But none of those teachings ever included a lesson on how to manage a kingdom's treasury. That was a domain exclusively for men. A world she could never reach. Who told you the Chancellor of the Exchequer needs to be able to do math? Lynn's calm voice interrupted her self-doubt. He looked at Sansa, his deep eyes devoid of any hint of jest. Sansa, does Petyr Baelish know how to count? Of course he will. He could even count every single golden dragon in the kingdom with perfect accuracy, and then figure out how to turn them all into golden dragons in his own pocket. Lynn walked up to Sansa and pulled her to sit down. There are many kinds of powers. Queen Cersei's power derives from her surname and the king's title. Miss Margaret's power comes from the Highgarden's granaries and army. Their power is all good, but it's all dependent on others. When the king no longer favors Cersei, and when the armies of Highgarden are defeated, their power will vanish, Lynn spoke in a low voice, shattering all of Sansa's naive fantasies about the word power that she had held for the past decade. But there is one power that truly belongs to you. You don't need to understand those complicated accounts. I'll find the world's most astute accountants from the Iron Treasury in Bravos. They'll handle everything. You don't even need to attend those long, tedious royal meetings, listening to those old men arguing heatedly over a few copper coins. Lynn's gaze was fixed on Sansa, as if she were instilling courage in her. You just need to sit there. Your name is Sansa Stark. You are the Warden of the Norths, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Winterfell, and the Hand of the King, the daughter of the Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms. Your identity is your greatest power. You sitting in that position represent the will of House Stark, and the will of the entire Norths. Anyone who wants to touch the kingdom's treasury must obtain your permission. Anyone who dares to question you is questioning your father, questioning the entire Norths. Sansa's breathing stopped. She felt her whole body trembling. She never imagined that her identity, which everyone, including herself, considered a weakness, would become her most invincible weapon, in Lynn's words. And Lynn's voice was even lower. carrying an irresistible magic. I am the king beyond the northern borders, and I will fully support you. Anyone who opposes you will suffer my wrath. Anyone can fall from grace, but I will not. As long as I fully support you and you have me as your backer. No one can do anything to you understand Sansa. Those last words struck Sansa like a hammer blow. Her mind was in a whirl, fear, excitement, confusion. And an unprecedented feeling filled my heart. She remembered Joffrey's handsome yet twisted face. Cersei's green eyes that always held contempt and scrutiny. And every noble in King's Landing who greeted her with a smile but harbored venomous intentions behind her back. She was tired of it. She was tired of being a little bird, only able to sing songs that others had already written in a cage. She wanted to fly, even if flying out would result in a bloody head injury. She wanted to see the world outside the cage with her own eyes. Sansa looked at Lynn before her, at the path this man had drawn for her that she had never imagined. A path strewn with thorns, yet leading to true freedom and power the next second. She did something that surprised even Lynn. Sansa lifted her elaborate and gorgeous long dress with an elegant yet resolute movement. She slowly knelt on one knee in front of Lynn. This is no longer a lady's curtsy. A smile finally appeared on Lynn's face. He reached out, his large warm hands pulling Sansa up from the cold floor. Sansa, remember, from today onwards I will protect you. You are no longer a caged bird. You are destined to be an eagle soaring over King's Landing. On the next day, the morning sun had just begun to shine into the courtyard of the Red Castle. Lynn stood on the balcony of the Prime Minister's tower, watching the swaggering figure on the training field below. Joffrey Baratheon, this future king, is like a child who hasn't grown up yet. He was wielding a two-handed longsword taller than himself, and was laboriously hacking at a straw man. His movements were clumsy and comical, but the expression on his face was as ferocious as that of a bloodthirsty beast. Sandor Clegane, hunting dog standing near, watched expressionlessly clutching his iconic dog helmet. Without uttering a word since the date of the duel was set, Sandor has become increasingly silent. His violent aura seemed to have subsided, and he was like a sharp sword that had been sheathed. All the sharp edges were pointed towards 7 days later. Towards his brother, who was like a nightmare. The chessboard in Lynn's mind had already been laid out. Cersei, Margaery, Sansa. Each chess piece is now in its place, but Joffrey, the most crucial and also the most unstable piece, remains outside the board. The best way to control a mad dog is not to put a collar on it. Instead, he became the only one who dared to feed it raw meat. Your Highness, you seem to be in good spirits. Lynn's voice carried clearly across the training field. Joffrey, who was struggling with the scarecrow, suddenly turned around when he saw Lynn on the balcony. His face, flushed from exertion, instantly lit up. He dropped the greatsword in his hand and ran over excitedly like a puppy seeing its master. Lynn, you've come. I was just about to look for you. Joffrey tilted his head back, his blue eyes gleaming with a morbid fanaticism. Have you seen my dog? He can't wait to rip his brother's intestines out. This is sure to be the most spectacular duel in the history of King's Landing. His words were both cruel and naive. Given that Joffrey secretly tortured and killed small animals, it's not surprising that he had such a cruel and violent personality. Duels may be exciting, but a true king cannot be obsessed with the bloodshed of the day. Lynn walked down the stairs and stood in front of him. His tone was as casual as an older brother instructing his younger brother. Joffrey paused, somewhat puzzled. What's the meaning? Your father, King Robert, was a great warrior in his youth. A mysterious smile appeared on Lynn's lips. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Joffrey's ear. But do you know what your great father likes to do most at night? Joffrey shook his head blankly. All he knew was that his father would get completely drunk every night and then yell and shout. He enjoys experiencing the lives of his people. Lynn's tone carried a hint of seduction. Go to the most vibrant and authentic places. Go drink. Go listen to stories. Go find a kind of fun that a king cannot find during the day. Lynn portrayed Robert's dissolute behavior as a charismatic kingly aura. Joffrey's eyes lit up immediately. He had heard the rumors about his father's philandering, but in his mother's and the Prime Minister's eyes, they were all shameful and disgraceful. But in Lynn's description, it all sounded so captivating, brimming with masculine charm. Would you like to try it? Lynn cast his fishing line. Like a true mana, true king. Go and see the hidden side of this city. Of course I want to, Joffrey's chest puffed out instantly. He couldn't wait to prove that he was a man. Then change out of that ridiculous prince's robe and dress like an ordinary person. Lynn patted Joffrey on the shoulder with satisfaction. Tonight I'll show you what King's Landing is really like. As night falls, King's Landing sheds its daytime disguise. It revealed its truest and ugliest side. Two figures cloaked in dark cloaks slipped out from a secluded side gate of the Red Keep. Joffrey was trembling with excitement. This was more exciting for him than any other hunt. He felt like one of the heroes in the ballads, embarking on a secret mission, filled with the thrill of adventure. Lynn led him through the dirty, winding alleys with practiced ease. As they passed the flea-nesty stench of Betrothal, and despair made Joffrey instinctively cover his nose. Even the king comes to places like this? Joffrey asked with disgust. The king ruled over all his subjects, whether they were nobles dressed in silk or beggars in rags. Lynn's voice sounded exceptionally calm in the night. You must understand them in order to better rule them. Or Lynn paused for a moment, a strange smile playing on his lips. Destroy them. The last four words pierced Joffrey's heart, sending a chill down his spine, yet also giving him a strange, dark pleasure. Destroy, what beautiful words. They eventually stopped in front of a stone building on Silk Street that was adorned with red lanterns. Unlike the dilapidated women's brothels we'd passed along the way, this place was remarkably elegant. The building was filled with the melodious sounds of musical instruments and a woman's silvery laughter, and the air was permeated with the aroma of expensive spices. Where am I? Joffrey swallowed nervously. Your Highness, this is my property. You don't need to worry about anyone knowing you're here. You're in for a great time tonight. Lynn smiled and pushed open the carved wooden door. The sight behind the door left Joffrey frozen in place. The warm air carrying the aroma of wine perfume, and an ambiguous scent wafted towards us. The hall was covered with thick myrrh carpets, and the walls were adorned with Valentines tapestries depicting lovemaking. Several women dressed in sheer gauze with graceful figures were flirting with a portly businessman. Their laughter was captivating, and their eyes were mesmerizing. This place was originally one of Petyr Baelish's most prestigious properties, a den of iniquity that provides the ultimate in luxury for royalty, nobility, and wealthy merchants. Now, Lynn not only took over the business, but he did it even better than Petyr. Every woman is specially taught modern professional skills. Some women are even studying how to pole dance. They learned how to flirt, instead of immediately taking off their clothes and sprawling on the bed like a dead pig. Moreover, they learned to use soap to make themselves cleaner. The mere smell of their bodies was enough to tantalize these natives. Joffrey felt his blood rush to his head in an instant. He had seen the maids in the Red Castle, but compared to these beauties, those lowly women were like potatoes in the mud. Everything here shocked and terrified him, yet it also filled him with a frenzied excitement. A woman wearing a red silk dress and with fiery curly hair swayed her serpentine waist as she walked over. She saw Lynn's eyes light up, and her face immediately filled with a fawning smile. Lord Lynn, it's been a while since you last visited. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. Who is this? Her gaze fell on Joffrey, even though he was wearing an ordinary cloak. His handsome face with a hint of childishness and his undeniable arrogance still betrayed his identity. Lynn placed his hand on Joffrey's shoulder and could clearly feel Joffrey trembling slightly beside him. It was fear but also anticipation. This is my younger brother's first time seeing the world. Lynn gave the woman a meaningful smile. He lowered his head, brought his lips close to Joffrey's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Welcome to another arena of power, Your Highness. Joffrey's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at the dissolute men and women in the hall, at the beauties throwing him flirtatious glances, and the shock and fear of doing something wrong were quickly fading from his face. Instead, a curious gaze filled the air. That was the look in the eyes of a child who had discovered a new toy. Lynn smiled. Very good. The first lesson for the little mad dog begins now. Joffrey watched the vibrant scene unfold before him, feeling his breath become scalding hot. How could those filthy women that Cersei spoke of be like this? Is that correct? Their skin was whiter than that of the noblest ladies in the Red Castle, and their smiles were sweeter than honey. Their eyes were like tiny hooks capable of stealing your soul. This was completely different from what he had imagined. This is not a filthy den. It is a paradise built of desire and gold, Rose. Lynn spoke calmly to the red-haired woman who approached him. This is my best friend. Lynn's hand remained on Joffrey's shoulder. That calming power brought some peace to Joffrey's wildly beating heart. He's of high status and his standards are very high. Lynn's gaze swept over Rose's shrewd yet alluring face, his words carrying an undeniable command. Find the purest, gentlest, and most sensible girl. Make her understand that she's not serving an ordinary customer tonight. It is not a lion of the future, the lion of the future. Rose's heart skipped a beat. Her ability to run this money pit so successfully is not solely due to her beauty. She instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Lynn's words. The friend Lynn brought along, who looked somewhat immature but whose eyes revealed an innate arrogance and cruelty, was definitely no ordinary person even. Rose dared not think any further. Her smile grew increasingly ingratiating, and her expressive eyes conveyed an unspoken understanding. Don't worry, sir, Rose winked at Joffrey. Her alluring appearance made Joffrey's cheeks flush, and he subconsciously puffed out his chest. The women here may not have many other skills, but they know how to be caring. We guarantee your friends will experience what it means to be treated like royalty. She swayed her hips, leading the two through the noisy hall up a staircase covered with a thick velvet carpet, to a secluded and luxurious suite on the third floor. Expensive incense burned in the room, and the warm air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere that made one's bones melt. Please wait a moment, both of you. Rose curtsied and then discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind her. Only Lynn and Joffrey remained in the room. Joffrey seemed somewhat uneasy, like a young animal entering a hunting ground for the first time. Both excited and nervous, he walked to the window, looked down at the men and women enjoying themselves, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Lynn. Joffrey spoke with some uncertainty. Is it really safe here? My property, do you think it's safe or not? Lynn poured himself a glass of Dorn red wine and settled comfortably on the soft sofa. And here you are no longer a prince and I am no longer a count. We're just two men who came here to have some fun. Your only concern is whether you'll be able to walk tomorrow morning. Lynn's words carried a tacit, unspoken teasing between adult men, instantly inflating Joffrey's pitiful pride. Of course I'm fine, he retorted, his words sounding fierce but revealing his inner weakness. Just then there was a gentle knock on the door. A soft, alluring female voice came from outside the door. Sir, may I come in? Come in, Lynn spoke calmly. The door was pushed open and a figure walked in gracefully. Joffrey instinctively turned around to look. For a moment his breath caught in his throat. The girl who walked in was wearing a light purple tulle dress. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, with long, golden hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, gleaming softly in the candlelight. Her features were as delicate as a sculpture, and her skin was so fair it was almost translucent. A pair of sky-blue eyes like the purest lake water in summer. Crystal clear, she had no body odor, nor did she have the cheap scent of those vulgar cosmetics. Instead, she had a fresh fragrance like grass after rain. She was more like a sheltered noblewoman, unaware of the ways of the world if we disregard her status. She even appears more beautiful than Sansa Stark and purer than Miachella. Adult, the girl walked up to Lynn gracefully curtsied. her voice as melodious as a clear spring flowing over a rocky ravine. Her name is Lyanna, Lynn pointed to Joffrey beside him. He's in your hands tonight, yes, sir. Lyanna looked up and turned her gaze to Joffrey. When she saw Joffrey's face clearly, an unbelievable surprise and admiration instantly bloomed in her clear blue eyes. Her small mouth opened slightly, as if she had witnessed some incredible miracle. Oh my God. Lyanna let out a soft, dreamlike gasp and instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. You are, her voice trembled. And of course, her body. Those beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and infatuation. Joffrey was somewhat taken aback by her gaze. He was used to people fearing him and fawning over him. But no one had ever looked at him with such almost reverent eyes. Just like those ignorant people when they look at the statue of the 7 gods. How do you have any other ideas? Lynn chuckled softly from the side. No. Lyanna quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing with excitement. She looked at Joffrey and stammered, I've seen you before. At the tournament, you sat beside His Majesty the King. You shone like the sun. I never imagined that I could be able to look at you so closely. Her voice was filled with a young girl's shyness and sincerity. That heartfelt admiration was something no acting skill could fake. Joffrey's heart felt as if it had been gently caressed by a warm hand in that instant. A crack appeared in his heart, which had become hardened and twisted from years of neglect and ridicule. All right, my task is complete. Lynn stood up and finished the last drop of red wine in his glass. Lynn walked to the doors, glanced back at Joffrey, who was completely captivated by Lyanna, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Then Lynn nodded slightly to Lyanna. Enjoy yourself, Your Highness, I'm paying tonight. After saying that, Lynn opened the door and walked out, leaving the whole world to the 2 people in the room. The moment the door closed, Joffrey felt his heart pounding even faster. He looked at Lyanna in front of him. This dreamlike young girl was gazing at him with eyes full of adoration and love. You must be His Highness Prince Joffrey, right? Lyanna's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as if she were confirming the reality of a beautiful dream. Joffrey cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more authoritative. That's right, I am Joffrey, by the 7 gods. Lyanna let out a happy sigh. She walked carefully to Joffrey's door, her movements as gentle as a butterfly. May I touch your hand? She asked in an almost pleading tone. Her blue eyes filled with expectation. Joffrey hesitated for a moment, thin as if possessed. Reached out his hand. Lyanna reached out her soft, boneless little hands and gently took Joffrey's hand in hers. Her fingertips traced the thin calluses on his palm, marks left by his recent diligent sword practice. Your hands are so strong. A captivating blush spread across Lyanna's face. This must be the result of years of sword practice, right? I have never seen a warrior as handsome and powerful as you. Even the heroes of those bard songs would pale in comparison to you. Her voice was soft and gentle, each word seemingly imbued with magic, striking precisely at the place in Joffrey's heart where he most craved recognition. Powerful warrior. Joffrey felt a little dizzy. His father, Robert, always berated him as a coward who only knew how to play with a crossbow. His swordsmanship teacher, Sir Maelentland of the Kingsguard, only gave him perfunctory instruction. No one has ever used such words to describe him. I am of course a soldier. Joffrey's chest heaved even higher uncontrollably. I practice swordsmanship every day. And one day I will be stronger than my father. I believe in you. Lyanna nodded vigorously, her blue eyes shining with determination. You are a born king, the rightful heir to the 7 kingdoms. A lion destined to rule them. She released Joffrey's hand, then walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders with her soft little hands. The force was just right, carrying a strange magic that instantly relaxed Joffrey's tense body. Your Highness, you must be tired. May I help you bathe and change your clothes? Her voice carried a bewitching spell, making it impossible for Joffrey to refuse. He was like a puppet, letting Lyanna remove his ordinary cloak and unbutton his clothes. As he stood naked in the warm baths, feeling those soft little hands gently rubbing his body, Joffrey felt as if he were floating on clouds. He had never had such an experience before. The maids in the Red Castle always served him with fear and distance. His mother Cersei loved him, but that love was tinged with a suffocating possessiveness. Only Lyanna's. There was no fear or calculation in her eyes when she looked at him. Only pure and unreserved worship and adoration. She praised Joffrey's strong physique, his handsome face and his innate kingly aura. In her words, Joffrey was no longer the unruly prince disliked by his father and despised by his subjects. He is a god who is about to rule the world. Joffrey utterly succumbed to despair. He began to boast to her about his heroic deeds. He told her how he had bravely fought off the mob on the streets of King's Landing. He told her how he had used a crossbow to accurately shoot a foolish person 100 paces away. He disguised all his cruelty and folly as decisiveness and wisdom. And Lyanna remained the most loyal listener. She looked at him with the most adoring eyes and praised him with the most beautiful words, fulfilling all of Joffrey's deepest fantasies about heroes and power. That night, Joffrey felt like he was finally living life to the fullest. He is no longer anyone's son or anyone's prince. He was a man, a conqueror, a true king the next morning. As the first rays of sunlight shone through the window onto his face, Joffrey slowly opened his eyes. The hangover headache didn't appear instead. I felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. He felt his body brimming with power, as if he could kill a lion with a single punch. He turned his head and saw Lyanna sleeping beside him. The girl lay on her side. Her long golden hair spread across the pillow, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow in the morning light. She was sleeping soundly, a sweet, contented smile on her lips. Looking at her pure and innocent sleeping face, Joffrey felt a strong sense of possessiveness. This woman is his. The first woman in the world to truly appreciate and admire him. He carefully sat up in bed, not wanting to wake her. He got dressed and went outside, and Lynn was already waiting there. "Your Highness, did you sleep well last night?" Lynn wore a knowing smile. "Good, very good," Joffrey answered instinctively, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Isn't this the life of a king?" Lynn patted him on the shoulder. "The Iron Throne represents responsibility, while this place is for enjoying the fruits of power. Only a king who truly understands how to enjoy power can effectively exercise it." Joffrey nodded as if he understood, but he completely agreed with Lynn's words. Aren't rights meant to be enjoyed? Otherwise, what's the point of having rights? Last night's experience brought Joffrey more satisfaction and joy than sitting on the Iron Throne receiving the worship of thousands. "Sir Lynn, my best friend." Joffrey hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking the question, when? When can I come again? He couldn't wait to see Lyanna again. Experience once again the feeling of being worshipped. Looked up, toned, served like a god. He'd had his fill of it and was completely addicted. Lynn smiled. "The little fish has taken the bait." "Of course, Your Highness." Lynn's eyes deepened. He looked at Joffrey's face, which was filled with longing, and spoke slowly. "Your Highness, you are welcome to come every day if you wish." Lynn changed the subject, saying with some regret, "Lyanna lost both her parents when she was young, leaving her all alone. A poor girl was forced down a path of no return in order to survive. If Your Highness wishes to see her, you will need to make an appointment in advance. After all, she still has to greet other guests." Seeing Joffrey's face gradually darken, Lynn knew he had achieved his goal. He chuckled softly, then turned and left. Joffrey's soul is gone. Although she was sitting in the magnificent dining room of the Red Castle, cutting the tender roasted quail on her plate with a silver knife, her thoughts had already flown back to the warm suite on Silk Street last night. The ambiguous atmosphere in the air, the fresh scent of grass after the rain on the girl, the feeling of first-time ecstasy, and those eyes, brimming with pure adoration and love when they gazed at me. "Oh, Joffrey." Cersei's voice pulled him back from his reverie. Joffrey looked up and saw his mother looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Where did you go last night?" "Learn from Lord Lynn how to be a true king." Without a second thought, Joffrey pulled out the line Lynn had taught him. His tone carried a hint of impatience, as well as a sense of superiority that he himself was unaware of. He is no longer the little boy who only knew how to hide under his mother's skirt. He was a man who had truly tasted the power. Cersei frowned. She disliked Joffrey's attitude. And even more so, she disliked his close relationship with Lynn. But before she could even begin to scold him, Joffrey had already turned his gaze to the other end of the table. Sansa Stark. She was looking down, sipping the thick soup in her bowl. Her posture was elegant and impeccable. But in Joffrey's eyes, she was like a statue devoid of any emotion. Beautiful but lifeless, moreover. Ever since he had the hounds kill that fool, the way she looked at him was no longer the one of worship he once had. Which angered him. Joffrey thought of Lyanna. I remembered her soft body, her sweet voice, her cozy warmth, and her melting passion. Comparing the two, one is in the sky, the other on the ground. Just then, Lynn's casual remark when he left last night pierced Joffrey's heart like a thorn coated with Rhys's deadly poison. After all, she still has to greet other guests. Other guests, other guests. A scene that made him want to vomit flashed through Joffrey's mind instantly. A fat businessman with a beer belly and a body odor rubbed his dirty, fat hands against Lyanna's smooth jade-like skin. No. Absolutely not. She's so pitiful. That girl is his. She is the first and only woman in the world who understands and admires him. Her pure eyes should only be looking at me. Her sweet voice should only praise herself. Everything she has should belong to her. Bang. Joffrey slammed his knife and fork on the table with a jarring sound. The entire restaurant fell silent instantly. Cersei, Jaime, Robert, Ned, and even Sansa all stared at Joffrey with astonishment. I'm stuffed. Joffrey didn't even glance at them. Abruptly Yupan strode out of the restaurant. He couldn't wait a moment longer. He was going to find Lynn's. He wants to go back. He must see Lyanna again tonight. In the Prime Minister's study, Lynn was looking at a huge map of King's Landing, marking something on it with a quill pen. Joffrey burst in like a gust of wind without even knocking. Lynn. His voice sounded somewhat harsh because of his urgency. Let's go out one more time tonight. Lynn looked up, a perfectly timed look of surprise on his face, which quickly turned into a knowing smile. Your Highness, it seems you were quite reluctant to leave last night. Lynn's tone was slightly teasing, which made Joffrey's handsome face instantly turn bright red. I just want to go back to learn more about the local conditions. Joffrey offered a weak and insincere explanation. Yeah. Lynn put down her pen, walked around the desk, and stood in front of him. Do you want to understand the people's conditions? Or do you want to see that girl named Lyanna? He saw right through Joffrey's pathetic pretense. Joffrey was speechless before Lynn's all-seeing eyes. He felt like a child stripped naked. I can't stand it. Joffrey finally abandoned his pretense, growling like an enraged cub. I can't stand those filthy guys touching her. Lyanna shouldn't belong there. But that's her life, Your Highness. Lynn's tone was calm to the point of being cruel. She is a commodity, a plaything that can be bought for a night with a golden dragon. No a silver deer. Today it's you. Tomorrow it could be some spice merchant from Pentos. Even if she loves you, she has to give herself to someone else for survival, even to writhe and pleasure beneath those filthy businessmen. No, Joffrey let out a roar. A mad flame ignited in his green eyes. She's not a commodity. She's mine. Lynn looked at Joffrey, at this mad dog whose possessiveness he had completely ignited, and felt a sense of calm. The fish has already bitten the hook. The results were surprisingly good. He's completely out of control. All right. Lynn sighed, feigning difficulty. Since Your Highness insists as your most loyal friend, I cannot refuse. But Lynn changed the subject. Tonight we can't do what we did last night. You're in the spotlight now. If people find out that a prince like yourself frequents places like that, it won't be good for your reputation. What should we do then? Joffrey asked anxiously, now completely led by the nose by Lynn. We'll just watch, we won't do anything. A mysterious smile curved at the corners of Lynn's lips. My place has some very interesting rooms. It allows you to see everything you want to see without being discovered. Night fell once more. King's Landing has become an ocean of desire. Lynn led Joffrey back to the stone building with the red lanterns hanging there. This time he didn't go through the main entrance, but instead entered an adjacent room through a hidden back alley. On the wall of the room hung a huge Valantes tapestry. But if you gently lift a corner of the tapestry, you'll find a one-way glass panel behind it. This was specially burned by Lynn. This was done to satisfy the strange fetishes of some other guests. From here, you can see everything clearly in the suite next door. The people next door, however, would not notice at all. Joffrey's breathing became rapid instantly. He was like a voyeur. His heart pounded as he stared intently at the room behind the glass. It was the suite he had stayed in last night. Lyanna was sitting on the edge of the bed, still wearing that light purple tulle dress. She seemed somewhat absent-minded, holding a small wooden knight in her hand, lost in thought. Her appearance was so pitiful that it evoked feelings of pity and love. Joffrey's heart softened instantly. He looked at the knight statue that bore a resemblance to himself. This made Joffrey realize that Lyanna must be thinking of him. This idea greatly satisfied his vanity. But just then, the door was kicked open violently. A burly man with a face full of scars barged in. The man was dressed in mercenary leather armor, with a long knife that looked like it had been stained with blood hanging at his waist. And he exuded a fierce and violent aura. Lyanna screamed in fright, dropping the wooden carving she was holding to the ground. Where's the money? The man walked menacingly up to Lyanna and grabbed her slender wrist. That be ***ch Rose said you hooked up with a big shot yesterday. Made a fortune and had time to pay up. I didn't. Lyanna trembled with fear, tears welling in her eyes. That sir, he didn't give me any money, no money. The man grinned maliciously, then roughly grabbed Lyanna's chin with his other hand, forcing her to lift her head. Do you ***G think I'm an idiot? Pay. Then pay with your bodies. As he spoke, he began to tear at Lyanna's long dress. No. Please let me go. Lyanna let out a desperate cry and struggled frantically. But her meager strength seemed so pale and powerless in front of the man. Like a lamb to the slaughter, roared from the next room. Joffrey let out a beastly roar that sounded inhuman. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his handsome face twisted with extreme rage. Veins bulging, he suddenly drew the sword from his waist. Ready to rush over and kill the man, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to rip his intestines out and feed them to the dogs. Your Highness, stay calm. Lynn grabbed his arm with a force as strong as an iron clamp. Let me go, Joffrey struggled frantically. All he wanted now was to tear that ***D, who dared to lay a hand on his woman, to pieces. A prince, drawing his sword against someone in a brothel for a St ***Ute. Is this what you mean by becoming a true king? Lynn's voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over Joffrey's burning rationality. She's not a St ***Ute. Joffrey turned around and roared hysterically at Lynn. Then prove it to me. Lynn stared directly at him, her gaze carrying a strange sense of oppression. Don't resort to violence like a fool on the street. That's too low-level, you must act like a king. The king's way. Joffrey froze, panting heavily, his chest heaving. That's right. Lynn released his arm, his voice carrying a deadly allure. What does that man want? It's money. What does that boss named Rose want? It's money too. There's nothing in this world that Jinlong can't buy. If there are, then use more golden dragons. Lynn walked up to Joffrey, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in a low voice like a devil's whisper. A true king never fights for what he wants. He bought it directly. Go, your highness. Use your golden dragon to buy her freedom. To buy everything she has. Take her away from this hell, make her yours alone. Proclaim to everyone that she is your property. and anyone who dares to touch her again is making an enemy of the entire kingdom. This is what a king should do. This is true kingly justice and responsibility. Joffrey was stunned. Lynn's words opened a whole new door for him. The flames of anger still burned in his chest, but they transformed into something even more terrifying. That power, yeah. Why would he act like a brute and fight with that kind of scum? He's a prince, the future king, what he wants. He can simply buy with money or obtain with power that girl. Her body, her soul, everything about her should belong to him. Yes, you're right, Joffrey muttered to himself, and a light rekindled in his blood-red eyes. It was a mad gleam mixed with greed, possessiveness, and cruelty. He whirled around, grabbed Lynn's collar tightly, and his contorted face held an undeniable command. Now. Immediately, right now, go and fetch Rose. I want to buy Lyanna, no matter how much it costs. Tonight, I'm taking her back to the Red Castle. She will be my woman and will always belong to me alone. Looking at the lion cub before him, completely driven mad and believing it to be in complete control, Lynn revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. This most crucial and also most unstable piece was finally firmly placed in the position he had designated. But the real show is just beginning. Lyanna, the woman he has carefully nurtured, will teach Joffrey a lesson. Rose was quickly summoned. As soon as she entered, saw Joffrey, his eyes bloodshot and looking like a madman, and beside him, the calm-looking man Lynn's, who instilled a deep-seated fear in her. Lord Lynn. Rose bowed respectfully, glancing cautiously out of the corner of her eye at the commotion in the next room. The cries and tearing sounds had stopped, replaced by a man's heavy breathing and Lyanna's suppressed sobs. Joffrey's body was taut like a fully drawn bow, every muscle twitching with rage. That girl, Lyanna. Lynn ignored Joffrey's state and simply spoke to Rose. Name your price. Rose felt a chill run down her spine. She knew the real show was about to begin. Sir, what is this? Rose looked troubled. This was all part of the script that Lord Lynn had prepared beforehand. Lyanna is our top courtesan. Countless nobles and royalty line up to see her. I don't care about any of that. Joffrey whirled around, roaring at Rose like a wild beast cornered in a corner. Name your price. I want to buy hers now. Rose's heart skipped a beat at his appearance, but she braced herself and held up 5 fingers as instructed. 5,000 golden dragons. This is an astronomical figure even in King's Landing. I'll give you 10,000. Joffrey roared without thinking. He didn't even have a concept of a golden dragon. All he knew was that he wanted to use an absolutely overwhelming number to declare his ownership. Get that fat pig out of here, and never let him touch Lyanna again. Your Highness, you don't have that much money. Lynn calmly offered a reminder from the side. I don't have any, but my mother does. The Lannisters do. Joffrey has completely lost his mind. I'll write to Casterly Rock right now. My grandfather will give me the money. No need. Lynn shook his head, pulled a receipt from the King's Landing treasury from his pocket, and tossed it to Rose. This is the land of 10,000 golden dragons. From this day forward, Lyanna has nothing to do with you anymore. It's just his own business, transferring money from one hand to the other. Unfortunately, Joffrey already caught up in the moment, overlooked this point. As for that man next door, tell him to get lost. If he dares to show his face in King's Landing again, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Yes, yes. Don't worry, sir. Rose clutched the priceless note, trembling with excitement, bowing and scraping repeatedly. As agreed, she was entitled to a substantial commission. The condition was to complete the script that Lynn had given him. Rose thanked her profusely and left soon. The door to the next room opened, and the mercenary walked out cursing, spitting a wad of phlegm on the ground as he left. Lynn was never stingy with rewards for those with outstanding acting skills, and soon this mercenary received a commission and swore he would never appear in King's Landing again. He can take the 100 gold dragons and go off to live a carefree life elsewhere. Only Lyanna's faint sobs could be heard in the room. Joffrey could no longer contain himself. He pushed open the door and rushed inside. The sight before him made his eyes widen in horror. Lyanna was curled up in the corner of the bed, her clothes disheveled. The pale purple tulle dress was torn in several places, revealing large areas of snow-white skin and purplish bruises. She hugged her knees, trembling, like a butterfly whose wings have been soaked by a storm. So fragile that it seems it might die at any moment. Lyanna. Are you all right? Joffrey rushed over and pulled her into his arms. Your Highness, Lyanna raised her pretty face, which was streaked with tears the moment he saw Joffrey. A glimmer of relief shone in his blue eyes. She could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Don't be afraid, it's all right now. Joffrey patted her back awkwardly, his voice hoarse with heartache and anger. Come. Your prince has come to save you. I'll take you away from this hell. He took off his cloak and wrapped it tightly around Lyanna's still slightly trembling body, then picked her up in his arms. As he carried Lyanna out of the room, Lynn was leaning against the wall in the hallway, watching him with a leisurely air. Are you taking her back to the Red Castle? Lynn asked. Yes, Joffrey said firmly. She's my woman, she deserves to live in the castle. In what capacity? Lynn posed a very practical question. A PR **** ute bought from a brothel. Joffrey paused and the fervor on his face cooled slightly. Yes, he can't just take Lyanna back like that. What would his mother, his father, and those damned courtiers think of him? How will they treat Lyanna? A king who never explains himself to anyone. Lynn walked slowly to him, her voice carrying a strange magic. He only creates facts and then gets everyone to accept them. We'll give her a new identity. A slight smile curved Lynn's lips, a status worthy of you. Lyanna Vichy, the illegitimate daughter of a deceased knight from the Reach. Her father served King Robert at the Battle of the Trident and was tragically killed. She was all alone and came to King's Landing to seek refuge with distant relatives. But unexpectedly, in a matter of moments, Lynn had crafted a flawless backstory for Lyanna. A heroic father, a tragic past, and noble blood, even if he's an illegitimate child, is enough to shut everyone up. Joffrey's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This idea is perfect. Joffrey looked at Lynn with genuine admiration in his eyes. Don't worry, Your Highness. My men happen to know the official in charge of household registration. Lynn said it casually. A tiny golden dragon could provide this poor knight's daughter with a complete identity document. Tonight, you take her back to the Red Castle. Tomorrow mornings, an official document verifying her identity will be delivered to the Prime Minister's tower. I'll take care of this for you. Joffrey looked at Lynn and felt that the man in front of him was practically omnipotent. Lynn, that's what Joffrey said sincerely. You really are my best friend. Lynn smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Certainly. However, this matter today is a little secret between the two of us. You mustn't mention it to anyone. Otherwise, Lyanna's life will be in danger. Joffrey nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Don't worry, Sir Lynn, I'm not that foolish. Lynn nodded with a sense of relief. Go, Your Highness. Go and show everyone your kindness and authority. Let your fiancée see for herself what kind of woman a real prince should have. The last sentence was like a key, unlocking the darkest box in Joffrey's heart, Sansa Stark. That woman who is always cold and aloof like a block of wood. He wanted to show her what a true beauty was. He wanted to shame her for being boring and rigid. The entire castle was stunned when Joffrey swaggered through the courtyard of the Red Keep, carrying a woman wrapped in a cloak. The Kingsguard tried to stop him, but Joffrey dismissed them with the words, "This is the king's family affair. When did it become your business to meddle, you lackeys?" Joffrey made his way through without any hindrance and barged straight into the Prime Minister's Tower restaurant. At this time, King Robert was holding a grand banquet for his courtiers upon returning from a hunt. At the long table, Ned, Cersei, Jaime, Sansa. Almost all the important figures were there. When Joffrey appeared at the door carrying Lyanna, the noisy restaurant fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on the woman being held in the prince's arms. "Joffrey, what are you doing?" Cersei stood up abruptly, her beautiful face filled with shock and anger. She simply couldn't understand why Joffrey would do that in front of everyone. Robert stopped tearing at the lamb leg, frowning as he looked at his son, who was always causing him trouble. Joffrey ignored everyone's. His gaze swept straight past everyone else and pierced fiercely into Sansa Stark. Sansa was holding a wine glass, her expression somewhat blank. She didn't seem to understand the situation yet. That pure and innocent appearance, however, seemed so hypocritical and offensive to Joffrey. "Sansa." Joffrey spoke, his voice filled with undisguised malice and arrogance. He gently put Lyanna down from his arms, then ripped off her cloak. Lyanna's delicate and alluring figure was instantly exposed to everyone's view. She wore Joffrey's obviously ill-fitting cloak, over which was a tattered veil, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin and ambiguous bruises. Like a startled faunch instinctively hid behind Joffrey, those clear blue eyes were filled with fear and unease. A collective gasp filled the restaurant. "Look at her." Joffrey pointed at Lynathan at Sansa, but it was more like an announcement to everyone. "This is what a woman should be like. She's gentle. She's passionate and she knows how to adore a man." Unlike some people, Joffrey's gaze returned to Sansa, filled with contempt and disgust. Like a block of ice from the north, cold and hard. Utterly boring humiliation, a blatant humiliation. In front of all the nobles and dignitaries of the Seven Kingdoms. He belittled his fiancée to the point of worthlessness. Ned Stark's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He suddenly stood up, however, before Ned could react, Sansa, who was beside him, reacted first. The wine glass in Sansa's hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. Her beautiful face instantly lost all color. Turning ashen white, she looked at Joffrey, then at the pitiful blonde girl behind him. Those beautiful blue eyes quickly filled with tears. "Joffrey," Sansa's voice trembled, filled with unbelievable grief. How could you do this to me?" Her tearful appearance and the despair of being betrayed in public by her beloved stirred pity in many of the ladies present. Lyanna, hiding behind Joffrey, saw Sansa's appearance and a barely perceptible smile flashed in her eyes. But she quickly concealed this emotion. She timidly tugged at Joffrey's sleeve and whispered in a voice only he could hear, her tone trembling with tears, "Your Highness. Miss Sansa, she must be so sad. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been here. I'm just a lowly orphan. How could I possibly compare to Miss Sansa? I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Her seemingly innocent remarks did not make Joffrey feel guilty. Instead, they aroused his stronger protective instincts and rebellious tendencies. "Shut up." Joffrey abruptly interrupted her, but he yelled at Sansa, "Who are you trying to fool with that mournful look on your face? I'm telling you, Sansa Stark. I've had enough of you. From this day forward, Lyanna is my woman. She'll be moving into the Red Castle. I will give her all the love you can't get. As for you." Joffrey gave a cold laugh. "You can go back to your frozen Winterfell." Ned was stunned. He pointed at Joffrey, too angry to utter a single word. "Should Sansa be sent back to Winterfell? Isn't this just a roundabout way of getting yourself kicked out too?" Sansa's body swayed violently. She seemed unable to withstand this enormous blow, and her face grew increasingly pale. She looked at Joffrey, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, it only turned into a heartbroken sob. Sansa whirled around, covered her face, and stumbled out of the restaurant like a fawn shot in a vital spot by a hunter. But in that instant, as she turned away, a flicker of overwhelming joy and relief flashed deep within her tear-blurred eyes. The performance is over. The performance is finally over. Joffrey is an idiot, even more so than I imagined. "You be *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ appearance dome, causing it to vibrate. Robert Baratheon's massive body sprang up from the throne. He kicked over the long table in front of him. Wine glasses, plates and roast meat were scattered all over the floor. His face flushed a deep purple with rage, blazed with fury in his murky eyes. You shameless b asterisk d. Robert, like an enraged boar, rushed to Joffrey and mercilessly slapped him with his large, fan-like hand smack, a crisp, resounding slap. Joffrey was spun around twice by the slap before falling hard to the ground, his face swelling up visibly. How dare you humiliate Ned's daughter in front of me? Robert pointed at his nose, spitting everywhere. You f asterisk, G, think I'm afraid to beat you up? Stark is my most loyal ally. How dare you treat them like this? Robert turned to look at Ned, who was already trembling with anger. His voice filled with guilt and a hint of unease. Ned. My brother, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not raising this unfilial son properly. Robert pointed at Lyanna, who was still standing there in a daze, and roared at the Kingsguard. Drag this woman of unknown origin out of here. Throw her into the dark cell, no don't. Joffrey struggled to his feet and, like a rabid dog guarding its food, spread his arms to block Lyanna, who dares to touch her. She's my woman, your woman, Robert laughed angrily, kicked Joffrey aside and strode over to Ned, slapping him hard on the shoulder. Ned, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this. Robert's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on his good-for-nothing son. His eyes icy cold. This engagement. I don't see any need to continue. Everyone froze in place. Even their breathing became cautious. Ned Stark's face turned from red to green. Then from green to white, he looked at Joffrey, who had been slapped to the ground and was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, yet still desperately protecting the girl. And then at Cersei beside him, who was already trembling with rage. Finally, his gaze fell upon the enraged Robert. What he wanted to say. He wanted to seek justice for his daughter and question the king about why he had allowed the prince to humiliate the Stark family in this way. But all those words ultimately amounted to a heavy sigh. In any case, at least the engagement will definitely be dissolved. His beloved daughter Sansa was finally free from marrying this capricious, cruel and tyrannical madman. Wasn't this a relief for him? For Sansa and for the entire Stark family. Your Majesty, please calm down. In the end, it was Jaime Lannister who stepped forward. He steadied his sister, who was swaying with anger, glanced at Joffrey on the ground with a complicated look, and spoke to Robert in a calm tone. Joffrey was just a child, child. Robert thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He pointed his finger at Joffrey's nose, spitting all over James's face. Damn it, he's still a child. When I was 15, I had already smashed an enemy's head open with a warhammer. And what about him? He'll only humiliate his future queen in public. Cersei's body stiffened abruptly, and her green eyes instantly filled with humiliation. Robert, watch your words, Cersei reminded her. Joffrey is your son, he's the crown prince. I'd rather not have this son. Robert roared back without holding back. His cloudy eyes held undisguised disgust. He turned away, no longer looking at the Lannister mother and son who disgusted him. He strode up to Ned and slammed his large, fan-like hand heavily on Ned's shoulder. Ned, my best brother. Robert's voice was filled with remorse and sincerity. I'm sorry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this. Robert took a deep breath and turned to face all the silent nobles in the hall. His loud, bell-like voice once again resounded throughout the banquet hall. I, Robert Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, hereby declare the engagement between Joffrey Baratheon and Sansa Stark is hereby officially dissolved. Effective immediately, the final decision. A series of suppressed gasps filled the hall. Cersei's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Joffrey, on the other hand, seemed to have all his strength drained away, and sat blankly on the ground. He looked at Lyanna, who was being held down by the Imperial guards and was looking at him with eyes of terror and despair. The flame of resistance that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished by more than half. The engagement has been dissolved, he's free. But why couldn't he feel happy at all? He felt as if he had lost a toy that he disliked but was incredibly important. As for you, Robert's gaze fell on Joffrey. Get back to your room. You are not allowed to step out of your room for a month. And that woman's. Robert pointed at Lyanna, his eyes filled with disgust. For Joffrey's sake, I'll spare her life. From this day forward, she is a handmaid of the Red Keep. Never to leave this castle and never to. Robert's voice suddenly rose, filled with a warning. There is any possibility of marriage with the prince. A future king must never marry her as his queen. This is the Baratheon family's final line. The king's will is the law. These words shattered all of Joffrey's illusions. He could keep Lyanna, but he could never give her a proper status. She could only be his lover hidden in the shadows. A plaything that couldn't be brought into the open, no. Why did this happen? Joffrey shook his head listlessly. However, the Imperial guards had already grabbed him and forcibly dragged him out of the banquet hall. Let me go, you lackeys, I am your prince. Believe it or not, I'll whip you with a steel whip, damn it. Joffrey's frantic roars grew fainter and fainter, eventually disappearing at the end of the corridor. Lyanna was roughly pulled up from the ground by two guards, her tear-streaked face filled with terror and helplessness. The farce seemed to have come to an end. But everyone knew this was just the beginning. The first crack appeared in the alliance between Baratheon and the Starks. Robert was clearly aware of this as well. He scratched his messy beard in frustration, his gaze sweeping across the room. Finally, the spot fell on the man who had remained an outsider throughout. Calmly drinking his wine, Earl Lynn, a gifted land, Lynn's. Robert waved at him. Come here. Lynn put down his wine glass and, under the complex gazes of everyone, slowly walked to the throne. Your Majesty. Now the Stark engagement is off. Robert's tone carried an unquestionable air of command. Your marriage to Miachella can't be delayed any longer. Send someone to bring Mysera back to me immediately. I want to see a grand wedding within 2 weeks. I will let everyone in the Seven Kingdoms know that the alliance between House Baratheon and the North is unbreakable. He needs a new marriage to mend the rift he just created and to further solidify his throne. Lynn, this newly rich man who commands a large army and possesses a dragon, is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, Your Majesty. Lynn answered calmly. As for Sansa, Robert turned his gaze to Ned, and a look of guilt returned to his face. Ned, I know an apology isn't enough. I will compensate her. Robert pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Tell Sansa what she wants, and I will give her whatever I can. A glint of light flashed in Lynn's eyes. The king's compensation. This couldn't have come at the right time. Night has fallen. Joffrey was locked in his room. He was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, smashing everything in the room that he could. Gold plates, silver cups, statues. The luxurious room was instantly turned into a mess. No matter how he vented, the humiliation and helplessness in his heart grew stronger. He hated Roberts, hated that his most admired father had publicly humiliated him. He hated Cersei, hated that she only ever looked at him with that suffocating gaze. He hated his own incompetence even more. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Just then the door was gently pushed open. A petite figure carefully entered, carrying a basin of warm water. It's Lyanna. She had changed into a simple maid's dress, and the bruises on her face made her look even more pitiful. Your Highness, she spoke timidly. Get out. Joffrey roared without turning his head. Lyanna trembled with fear, but she did not leave. She put down the basin of water, walked behind Joffrey, and gently wrapped her soft little hands around his waist. Your Highness, please don't do this. You can hit me. You can yell at me, because it's all my fault that you've been dragged into this. But can you please stop sulking? It breaks my heart to see you angry. Her voice was choked with sobs, and warm tears soaked the back of Joffrey's clothes. It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. I don't deserve your love. If my death could restore the king's favor for your highness, then I would gladly die. As Lyanna spoke, she reached for the small knife on the table, making a gesture as if to stab herself in the heart. But Joffrey reacted quickly, snatching the knife Lyanna was using to commit suicide. The more Lyanna acted this way, The more Joffrey's anger burned. This anger is no longer directed at others. But at this unjust world, why is it that he, as a prince, cannot marry the woman he loves? By what right do those hypocritical nobles have the right to criticize and judge his Lyanna? You did nothing wrong. Joffrey pulled Lyanna into a tight embrace. The force was so great that it almost seemed to knead her into his very bones. For a woman who would rather die for him, Joffrey vowed to treat her well. They're the ones in the wrong, the world is. Joffrey looked down at Lyanna's tear-filled face. Even after all that she had gone through, her blue eyes still held that pure, unadulterated adoration and love. A strong sense of rebellion exploded in Joffrey's heart. You won't let me marry her, you look down on her. Then I'll just have to be good to her. Better than anyone else. I want to give her the best of everything in the world. I want everyone to know she lionized the woman I. Joffrey Baratheon cherish most. From today onwards, you don't need to do anything anymore. Joffrey's voice carried an undeniable air of obsession. You just need to stay by my side, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you again, I will kill him. He cupped Lyanna's face in his hands and kissed her deeply. It was no longer the tenderness and probing of last night, but a plundering filled with possession and catharsis. Lyanna obediently closed her eyes, letting him do as he pleased. However, beneath her lowered eyelids a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of light flashed by. In the Prime Minister's study, Sansa was writing something on a piece of paper with a quill pen. Lynn stood by the window, gazing at the sleeping city of King's Landing outside, his fingers gently stroking a golden dragon. Everything was unfolding according to the script he had written. Joffrey, that little mad dog, has now been completely chained up with the collar named Lyanna. King Robert's compensation paved the final step for Sansa to ascend to that position. Thump. A soft, rhythmic knocking sounded on the door. Sansa also raised her head. Lynn said directly, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a figure dressed in a maid's long dress flashed in, then quickly locked the door from the inside. She turned around. It was Lyanna, who had just been playing the innocent, delicate heroine in Joffrey's room at this moment. All the fragility and fear on her face had vanished, and even the pitiful tear stains had disappeared without a trace. Those clear blue eyes no longer held admiration or love. Only cold calmness and competence remained. She walked up to Lynn, knelt on one knee, and moved with the precision of a most elate Unsullied. Adult, her voice was steady and clear. Task completed. Good. Lynn turned around and looked down at her. Your performance was excellent. I'm very satisfied. You've taught me well, sir. Lyanna showed no sign of smugness, as if the person who had delivered such a brilliant performance in the banquet hall in Joffrey's room was not her at all. Lynn took a money pouch from his pocket and threw it in front of her. This is your payment. Lyanna glanced at the bulging money pouch, but didn't pick it up. She looked upend for the first time. Her blue eyes revealed her own emotions in the candlelight. It was a flame mixed with ambition and desire. My lord, I don't want the golden dragons. Oh. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you want? Sansa left the room, leaving the two of them alone. She didn't want Lynn to dislike her because of her rudeness. After Sansa left, Lyanna finally looked up. Those clear blue eyes no longer held the adoration and love they once held for Joffrey, but rather an undisguised ambition. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly, watching her with interest. This rough gem he unearthed from the women's brothel seemed even more interesting than he had anticipated. Not only is she good-looking, but she's also very intelligent, too. These insignificant people often suffer more losses than anyone else. It's hard not to grow rapidly. What do you want? I want a chance. Lyanna's voice was steady and clear, each word resounding. An opportunity to take control of my own destiny. The golden dragon will be spent, it will be stolen. Prince Joffrey's favor could vanish at any moment. I want to learn something. She looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Lynn. Learn things that will ensure I'm never trampled underfoot, and that I'll never have to struggle in the mud again. Lynn smiled. He admires intelligent women and, even more so, intelligent women with ambition. Lyanna was well aware of her situation. She's Joffrey's most cherished toy now. But toys eventually get tired of being played with. When Joffrey's initial excitement wore off, and he found a new true love, then her fate as an ex will probably be 10,000 times more miserable than what she experienced in the brothel. Lyanna must find a real way out for herself. Lynn standing before her was her only way out. You are very smart, Lynn nodded. From this day forward, you are not only Joffrey's woman but also my student. Joffrey is a brainless mad dog. He needs someone to think for him and see the path ahead for him. And you are his eyes, his brain. Lynn walked up to her and looked down at her. I will teach you how to discern people's hearts, how to understand the flow of power, and how to obtain the greatest benefit with the least cost. I want you to become the most indispensable and irreplaceable person by Joffrey's side. I need you to use your wisdom to firmly tether this mad dog to my chariot, to pave the way for my next move after Robert's death. Joffrey became a highly sought-after figure. He is arrogant, heartless, and a brainless idiot. Controlling Joffrey would be more beneficial than any other advantage. Lyanna's body trembled slightly with excitement. She knew she had made the right bets. She went from being a plaything that could be discarded at any moment to becoming a chess piece beside a chess player, and even had the opportunity to become a second-rate chess player. Yes, sir. Lyanna knelt on one knee, her voice filled with an unprecedented determination. Lyanna's life from this day forward belongs to you. Lynn looked at Lyanna and suddenly, as if possessed, said something. Lyanna, don't blame me for being heartless. That's just how the world is sometimes. To reap a harvest, one must first sow an arrow. This is the same timeless principle as water flowing downhill. Lyanna understood what Lynn meant. She gave a bright smile. My lord, I am but a lowly PR asterisks and asterisk ute. If it weren't for you, I would probably never have a chance to rise in society. How could I possibly resent you? Lynn nodded. He learned of Lyanna's gratitude towards him. But this was her path, and she herself had personally agreed to the plan. Lyanna, don't worry. I'm sorry you had to go through all this trouble. As long as you work diligently for me, I will never treat you unfairly. Lyanna left overjoyed. After seeing Lyanna off, Lynn rubbed his temples. Cersei, Margaery, Sansa, Lyanna. The women of King's Landing seemed to enjoy visiting his room late at night. Each of them had their own agendas, and each of them wanted to get something from him. He felt less like an earl and more like a psychologist working late at night. They specialize in solving the problems and ailments of wealthy women. Just as Lynn was about to close the window and end this busy night, thump, thump, another hesitant knock sounded at the door. Lynn sighed. Are you coming again? Come in. The door was pushed open and Sansa Stark walked in. She had already changed out of the gorgeous gown she wore to the banquet as soon as she left the house, and was now only wearing a simple blue casual outfit. Her beautiful long reddish-brown hair was simply tied back, and her face was without makeup, which made her look even more beautiful and charming. Her eyes were still slightly red, clearly from crying. Lord Lynn's. Sansa curtsied to Lynn, her voice slightly nasal. Why aren't you resting so late? Please have a seat. Lynn pointed to the chair next to her. Sansa didn't sit. She just stood there, head down, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. I've come to thank you. Sansa finally mustered the courage to raise her head, her blue eyes brimming with genuine gratitude. If it weren't for you, I only gave you a script, Sansa, Lynn interrupted her. You are the one who truly brings this performance to life. Lynn looked at her, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Sansa's performance in the banquet hall tonight was flawless. From initial bewilderment, to shock and heartbreak at being publicly humiliated, and finally to that tearful, staggering figure as she walked away, every expression, every movement was just right, impeccable. With a perfect performance, she transformed herself from an awkward victim into a weakling who won everyone's sympathy. She successfully persuaded King Roberton a fit of rage. to personally annul the painful engagement that had been troubling her. This saved him a lot of trouble. This also proves that Sansa has truly grown up. I used to think that as long as I was ladylike enough and obedient enough, I could get the happiness I wanted. Sansa's voice was low and somber, as if she were talking to herself. But King's Landing taught me that here. Tears and obedience get you nothing, only power. Only authority. She looked up at Lynn's. Those once clear and innocent eyes now held something very familiar to Lynn. That was a thirst for power. Thank you, Lord Lynn. Sansa bowed to Lynn again. Thank you for opening another door for me. Lynn looked at her. At this northern rose that had been hastily blooming prematurely in the snow and ice by the cold wind. And a subtle feeling arose in his heart. This is just the beginning, Sansa. Getting rid of Joffrey only made you jump from one quagmire to another. Lynn walked up to her, her voice very low. Remember what we need to do. Your true freedom lies in the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. When you hold the entire kingdom's purse in your hands, you'll never need to be beholden to anyone again. Nor will you need to use tears to gain sympathy. Sansa's breath hitched slightly, and she nodded vigorously. I see. Looking at the girl's face, which was filled with determination and resolve. Lynn smiled with satisfaction. Sansa looked at Lynn's face, which was so close to hers, and instinctively squinted her eyes, wanting to lean closer, just as Lynn was about to say something more. The study door was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. A small figure like an angry little wolf burst in. Arya Stark. She held the sewing needle in her hand, its tip pointing directly at Sansa in the room. Her gaze swept back and forth between Lynn and Sansa, her gray eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Sansa quickly separated herself from Lynn by a distance. What are you doing? The study door wasn't closed completely, it was just ajar. Arya was always worried about her older sister. She knew how much Sansa liked that blonde B*** D Joffrey. And she also knew how much of a blow the events of the evening in the banquet hall had dealt to Sansa. She was afraid Sansa would do something foolish. So she secretly followed her then. She overheard her sister's conversation with Lord Lynn. She couldn't hear very clearly. She could only make out a few scattered words. What script? Performance. Thank you. Another door. True freedom. These words put together instantly conjured up a dramatic emotional drama in Arya's little mind. The older sister was heartbroken after being abandoned by Joffrey. And then the gentle and strong Lynn appeared. Lynn comforted her, encouraged her, and opened the door to a new world for her in the end. The wretched older sister fell in love with Lord Lynn. That must be it. That's what the bards sing, Arya. You're so rude. When Sansa saw Arya's appearance, she was both angry and anxious, and instinctively wanted to use her elder sister's authority to reprimand her. Am I being rude? Arya gave a cold laugh, gripping the sewing needle even tighter in her hand. Why are you out in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What are you two up to, a man and a woman all alone together? Her words were like a sharp knife, piercing through the ambiguous barrier in the room. Sansa's face flushed red instantly, from her cheeks all the way to her ears. What nonsense are you spouting? Sansa was both ashamed and furious. She pointed at Arya, trembling with rage. We're just talking business. Shall we talk business? Arya's gaze fell on Sansa's flushed face, her eyes growing even more suspicious. What serious business could possibly require blushing like this? Can't we talk about this during the day, you? Sansa was speechless, choked by her words. She did blush, but not because of the dirty things Arya had mentioned. It was because she suddenly realized that when she stood next to Lord Lynn, her heart would indeed beat faster uncontrollably. She subconsciously wants to present her best self. She would feel secretly pleased by a compliment from Lynn, and also feel a strange dizziness from the unique masculine scent he exuded when he was close. Could it be Sansa's heart was in turmoil? Arya. Lynn's calm voice interrupted the sisters' confrontation. He walked up to Arya's, looked at the little girl covered in thorns, and shook his head with amusement. Put your sewing needles away. Lynn reached out and gently pressed down on her sword. I don't want to hear tomorrow that there's been a bloodbath in the Prime Minister's tower. And the murderer is the Prime Minister's own daughter. Arya looked at Lynn, hesitated for a moment, and then reluctantly sheathed her sword. But her gray eyes remained fixed on Sansa. Tell me, do you like Lord Lynn's? Arya cut straight to the chase and asked the most explosive question. That's too blunt. The air in the room froze instantly. When she was told this was true, Sansa felt her mind go blank. As if it had just gone blank. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instantly bristling with anger, Arya Stark. Are you insane? Sansa's voice suddenly rose in pitch, becoming shrill and somewhat distorted. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not lying. Arya stubbornly refused to budge. I heard everything. Tell him thank you. Tell him he opened a new world for you. The way you look at him is exactly the same way you used to look at that D. Joffrey. Arya paused, seemingly trying to find a more accurate adjective. No. It's even brighter than that time, so bright. Like an owl's eye, and you guys are standing way too close. This is not the normal distance a lady should maintain with men. Sansa was completely devastated. She felt that all her secrets had been laid bare and exposed to the light of day by her outspoken younger sister. Sansa was filled with shame and anger. And tears welled up uncontrollably. I didn't. Sansa covered her face and stammered in response. What do you know? You're just a clueless little brat. After saying that, she couldn't stay any longer. She pushed Arya away abruptly and ran out of the study crying. In the study, only Lynn and the stubborn Arya remained. Are you satisfied now? Lynn looked at Arya, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Arya pouted and muttered under her breaths. Who told her not to admit it? She clearly is. I'm not the same little girl I used to be, I understand. Despite saying that, a barely perceptible hint of panic flashed in Arya's eyes. It seems she really made her sister cry, Lord Lynn. Arya looked up at Lynn with some uncertainty. Does my sister, do she really like you? Lynn looked at her face, which was full of curiosity and gossip, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Sansa alone is enough to give him a lot of trouble. Now there's another one, the quirky and incredibly powerful Arya. The Stark daughters, how come they're all so troublesome? Lynn looked at the flustered little girl in front of him and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He reached out and, ignoring Arya's wary gaze, ruffled her neatly combed hair. What are you thinking about? Lynn's tone, tinged with a helpless indulgence, easily deflated Arya's tense demeanor. Your sister just went through something terrible. She's feeling down, so it's perfectly normal for her to come and talk to me. And you too, instead of comforting her, you made her cry. Just wait and see how Lord Ned deals with you when he gets back. With just a few words, Lynn turned an awkward situation into a family drama about a younger sister's rudeness driving away her heartbroken older sister. Arya pursed her lips. Although she felt that Lynn made a good point, she couldn't shake off the inexplicable displeasure in her heart. Go check on your sister, Lynn nudged her shoulder. Sisters, can't you just talk things out? Arya hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and walked away, turning back to look at herself several times. Of course, Lynn withheld her sewing needle. He didn't want to see this hot-headed girl do anything foolish. After all, the two sisters have never gotten along. Although Lynn knew Arya only wanted to draw her sword to scare Sansa, he was still a little worried. Lynn watched Arya disappear at the end of the corridor before closing the study door. Both of the Stark daughters are more difficult to deal with than the other. When Arya found Sansa was lying on her bed, her shoulders shaking, clearly still crying. Hearing the door open, Sansa sat up abruptly, glaring at Arya with bloodshot eyes. What are you doing here? Came to see me make a fool of myself. I don't. Arya was taken aback by her shout and instinctively retorted. Seeing her sister's tearful appearance, Arya felt a pang of guilt she seems to have. Really messed things up, I just. Arya clenched her fists, unsure of what to say. An awkward silence fell over the room. In the end, it was Sansa who spoke first. She wiped away her tears, as if she had exhausted all her weakness in that brief sobbing. She sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at her younger sister. Those blue eyes held a calmness and complexity that Arya had never seen before. "Arya, please sit down." Sansa's voice was no longer strained instead. It carried a strange calmness. Arya hesitated before walking to the bedside and sitting down. "Do you think I like Lord Lynn's?" Sansa got straight to the point. Arya's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still nodded stubbornly. "So what kind of woman do you think Lord Lynn should like?" Sansa asked again. Arya was stunned in her eyes. Lord Lynn was so powerful and so gentle. He deserved the best woman in the world. But she couldn't say exactly what it was like. Sometimes she even felt she didn't deserve it. "Arya, you only see Lord Lynn's current glory." Sansa's voice was soft, yet it touched Arya's heart. "Have you ever wondered how he got to where he is today? Unlike us, wasn't born a Stark, but the daughter of the Duke of Winterfell. He had no ancient surname, no wealthy fiefdom, and not even a family to rely on when he first met us. He was just an ordinary and remarkable night watchman." Sansa's gaze drifted out the window, as if she could see through the walls of the Red Keep to the vast, barren north. Everything he possessed was earned bit by bit through bloodshed and sacrifice. Fought with his sword and with his life. "Do you think he wants to be the king of the borderlands?" Those were the mouths of hundreds of thousands of savages, the heavy burden weighing on his shoulders alone. "Do you think he wants to marry Princess Miachella?" Sansa's gaze returned to Arya in those blue eyes. There was a hint of pity that Arya couldn't understand. "He's not that idiot, Joffrey." Lynn knew better than anyone what kind of people the Lannisters were. "But he must marry Miachella. Because Lord Lynn came from humble beginnings. Every step he took in King's Landing, a place where people devour each other, was like walking on thin ice. He needs a powerful ally, and a position that allows him to establish himself. Marrying the king's daughter is the fastest and most effective way to elevate his status." "This is not love, Arya," Sansa said, enunciating each word clearly. It was like teaching a naive child, and also like convincing herself. "This is politics, this is a deal. He is using his marriage for himself and for the hundreds of thousands of people behind him, to buy himself a chance to breathe and develop." Arya was completely stunned. She had never considered the issue from this perspective. In her black and white world, liking is liking, and disliking is disliking. The Lannisters are bad people, so marrying into their family is a bad thing. Stark and Lynn were close, and she loved Lynn because of his storytelling ability and his continued support. Therefore, she was determined to marry Lynn. Therefore, the marriage between Stark and Lynn is a good thing. But Sansa's words were like a key, opening the door to a far more cruel world for her. Arya suddenly remembered Lynn's always weary eyes, and his solitary figure standing on the balcony gazing northwards. So beneath his strong and reliable exterior, he actually carried such a heavy burden. These were things she genuinely hadn't considered. Arya opened her mouth, feeling a dryness in her throat. "I have no idea, of course you don't know." There was no sarcasm in Sansa's tone, only a faint sadness. "All you know how to do is brandish knives and guns, running around like a wild boy. When have you ever truly cared about what other people are thinking?" Sansa stood up and walked over to Arya. She reached out and gently stroked Arya's cheek, her touch more tender than ever before. "Arya, I know you like Lord Lynn very much, and so do I. I swear, there is no woman in the world who could resist Lord Lynn. If she were, she definitely wouldn't be a woman." Sansa readily admitted it. Seeing Arya's expression turn dangerous again, Sansa quickly spoke up. "But our affection shouldn't be a burden to him. True love isn't about possession, nor is it about the dramatic, passionate love portrayed in songs." A glint of wisdom shone in Sansa's eyes. The light felt somewhat unfamiliar to Arya, yet she was inexplicably convinced of its power. True liking is understanding and support. It's about helping him out when he's in trouble, not selfishly making things worse for him. It's about understanding that he has to make some sacrifices for a greater goal, choosing to stand by his side, and becoming his strongest support. When one day he no longer needs to use marriage to gain status, no longer needs to be at the mercy of anyone. Sansa's voice lowered, but in her blue eyes a bright and unwavering flame ignited. Only then will he be qualified and capable of choosing the woman he truly wants. So all you need to do is fully support him that way. When he's successful, he'll remember your support when he was down on his luck. Instead of arguing and making trouble like this. Do you understand, Arya? Arya looked at her sister. At her face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. She suddenly felt as if she had never truly known Sansa. She's no longer that silly girl who only knew love songs and lemon cake. The hardships of King's Landing allowed her to quietly grow into a thorny rose. Unnoticed by anyone, I understand. Arya lowered her head and whispered. Her resentment and awkwardness seemed so childish and ridiculous in the face of Sansa's words. She really is too willful. Whether it was Miachella before or Sansa now. She felt uncomfortable whenever she saw other women being close to Lynn. It felt like someone was ripping her heart out with a knife. This is so painful she couldn't control her jealousy. But Sansa's words now strangely made her feel less uncomfortable. I'm sorry, sister. For the first time, Arya sincerely apologized to Sansa. Sansa smiled. That smile was like the sunshine after the rain. Warm and bright. She pulled Arya back to sit on the edge of the bed. The two sisters leaned their heads together, just like they had back in Winterfell. So what we need to do now is quietly support him. Sansa's voice carried a hint of cunning, for example. Keep a close eye on that woman named Lyanna. And make sure she doesn't cause Lord Lynn any trouble. Of course, there are other things you can do to help Lord Lynn, so. What can I do to help him? Arya's little brain started working at lightning speed. This was the first time she had racked her brains over such a major political issue. Seeing her sister's adorable expression as she pondered deeply, Sansa's lips curled into a strange unnoticed smile. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye in King's Landing. This enormous cauldron of boiling oil for 7 days. The entire city was gripped by a morbid frenzy. From the taverns of Flea Nest to the banquet halls of the Red Keep, everyone was talking about the upcoming duel. The Mountain versus the Hound. This was not merely a trial that would decide the fate of Littlefinger Petyr Baelish. It was also the end of a blood feud that had been brewing for 20 years. It was a fratricidal conflict that captivated the entire Westeros. The casino offered astonishing odds, and those betting on Demon Mountain won by the vast majority. After all, Sir Gregor Clegan's godlike physique and brutal record were already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Sandor Cleganetho, also a valiant warrior, always seemed to pale in comparison to his monstrous brother. On the day of the duel, the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain. The arena outside the Red Keep was surrounded by torches and braziers, illuminating everything in a fiery red glow. The place was already packed with people. Even the city walls were packed with civilians eager to get a glimpse. On the high platform, all the most powerful people in Westeros were present. King Robert was dressed in a golden robe, but it couldn't hide his increasingly bloated figure and the impatience on his face. Queen Cersei sat beside him expressionless, her green eyes revealing no emotion. Prince Joffrey was also allowed to attend the match. He sat beside his mother, his face still somewhat pale, but his gaze was fixed on the entrance to the venue, as if searching for something. Ned Stark and his 2 daughters sat on the other side, their expressions solemn. Tyrell and his grandson in Highgarden, on the other hand, looked relaxed, as if they were just there to watch an interesting play. As for Littlefinger, Petyr Baelish looked completely confident of victory. Lynn sat beside Ned, calmly sipping the sour wine in his glass. His gaze swept across the entire room, taking in everyone's expressions. Everything was proceeding according to his script. As a muffled horn sounded, the iron gates at both ends of the arena were slowly pulled open. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps came from one side. A colossal giant appeared in everyone's sight. Gregor Clegane. He was wearing a heavy suit of black steel armor. The armor was undecorate, bearing only family crests. Mottled bloodstained sand, horrifying scratches. Gregor was carrying a two-handed greatsword that was almost half his height. The blade was broad, gleaming with a chilling light in the gloomy sky. With each step he took, the entire arena seemed to tremble slightly at his footsteps. The murderous aura emanating from him made the temperature of the entire venue seem to drop several degrees. An unparalleled sense of oppression. The commotion in the stands vanished instantly. Everyone was awestruck by the imposing presence of this humanoid beast. At the other end of the arenas, a relatively slender figure slowly walked out. Sandor Clegane, he wasn't wearing his signature dog helmet, revealing half of his face distorted and grotesque by flames. He was also dressed in black armor and carried an ordinary knight's longsword. He simply stood there calmly, but in those gray eyes burned a flame of hatred powerful enough to consume everything. The two brothers faced each other from a distance. The archbishop stepped forward from the high platform. In his long, tedious voice, he read out the proceedings of the trial. In the name of the seven gods with the spirit of warriors, judge good and evil, determine life and death. The duel begins the moment the words fell, roar. The demon mountain let out a wild roar that was not human. His massive body charged out with a speed completely disproportionate to its size. He raised his greatsword high and brought it down fiercely on Sandor's head. That sword strike, accompanied by a whistling sound that seemed to tear the air apart, appeared to cleave the ground in two. Everyone's heart was in their throat at that moment.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.